Racing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Do we have everybody there? Bobby, are you there?
I'm here. I'm ready to go. You look like you're about to shoot an adult film in your bedroom.
Yeah.
Maybe I am. You guys direct.
Yeah.
You guys direct.
This is my first time directing.
We are obviously here live on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We are not in studio. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, and the Brian Broaddus of the morning show, Peyton Russell, having to make the trek in to the 16th floor studios. Pepe, good morning. How was it?
Good morning, guys. Do you copy? I think we got everything.
I got you.
Yeah, the roads not great, not great. I getting out of the neighborhood, I didn't realize how downhill I was. To get out of the neighborhood, I had to go uphill. So I realized that quickly, swerving a little bit to get out. But once I was able to get on the highway, it was fine. I made the mistake. I got comfortable. I was about 30 minutes into my trip. I was behind an 18-wheeler. I was like, okay, I can stay behind this 18-wheeler for another 15, 20 minutes, get to work, a little later than I wanted to, or I can try and get around him. I was able to get around him, and then I started to swerve. So I knew that was my my key to maybe my hint to take my foot off the gas a little bit. But I was able to make it. It was fine, but roads, they're not great out there.
So were there a ton of people out, and were other people going 5 miles per hour or slipping and sliding with hazards on?
Yeah, a bunch of hazards on. And I was like, what, I'll stay behind you for a little bit, but it's like I got to get to work, dude. I love going 30, and coasting a little bit with the heat blowing in my face in the car. I had it up to, I think, 90 the whole way in the car.
Ew.
Yeah, it was hot. It was hot, but I liked it. I liked it a lot. But I was able to get around him. But there weren't as many people. It was the right lane that was fine. If you go in the middle lane or left lane, no one's driving there, so it's icy. But the right lane was fine, and going over some bridges, I guess, were a little tough as well. But I was able to make it over Lake Hubbard. Fine. I was worried about that.
How fast were you driving?
I think I maybe got to 55, and that was it.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I didn't go over 55, but I was only driving that on the road that I could see the actual road. If it was icy, I was going maybe 35, 40, but.
Who else tried to venture out, Choppy? We know that this is your worst nightmare, being locked inside. How many times did you venture out, and how long did it last?
0. Sarah was like, "You're not going anywhere," and I was like, "Well, I
love how tough you acted on Friday, though. I was like,
yeah.
You've been given your command, heel.
Yeah, and I was like, wait a second, I am in charge of my own. I have my own vehicle. I have, and she said, and she goes, "You're not going anywhere." And I was like, I was supposed to take the kids home yesterday, and then my oldest one is sick. He's got the flu. So I was like, well, I got to go get him medicine. And she goes, well, if you get him medicine, you're going to take him home. And I was like, well, they're out of food out there at their house.
He's like a drug addict. Look at him. He's looking for any excuse. He's looking for any errand.
House. She goes, and then you're going to, and I'm like, it's a 2-minute drive versus a 30-minute drive. These are not the same. But she's like, no, I'm in charge, and you're not going anywhere. I was like, okay, fine. So I took the dog on about 11 walks. 11 half-mile walks. I've never walked so much. That dog's paws are literally bleeding because of the ice. And I was like, I got to get out of this house. I can't
You turn your dog into Jalen Smith all of a sudden.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's I was out as much as I possibly could. I loved it. I mean, it was I bundled. I wore my snowboarding goggles when I went outside because the wind that will burn the hell out of your eyes. Yeah. Scarf. I never wear scarves. I had a scarf up. Oh, I was bundled.
Where did
baby.
the scarf go? You don't have a neck.
I don't have a neck. That's true. It just went over my mouth and my nose.
Okay, yeah.
Bob, what did you try?
So Saturday, we needed a couple things. So I was like, all right, let me try to just go down the street to CVS. So I get in the car. I'm fine. I'm backing out. Well, we kind of slope uphill to get out of the complex here, and so when I got to the top and I stopped and I was watching traffic, I then couldn't get my tires going again, and so I had to reverse it back, get off of the hill, and then put it in drive again and kind of floor it over and hope nobody was coming the other direction, and then I was able to skid past that slippery part. So I did go out a little bit, drove a little bit, went to Walgreens or CVS. I don't know. I can never tell the difference between those two stores. They're the same. We have two away from our side. One is Walgreens, one is CVS. If you asked me to guess which one was which, I could not tell you because they are the same store to me. I have no idea which one is which. So I went ahead and did that. That was the only time I went out was Saturday afternoon before it really iced over. I tried to drive around the parking lot yesterday, and when I backed it out, it was not backing out. So the tires just kept spinning. So I could not get out of my parking spot yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I did not try whatsoever. I wanted to yesterday in the neighborhood. Bobby then kind of scared me a little bit. Peyton, are my levels better? Is that better?
Yes, that sounds a lot better. Thank you.
Yeah, it does sound better.
I asked the expert in the studio, not you, Bobby.
This is the expert. Come on.
And I didn't want to do the show from home because of my little devil of a daughter. Because when 6 a.m. happens, I am waiting for that door to start beating, knocking, the screaming, the yelling. So I was like, I kind of want to maybe, give this a test drive. Did not end up doing it because I think that's the first time I can remember just seeing like all snow, but none of it comes up. It was just, it's just, Peyton sent the video yesterday when he was walking outside of his house. Nothing was coming up. There's like no footprints. It's just ice.
That's it. And it's gotten worse. It feels like it's gotten harder. Like the ice is now shiny. Like yesterday it was like the white top had like a powdery substance to it, and I went out this morning and it's just shiny. It's crazy. It's gotten worse, I guess, overnight. Hopefully it'll melt at some point. The sun coming up today. Sun came up for like 2 seconds.
You almost said freeze. Like you can't even lie. You're usually a good liar. Well, you're not a good liar, but the lie's in your brain.
Yeah.
But you said F, like the free. You don't want to do this show in there tomorrow.
No, I'm not. I've already called in. The
schools have called in.
50-50 on Wednesday.
You need to call in to Sarah. You need to get Sarah to sign off on it, not the bosses. Has anyone heard from the bosses?
No.
Yeah.
I did not.
Who'd you hear from?
Yeah. Spittle yesterday texted me. Yeah, some good. He had some good talking points on the Patriots game.
What? Oh, he sent you some good talking points?
Yeah. He said, for your prep sheet, here you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pepe, was it worse this morning in terms of the ice?
It was still pretty bad. I mean, I was able, because yesterday, I told you guys I got in my driveway early, parked out front, because I didn't want to mess with the driveway. Mackenzie's car's parked out there. I didn't want to slide around. But because I hadn't left the neighborhood all weekend, I stayed at home, so I just was able to look around the neighborhood. So it was, no one was driving anywhere. But the streets were fine once I got out of the neighborhood. It wasn't all that bad.
Here's what we're dealing with today, because initially Brunoff and others told us, it'll melt some Monday, but then it might refreeze Tuesday, so you got to watch out. I don't think we're doing melting. The high is apparently going to be 29 degrees today, so we're not getting above freezing today. It doesn't look like. In fact, it's 13 degrees right now. My computer's telling me. But 29 degrees, that means that this will be the same driving conditions tomorrow, I'd imagine. So that's why the schools went ahead and called in and canceled everything. So Louisville ISD, where we're at, they canceled Monday school like Friday night, I think it was. And then we got the call yesterday. They were like, you guys are not going to school Tuesday either. So they canceled it then as well.
And Choppy, you're out Tuesday also?
Yeah, Tuesday as well. They do it quick now, I guess. They did it a little earlier. But, it makes sense. Like, if it's not going to melt, I like to have a plan. I like to know. Especially when I was a kid. Cancel it early. Let me get my ideas. That way I get a sleepover if I have to. I can do whatever. It's good. It's good. It's smart. You got to plan ahead. These school systems finally learning.
Well, you text the bosses and let us know what happens. You tell us what the schedule is. 877-881-1053. Hopefully everyone is safe and doing okay out there and staying warm. What about power?
No issues.
All good.
No issues. Didn't lose it at all. You?
Peyton?
I lost it for, I think, 2 seconds Saturday night. I got worried. I was like, oh, no, we're finally getting hit with something. But it flickered off, and then I never had an issue the rest of the weekend.
We didn't lose any power, but we did have I did get the classic text from Eric Chiafalo on Friday night of like this, like, hey, they're announcing rolling blackouts. Here it is. You got to watch out for this. And so he said, where ours is scheduled for 2 a.m., you got to put in your zip code. It's going to tell you. And I go, oh, geez, are they doing rolling blackouts? And then I click on it. And, of course, it's that famous picture of the large gentleman who is displaying his package. So that was what I got. Opened it with Kristen right next to me on the couch. And
I got the same thing. And I'll tell you this, man, my phone battery died. I opened it so much. I'm just
really?
No. That was a joke that one of my neighbors used. I just stole it. It didn't land the way I thought it was going
to. Yeah. If it landed, would you have said that was your neighbor's joke?
No, absolutely not.
So the Bad Bunny tweet sent so much testosterone through Eric's veins that he had to send that stuff to Bobby and friends and just he had to like reprove himself, restamp himself, right?
That photo blows my mind every time I see it, though. It's like, goodness, we lost him. He died a couple years ago.
Yeah, he did. Poor guy.
So
all the blood rushed somewhere else.
Yeah. What do you think Matt Khalil is compared to that?
I think that's Matt Khalil.
Allegedly, that is Matt Khalil. That's the way that looks, which is just, I mean, that is literally third leg. So.
Yes. All right. I want to give a shout out to some of the Tolos. Last night, I was just basically, I need a little bit of a reason to do the show. I'm like, what's the point? Like, we're basically doing our upcoming podcast here. So what the heck? Is anyone going to be listening whatsoever? And I always like doing these shout outs on these types of days off. And then we will dive right into the conference championship games. Stone Dog. And I like seeing what people are doing as well. In terms of the work. People working at airports, right? The Mavs could not get out last night. The Milwaukee game was canceled.
Yeah. I mean, look, they're on a 737, it looks like, so it's probably best that they didn't get out.
Yeah. They may have they were definitely going to land. You just don't know if you're going to land at your destination or when you're supposed to when you're in the 737. But, they ended up having to delay the game. Knicks did, too. Knicks game ended up being postponed because of travel, just bad weather.
Ty, Skip, Jason says, I'll be in bed, but I'll also be listening. So just like me. Matt, Mike, kid is out of school, so I'll be an hour late. Jose is on his way to work. Boys Forever, drinking coffee by the fireplace, reading his Bible. Kid Muse is always there for us. KT, Twiz, Abraham, Jay Ochoa. He's found some gym. He's sitting there pumping out legs somehow, some way. A lot of love for Tank Lawrence, Kyle, David, Mel Crafton, Alan Harrison, Henry, Eric. I'm not seeing any crazy jobs that people are on their way to. A lot of people are going to be listening on the app or YouTube, Bob.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I'm surprised that while you're looking for a reason to do the show this morning, you're like a little like, this is basically like a half show, that you went with the in bed. It appears you have covers on. You've got the pillow behind you. I thought you'd be like up at a desk or like standing and be like, all right, let's try to be activated as much. That's probably part of it right there, is that you look like you woke up and you just reached over to grab the laptop and put it in your lap.
No, this is for my notes. This is a pillow.
Okay.
So I do not have a blanket on, but why wouldn't I do it like this?
I know, it's a genius call. I like it. I would think if you're trying to make it feel more like I'm there, I'm in the show, I thought you would be like standing or sitting up at a desk or something.
Nah, I did that for how long did we do that for COVID?
It's like I think around a year. I think we came back in June of 21. So a year. And a couple months. Yeah.
That's what turned the relationship with Rick Carlisle. I hated Rick Carlisle's guts. He came on during an interview, and he's like, hey, I've been listening here and there. You guys coming up with topics for a full year with no sports is impressive. So that turned me towards Coach.
Yeah, it was good. He was awesome at COVID. COVID turned a lot of people, I think.
Who was
not always for the better. Not always for the better.
Who were the worst? When you would turn on the station, who were the worst preppers in the building during COVID? Did it sound like who was coming up with the worst topics?
Oh, I think anybody named Kevin or Corey.
I mean, Bassick in a pantry? I don't know. I wasn't listening to the rest of the...
What else did you have to do? You weren't going out anywhere.
I had a newborn, unfortunately.
That's true.
I would have rather walked around listening with earbuds. All right, so give us your update. Give us your status. Hopefully you are turning it on, leaving it on, laying in bed just like me, or up and Adam. And you have that power as well. Let's get to the conference championship weekend. NFC and AFC have been decided. Cowboy coaching and league updates as well. We are here with you with the 6 a.m. club, just getting started on Sean and RJ. But look, if there is one phone number that I know is...
Punt, Xavier Smith, the deep man for the Rams. And this again, another rainmaker, high spiral. Smith falls down, ball, Seahawks! Smith backing up, trying to call fair catch. Falls down and the ball hits him. The Seahawks recover, and they are inside the 20-yard line. Are the Hawks on offense? The first mistake by the Rams tonight, and the first turnover of the game. Seattle has the ball, 1st and 10.
Seattle Radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. We are live still with the Monday edition of Sean and RJ. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton running things from our studio live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, YouTube, and the Odyssey app. Choppy, you look like you're about to say something.
Oh, no, I've been holding in a sneeze since about midnight, and I think it popped up here last night, and it's just been draining out of this nostril. Where is it? Oh, it's over there. I took saline solution, just shot it up my nose. I'm trying to dry it out. I don't know what happened. Couldn't sleep. Didn't get to bed till 3 a.m. Just couldn't sleep because it was just dripping, just nonstop, just drainage. Sneeze. Popped. I've been waiting to sneeze. I need to sneeze. It's killing me.
Why holding in a sneeze at midnight if you weren't on the air? Like, what was preventing you from sneezing for 6 hours?
You know what? I blew my nose as I had a sneeze kind of come. And that popped the bubble. It popped the bubble, and now all hell's broken loose. So I'm struggling.
Well, you're probably getting the flu from your son, so you could be out all week long from the studio. Ooh. One of two turning points in the NFC Championship game. Xavier Smith with the punt return botch. Bobo makes them pay the price, whoever the hell that is, to make it 24-13 Seattle. And then the other turning point in this game, Reek Woolen and the taunt towards the Rams sideline. Puka Nacua makes them pay the very next play, 31-27. That's the final score. And, Bobby, the Seattle freaking Seahawks are the NFC champions.
Yep, and they have been the number one seed in the playoffs 4 times, and all 4 times they have made the Super Bowl. If they're not the number one seed, they don't make the Super Bowl. That's what the Seattle Seahawks do. But, man, this was, again, it's special teams killing the Rams. That's what's happened all year with them. And Smith, I mean, he had that one that he botched and then was recovered. There was another one that earlier in the game that he had, bobbled and fumbled, and he jumped on that one. But man, the thing to me was that stand with, what was it, about 4 minutes left, where they're in the red zone, and Stafford has those 2 really nice throws. I think it was one to Adams, then it was one to Nacua. But, where Devin Witherspoon is just on their receivers and makes both of those plays. I was sitting there waiting, just all right, here comes the flag to bail out Matthew Stafford, just like they did to Logan Wilson in the Super Bowl a couple years back. But, this was... Seattle had shown themselves to be the most consistent team in the NFC the entire year. So it feels right that Seattle ultimately is the team that gets there.
Yeah, it was, to me, it was easily the punt muff that was the turning point. That made it an 11-point game, and it set things up for where now the Rams were just playing catch-up. They knew, they had to basically score and throw a perfect game the rest of the way. They had to basically, touchdown out, if you will, and then get multiple stops on Seattle. Wouldn't have worked with just one stop. They had to get multiple. So that was absolutely the turning point for me. And that's, like Bobby said, he'd already done it once in the game before. And in that one, you just trip over his feet. He's just falling backwards. It's amazing. It's amazing. We've done that hero celebrity softball game, baseball game.
Oh, wow.
The amount of athletes, NFL players who they catch for a living, who struggle with just catching a fly ball. It's wild, right? It's just wild. But that's what happened. And I doubt it was nerves. You see nerves. I don't think that was nerves. He just fell over his feet, tripped on the yard line.
Well, did nerves cause that? I don't know whether did nerves cause him to try to attempt the catch still. Get out of the way. Stop, drop, and roll. And he's still trying to – maybe he panicked right there in trying to bring the ball in. But, Choppy, you're worried about bad quarterback play, and none of us could have anticipated this. 346-3 for Sam Darnold. He was balling out.
Yeah, Sam Darnold wasn't a problem yesterday. Sam Darnold was just fine. And that is such a career turnaround. I mean, we've seen this time and time again. This is kind of the peak of it. Baker had a good run, and obviously we see Daniel Jones this year, and Geno. We've seen some quarterbacks that have kind of resurrected their careers. We're just waiting. We're just waiting, for the next, former number 1 pick or top 3 pick or top 5 pick, and we always wonder who it's going to be. This has been an amazing turnaround for Sam Darnold, and he was not a liability at all. He would be a very worthy champion based off of what he did yesterday.
Boy, if you pressure him, though, you still see sometimes you'll see old Sam Darnold a little bit where it's just like the happy feet and like you just start seeing him jitter a little bit. No. You don't think so?
Not yesterday.
I don't think you see him throw. I don't think you see him throwing that way, but absolutely yesterday you saw a couple of different moments where early in the game in the first half when he got pressure, you saw him panic, pull the ball, and then he would get wrapped up or something would happen. It's still not the way. He's playing much better. He's not the same guy who saw ghosts, but when you see a guy who the only way that you're going to slow him down still is pressure. It's like Goff. Like Goff cleaned up so much about his game except the pressure. When he gets pressure, he'll still have a tendency to start panicking a little bit, and I think there's still panic there on Darnold.
Whoa, what are you doing? Well, why? Because your boy Justin Herbert sucks. You got to tear down other quarterbacks in the postseason.
I like Darnold.
I want you all to watch on the highlights this morning a couple of the touchdown throws. He's throwing them going backwards with pressure right there. That I was like, whoa, was that off 1 foot? Was he sitting there fading? At least that's what I was noticing yesterday. I was like, okay, it was not just a totally clean pocket. He did have some pressure. And then Jackson Smith in Jigba. It was going to be him versus Koopa. Him versus, not Cooper. Him versus Puka. I'm sorry. Him versus Puka Nacua. It lived up to the billing, but Rockwall, dude, baby, representing.
He is amazing. He's got great hands. He's a tremendous route runner. He's got speed. That there is nothing. I mean, yeah, okay, could he be maybe 2 inches taller? Sure. It does not seem to hinder his game at all. At all. This is a treat to watch. I mean, that guy is like, we talk about surgical quarterbacks. He's a surgical wide receiver. He does everything right about the position.
The Clint Kubiak design and the way JSN ran it on, and yeah, on the back foot, Darnold getting the pressure where he threw the touchdown. It was that one, I think it was the one that got him up 31-20, which was the Jackson Smith and Jigba just kind of run into the corner of the end zone and was wide open. Like the Rams were just completely confused about where all the guys in the secondary were supposed to be on that one. It was great design. It was a good throw. It was a really good route. Like everything there was positive, and everything that they're doing offensively right now is clicking for them. And their defense has been smothering all year. It wasn't yesterday. Like yesterday, I mean, they had some issues in the second half at times, but I mean, threw Stafford off his game enough in the first half, which Stafford just looked really out of sorts again. You had talked about the last 3 games of the year or whatever it was, the regular season, and then these 2 playoff games. Stafford had just not looked like the same guy. And in the first half, that was still the case. Bounced back in the second half, but I guess I'm still, if there's one thing I'm looking at from the Rams that I'm still kind of confused about, and I think we've had this debate on the show before. I don't know why. I know it's still early, but I want to know what I'm going to need to get. And so I don't know why they didn't go for 2 when it was 31-26, and then they just kicked the extra point at the end of the third quarter. Go for 2. Like, find out what you need right then.
Choppy, what did the numbers say? Did you check with the nerds?
You know what? I did not check with the nerds on that one. I assume it would have said. I assume it would have said go for the 2 because isn't it when you're down 9, you always go for 2 there in that spot, or I guess down 10 or 11 even. You always want to go for that. Go for 2 in that position so you know exactly what you need. So yeah, I mean that would have been the play.
Because, see, that's the thing. Everybody's always saying that the argument in favor of it is just like, well, you don't want to chase points. It's like, you don't know that you're going to score again, and they didn't. So you end up not knowing what it is that you need. If you would have gone for 2 there, then when they're in that red zone and they go for it on 4th down and Witherspoon knocks it away, you could have kicked a field goal to tie it there.
I thought the internet was going to erupt over the taunt. I actually stayed away from X or Twitter for a little bit because I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole. Was it Bush League in that moment? Was it BS, the Zach Woolen taunt to the sidelines, all of a sudden, that would have set up, 4th and 12?
Yeah.
That would have been a 4th and 12, and bam, all of a sudden, Puka on the next play on Woolen makes it 31-27. Soft?
I don't think it was soft.
He was talking a lot. He was talking a good amount. It wasn't one word or one sentence, right?
I don't think it was soft. I mean, I wouldn't have called it. I wouldn't have called it there, but I don't think it was soft. I don't know what was said. Like, that's the thing. What was said in that situation was, it doesn't even matter. Does that even matter? It might matter to some refs, might not matter to others. I would not have called it there. I don't have a major issue with it being called. Taunting is a subjective situation that you're leaving in the hands of officials. I mean, just don't leave anything in the hands of the referees.
Yeah, he went full Dolores O'Riordan. He lingered like the Cranberries, okay?
Oh, baby.
And that was the biggest problem, is that the officials kind of, like, you can see on the replay, it looks like the officials telling him, like, chill. Like you've gotten your word in. That's enough. Like, didn't throw the flag initially, but he's like, he taps him like, hey, calm down. Like that's enough. Was trying to solve. He keeps bouncing down the sideline, keeps going, keeps talking. It's just how long it went. It went for a while, and I think what the referees did were just like, all right, you got your word in, that's enough. You don't need to keep going. And then when he kept going, I think it was just like, all right, now it's over the top. So I always hate taunting calls in general, just because it's like, talk whatever you talk. But if there's one area where I'm going to be okay with it, it's when you keep going, and now you're kind of like slowing things down, and it's like, no, just like say whatever you got to say and then move on. But him bouncing down the sideline to talk to all 53 players on the Rams, it felt like that was where it was a little like, all right, you deserve what you get now.
Listen, that now it's like, we see this and we're like, we cut him right now, or this wouldn't happen on this team, or this wouldn't. That's a sign of a bad culture, bad coaching. Like, this happens on teams that have great players. This happens on teams that have great cultures. I mean, sometimes a player has a knucklehead moment, and that's what happened.
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up on the Franco LaFranco Injury Attorney text line here on Sean and RJ. We got Bobby Belt, we got Peyton, and what's Aiden's status, Pay? What's he going to be doing today? He doesn't have to drive in for this, right?
I don't know. Aiden, man, he might be up here at 7:05, coming in on a day like this. But I've talked to him this morning. We were able to get the YouTube, Twitch, all that up. VMix is working, everything. So he's up and around. I don't know if he's driving in yet. I hope not, though, because he's got a further drive than all of us.
Yeah, where's he coming from?
Farmersville, I think.
Yeah,
yep.
Farmersville.
Man, what a flip-flop in terms of someone getting here so much earlier than they actually have to in terms of Aiden and his position and role. How about that?
He's compensating, for Carter. What did Carter used to come in 15 minutes late every single effing day, and somehow he got another job? Ooh, good luck, KDFW.
Wow. God.
Oh, man.
God, he sucked, dude. He did.
Let's talk about
You're clear,
the
Bobby.
Other game, the AFC Championship recap. And am I going to agree with RJ Choppy that the weather ruined everything? Next on Sean and RJ.
But first, affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000, and most people's wages haven't kept up. That's why some are stuck with 7-year loans just to make the payments work. At D&M Leasing, they solve that problem with the Easy Lease, offering lower monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense. So don't overpay. Solve that payment problem today with the Easy Lease. I've told you guys about this. My favorite part about D&M Leasing is that they are a company with a community conscience. They are DFW through and through. These aren't just corporate squatters blowing into town trying to take advantage of a market. No,
and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Out of the eye. Fake by May. He's going to run it to the left. He's being chased. Tries to get outside. He does! He's got the first down! Running to the far side. Outletting the chasing defender. And Drake May and the Patriots fake the handoff to Stevenson, the quarterback. The naked bootleg out to the left has a first down that should allow the Patriots to clinch it.
And they are, unfortunately, back. Patriots Radio with the call. We are back from the weekend. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt, all from home on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We see you on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and the Odyssey app. 10-7, RJ Choppy, a team that you despise and hate so much, is already back.
Already back. I mean, it took literally no time for them to get already back. They won. They had their over-the-hill moment when they took on Ryan Tannehill and the Tennessee Titans. And then the Cam Newton era and the Mac Jones. They went through 2 eras in 3 years. And now they're back. And the New England Patriots tore it down, rebuilt it, and made it back to a Super Bowl somehow. And the Cowboys are sitting here 2 generations later, still nothing. Not even a conference title game. It's depressing. It's depressing. And Bob Kraft, you know, this is Bob Kraft. It's all him. I'm putting it all on him now. It's not Bill. It's not Tom. It's Bob. You know, it's another single syllable name, short name, very nondescript. Bob. Bob is the reason. Big Bob. Bobarino.
Yeah, okay. I'll always take any endorsement of the name Bob, sure. Yeah. But no, I mean, slow down with all that credit right there. Though, look, when you have the benefit of playing in the same division as Josh Allen, you're going to be able to stack some dubs. You're going to be able to win in January. This was, it felt a year early to me, the success that they were having, but it's something where they've proven themselves to be the most, again, same sort of thing as we were talking about with Seattle. They were the most consistent, stable team in the AFC this year. So what we ended up with was the 2 teams that were the most consistent, the most stable. It's just the question was always, did New England beat anybody that was any good? We didn't know that. And
right. They still
ultimately,
and we still don't.
Ultimately they haven't. Yeah.
They went from
I haven't seen the spread. I would assume Seattle's a significant favorite in the Super Bowl.
I saw it either 3.5 or 4, depending on where you're at. But they went from 3-14 to the Super Bowl, and they went through Justin Herbert, who's soft, and then
Don't go through the whole segment yet. Don't blow up the whole segment yet.
Okay.
Well, we got a schedule, but it is a 4-point spread, and I was wondering whether it'd be a little bit higher than that. I hope they get their Ollie, cover your ears. I hope they get their ass kicked. Whoever won the NFC Championship, I want them to dominate. I want them to destroy. Please don't have New England win this thing. They don't deserve it. They haven't played well enough in the postseason. We talked about their regular season schedule, but let's talk about the actual game. 10-7, and Choppy, I do have to admit, man, I was starting to agree with you there in that second half when it was clear that everyone was just playing to punt. That's all that was. Yeah. PTP, not a primetime player, baby.
No.
That was playing to punt. And I was like, man, I'm waiting for the NFC Championship game to get here with the good weather so I can see actual ability.
Yeah, that wasn't even R2P2. That was R3P1. That's all that was. That was a crime against football, the second half of that. That was a crime against football. And,
it turned quick. The only thing Romo did get right in that game, it turned quick.
Yeah.
That was fast. I love the timeline that CBS did over the field, and then, boom, all of a sudden, we're getting white lines out there.
So, did they know it was going to be that bad? Did they have no idea? Like, did the coaches not know? Like, going into the game? What was, like, the forecast and everything, right?
I wish I would have known to bet the under with you. That's for
100%.
sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, Denver's crazy with weather anyway. But that was a crime against football. To purposely throw the ball away on third down. That was not a play designed to get yards. That was a play designed where if the defender falls down, the guy's wide open, okay, then throw it. Other than that, you are just throwing the ball out of bounds. That was awful. That was again, it's a crime against football to have that in a conference championship game.
It was bad. It was not enjoyable football to watch. I still don't know. Look, we're going to be able to compare legacies significantly between Sean Payton and Mike McCarthy as we move forward, as we found out. But that was Mike McCarthy-esque from Sean Payton there, calling Jarrett Stidham on that final drive to just chuck up two deep balls, to attempt to throw two deep balls.
What'd you want him to do? I saw that in your email.
Run the ball. Run the ball.
Did you watch the previous 18 drives?
I did, but what are you going to do? You know if you throw the ball, it's getting picked. Or you're going to get sacked. And that's exactly what happened. It was an awful call.
Try something.
Reach deep in your bag, Sean Payton, for the best running plays that you design. No, he doesn't. You know why? Because he's too distracted arguing with some intern at the Denver Collegiate or whatever to actually worry about designing plays. But if he would have designed plays like Mike Vrabel, you saw when the snow changed, when it got to be really heavy, New England could run the ball. They went out there. They finally were able to run the ball the second half, and that was a big difference.
I felt like there were enough possessions going back and forth to prove that nothing was happening with your standard, boring, generic off. Everyone's playing the punt. Everyone's trying to run. I was like, screw it. What the heck? They probably aren't expecting you to throw a deep ball or a bomb. They did it twice, though.
Yeah, and they did have the wind with them. In that fourth quarter, Denver had the wind at their back, so a little bit more, conducive to scoring, but still, it's brutal conditions.
I will say Tracy Wolfson was awesome with that report in the fourth quarter where she's like filming it one way and she's like, now turn around, and she's like physically showing you what the difference looks like on two sides of the field, where she had the cameraman rotate with her and she's like, this is what they're going into here. If you turn around, this is what they're going into. I thought that was actually really good from her.
Who's winning the game if we don't get the blizzard?
God.
Denver looked ready. Denver in that first half looked like they were going to win that game.
Yes, they did. But things slowed down, and it was like, would New England get going offensively? Stidham all of a sudden backtrack. You got the controversial turnover, which we'll discuss. I was just wondering if you guys were like, the weather screwed someone in particular.
Honestly, I thought either the Broncos kind of were lucky the weather came in. After the second half hit, the first half, after their TD, they went punt, turnover, fumble, punt, missed field goal. Vrabel figured out something with what to do against Stidham. So I think the weather actually kept the game a little closer. I think New England would have won by a bigger margin.
I thought that Denver's only shot was, look, Palmer came on here and told us on Friday, like, air it out. They're going to air it out. They're just going to. They're going to throw it. And early on, that's what they looked like they were going to do. They had the big shot to Mims. New England didn't look like, what was it? New England got the turnover from Stidham, but before that, they didn't have any plays in the red zone for the entire first half. That was like the first time they played it, like they called any plays inside the red zone, whereas Denver had 12 already. I think if anything, you're Denver and you're looking at that and going like, we had a game plan where we thought, all right, here's how we're going to manufacture some stuff. And then when the snow came along, it was just like, okay, this is throwback football and we're running the ball. And New England was able to run the ball and Denver couldn't.
Pepe, who are you rooting for in this one, and who do you think the blizzard helped or hurt?
No, I think they helped the Patriots. Like Bobby said, the Broncos, they were alive in that first half. Their one big mistake was, I think, going for it on that 4th and 1. They could have gone up 10-0. They didn't do that, and so they gave Drake May, the ball back, and he was able to go down and score. But, I was rooting for the Broncos. I was done with the Patriots. They turned this thing way too quick. They were able to break it all down, build it back up, break it down again. It seemed like then still make it back to the Super Bowl. It's frustrating to see that when I'm having to wait over 30 freaking years for the Cowboys just to make it to the conference title game. So I want the Patriots to get blown out in the NFC or in the Super Bowl, that is. But I was rooting for the Broncos, and I picked them too. I picked the Broncos. I told you guys I was like, okay, I'm going to give them a chance, and I thought they were going to pull out a close one, but they lose a close one.
May's legs, I thought, were the difference in this one. 10 for 65 on the ground and a touchdown. I think Nance had the stat. 7 rushes of his, 6 of them went for first downs. And then you had the touchdown as well. And thankfully, we got what we wanted from the fake comeback merchants throughout the year, Bobby. Chicago and Denver, you can now rest in peace. Bye-bye. See you later.
Yeah, they're done. They're over with. This is what happens. Look, you may get all the way to the Super Bowl. It's possible. You can get all the way to the Super Bowl. You can get all the way to the conference title game. You will not win the Super Bowl if you're one of these fake, always sneak out of here with a 5-point victory every week. The NFL eventually comes and gets you. And like I said, we've seen it get all the way up. Philly got up there as a fraud a couple years ago, loses to Kansas City. Last year, turnabout is fair play. Kansas City gets up there as a fraud and finally loses. So eventually it'll catch up to you. Now we've got 2 actual legitimate football teams playing.
Is Denver playing in the Super Bowl with Bo Nix?
No, Denver is not scoring a touchdown with Bo Nix because he doesn't throw that 51-yarder to Marvin Mims.
Oh, man. No, I mean, maybe the way the game was yesterday with the snow.
The running.
And in normal conditions, probably not.
Did you guys see the reaction shot after the Marvin Mims touchdown? If they're like, and Bo Nix up in the booth watching it, and him looking, there were thoughts on the internet of like, oh, that dude is high on painkillers. He is not.
Oh.
You watch him, and he just has this like slight smile. It looks like he does not know where he is.
Well, I didn't know if he was totally, truly happy, but I guess that makes more sense.
Yeah, he just broke his ankle. He probably had some Vicodin or something, just trying to, and was just not exactly sure what he was watching.
877-881-1053 for your text messages. How about 300 Tolos on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube? You guys are awesome, especially if you're staying at home and you don't have to be in the office and you're not driving around. We appreciate you turning it on and leaving it on. But all the listening audience has been waiting for one thing. He did not tweet it out. He did not post. Bobby Belt's reaction to Mike McCarthy coaching the Pittsburgh Steelers around the NFL, including Cowboys coaching notes as well. Next on The Fan.
After we get your carpet clean at Zerez, RJ Choppy Fan Special. It's the best carpet cleaner in the business. They don't use soaps. They don't use chemicals. They don't use detergents. It's their own
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. We're live on a Monday morning. We are not in studio. We are all doing the show except for Pepe from our homes. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We talked about the conference championship games in the 6 a.m. club. We'll go commercial free in the expressway at 7:20. Peyton, is Dan Brunoff running around there today? Have you seen him?
He walked in when I walked in. We got here about the same time, but he's got like 4 different coats on, and he's been in and out of studio. For a little bit I can see him, but I can't really see him now from my studio. But yeah, he's in here running around.
All right, maybe we'll have to get an update. He was right that we would be doing the show from home and maybe not even doing the show from the studios tomorrow. So Dan Brunoff holding it down on our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD. The big coaching news over the weekend, and everyone's been dying to get Bobby Belt's response to his boy, Mike McCarthy, maybe creating the greatest coaching resume in professional football. Bobby.
Congratulations, Coach.
Bobby.
So glad that you're back in the NFL. I needed a baseline for poor coaching to reference back to. Pittsburgh Peter Griffin going home, working from the bar. I can't wait to hear it. It's just like anything. I can't wait to hear him dress down more reporters for just being like, hey, was that dumb S you just did in the fourth quarter? Was that exactly the best thing to do? Well, have you won a Super Bowl? Have you done that? So I'm just thrilled that that's back in the NFL and we can talk about it. This is a great look right here, this photo. I loved this photo that the Rooneys released of McCarthy on the sideline in Pittsburgh. Just great stuff on the fan cam right now. And really, really happy for Laura Oakman specifically that she was able to get him back in the NFL again.
God.
RJ Choppy, this is truly your boy.
Yeah.
And he's taking over the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Listen, I'm happy for Big Mike. I like Mike. I think he is the most disrespected coach of our era. His
With
resume
reason.
It's what?
With reason.
I think his resume tracks with the 3 other losers that they give all these guys credit for. The Sean Paytons, the John Harbaughs, the Mike Tomlins. I think they're all the same. And what I mean by that is that none of them are Sean McVay. They're all the same. They're all good coaches, but none of them, I believe, give you a distinct advantage over the next guy. None are bad. None should go to Canton. But if one has to go to the Hall, it's probably going to be Sean Payton. Probably should be. He's the only one that has, I think, a playbook. But that playbook is Drew Brees. But I'm happy for Big Mike, man. I think he's a good, solid coach. I think it's a strange hire for Pittsburgh. I thought he would have been better in Buffalo. I thought he would have been better in Cleveland, better in Tennessee. Pittsburgh, this breaks the mold for them. It's so for Pittsburgh, it's a bit of a strange hire. But I still like Mike. I think Mike's a good coach. I think he'll do just fine. They're going to stink this year, and then maybe they'll rebound with Will Howard.
I think both can be true. It's kind of not Pittsburgh-y, but it totally is.
Yeah.
It's only not Pittsburgh-y from the age standpoint. Right. That's it. So otherwise, it feels so Pittsburgh-y because they stuck with Mike Tomlin all these years without a playoff win. They're melting down in Pittsburgh. It is nothing but Bobby Belts there in Pennsylvania, and I totally understand why. I appreciated Mike being cool with us Friday during the interviews. From that standpoint, I'm happy for him that he's getting his ultimate true dream job. I never have any personal problems with Mike McCarthy. I'm with Bobby. Well, I'm not with Bobby in terms of how terrible he was, but I don't believe that he's a great coach, and the Pittsburgh Steelers are not going to win anything big with him there. But in terms of fits, Buffalo and Cleveland and Tennessee, Pittsburgh feels absolutely right, even though they usually hire younger. But they're melting down. They're freaking out in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, look, what is the difference in McCarthy and Tomlin? I mean, like they both have basically the same exact resume, the same exact timeline of a resume. They won early, and they've done They haven't done anything. They haven't gotten back to a Super Bowl. They've barely gotten back to a conference championship game. There's a lot that is it's the greatest tweet I saw all weekend, but it's like going from Tomlin to McCarthy is like pooping your pants and changing your shirt. And that's it's like it's the same guy. They're the same. This is more of the same. And so from that standpoint, it's a bit of a head scratcher. But what knocks Bobby down? It has to. The greatest hiring entity in sports chose Mike McCarthy.
The greatest hiring entity in sports
is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Not even close.
Mike McCarthy, which is completely opposite of the way they've hired. So you can't just, they've done it a certain way, and now they're not doing it that way. So that would say that they're running counter to their genius process and hiring somebody that doesn't fit it, which means that it's a bad hire. I'll say the same thing that somebody with the Cowboys told me after Mike left here. Yeah, Mike won 12 games 3 years in a row on a team that should have won 14. That's the Cowboys, and that's the thing.
Simmer down.
No.
Just because that scout or whatever pick the players doesn't mean that, that was never a 14-win team.
Yes, it was.
Oh,
how many games did they blow during that run? During that 3 years, how many times did we say they underperformed or they didn't do something or they dropped a game in December they shouldn't have
dropped? All these teams underperform from time to time.
No, they don't. Denver, who just fired their effing coach, Chop, went 17-1 in December the last 4 years. They don't all drop games in December and January. Josh Allen loses every January for a reason. But no, a constant underperformance in the biggest games, that's Mike. That is Mike McCarthy's legacy. One title with Aaron Rodgers in a vulnerable NFC.
I don't know what he did to you. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he did to you.
He coached this team to underperforming.
Nobody is
That's
that
what he
offended
did.
by a coach. Nobody is that offended by a coach.
I was offended by that coach by day one because he's awful. He is one of the least, he is hitching a ride to everybody else's success and then from the massage table asking for his name to be thrown on the project. Screw that.
Yeah.
These are Steeler fans reacting in Pittsburgh.
This is such an unserious franchise. Art Rooney II is running this team into the ground, man. Mike McCarthy is basically white Mike Tomlin. I mean, that's what he is. It's a low ceiling. It's a high floor. It's 8 to 10 wins. You're never going to win a Super Bowl with Mike McCarthy. He's going to be 63 in a few months. This guy's old as shit. Give me Kurt Signetti if we're going that route. This is crazy, man. For that brief 10-day period of time, I'm like, yes. It's a new day for Pittsburgh Steelers fans. Tomlin is gone. They're going to try something new, bring in a young coach, young offensive coach preferably, and they go back to what is just safe. And that's the problem with Art Rooney II. He just wants what's safe. He refuses to take a risk, take chances, and try and push this franchise ahead. And instead, they continue to recycle these old bums, and it's going to be the same shit, man. I hope I'm wrong. I hope all Steelers fans, because this is not being well received. I hope we're all wrong, but I don't think we will be.
They're particularly angry that they did not wait for the Rams candidates, that they did not have the in-person interviews with the passing game coordinator, Scheelhaus
and Shula.
Scheelhaus and Chris Shula, who, Choppy, it sounded like your Pittsburgh guy was on this last week, that they really wanted Shula. They probably weren't going to wait, so they got Mike.
Yeah, he was saying that, Shula, they're fine with Mike. Mike is okay. Mike's the safe hire. The guy said it right there. It's a high floor, low ceiling hire, right? That's what it is. They would have preferred to go, according to him, with Chris Shula, which tracks with more of the Pittsburgh Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, Mike Tomlin, younger guy. That's the route they would have taken. The whole Shula thing, it's an unknown, right? We have no idea, and that's what Pittsburgh has always done.
I'm thrilled that Mike is going to be put out to pasture with Aaron Rodgers at the same time and Darius Slay and the rest of that old-ass underperforming roster.
Well, is it going to be Aaron Rodgers? Adam Schefter tweets, Steelers did not hire McCarthy to lure back Rodgers, but it is not expected to hurt their chances as the future Hall of Famer decides whether or not he wants to play next season. Hopefully, Mike. Well, I think I found Mike's selling job the way he got the Cowboy job, I think I found it for Pittsburgh, which we'll get into a little bit later on. But I was reading through what he told the Steelers, and I think I detected the possible fib. Let's talk about other coaching moves here on Sean and RJ, and line ours up against these other ones. The Giants are hiring not Zach Orr, they're hiring former Titans defensive coordinator Darnold Wilson as their new DC, and the Packers are going to get Jonathan Gannon, who also interviewed here. Bobby, tell us about Darnold Wilson, and what do you think of the move?
No, Darnold Wilson's not a bad coach. He was one that I thought could have been potentially on the interview slate for the Cowboys, because I think it was when Shoddy was with the Rams, he was there for 3 years. Darnold Wilson was, but he was somebody who was thought of as a decent coach in Tennessee. So I don't think that that's a bad hire. That's somebody who was kind of an up and coming guy when he got to Tennessee. But the Gannon hire in Green Bay is really interesting because you can stack that up directly across from Shoddy's hire here with Christian Parker in terms of just we look at, okay, Mike is going to Green Bay and Kenny Clark's going to Dallas, and you can kind of measure the trade for a little bit, and then Diggs goes to Green Bay. So we've got all these measuring sticks that they've had with Green Bay over the last several years, and this will be a good one to be able to just see how does Jonathan Gannon handle that Green Bay defense, how does he handle Micah Parsons relative to what Christian Parker does here in Dallas. And I think it'll be a good opportunity for us to legitimately just look at, did he make the right hire, Brian Schottenheimer with Christian Parker, and have a direct measurement against a team that's supposed to be competing at the same level as you within the conference.
It's funny because, you see these franchises hiring position coaches from bad teams. You mentioned the Wilson one coming from the Titans. The Lions took the Petzing from the Cardinals. The Packers take Gannon from the Cardinals were terrible. And they got two of their coaches hired to primetime positions with, teams that have Super Bowl aspirations. And I think some fans are like, why would we do that? It sounds like a head-scratching hire. But Gannon could be great. I can't imagine he's great off of that, some of those clips with the lightning, the fireworks.
I thought that didn't matter. I thought the way that somebody's personality was, that doesn't matter, and that interviews are silly because if you interview somebody based off of how compelling or dynamic they are, that's a stupid way to hire people.
I wouldn't even interview them. I wouldn't even interview people. I would just look at their resume and say, all right, you got the job. So that's how I would do it. I'm just saying, I can't imagine you're motivating somebody by asking if they took the bus to work.
Mike McDaniel pulled out of his scheduled meeting in Florida with the Bills, according to Diana Rossini, and the two sides never met. So he remains in contention for the Raiders head coaching job, but if he takes an OC position, still expected to be with the Chargers. You know who the Bills did interview? Phillip Rivers. That story came out at the end of Phillip Rivers' run. Why would McDaniel cancel the Buffalo interview? And are people running away from Josh Allen and this Bills job? No way, right?
Yeah, sure they are. In 7 overtime games in his career, he scored 3 points. I'd run.
Or are they running away from what they saw from Terry Pagula?
I'm just
but did they see what Terry Pagula and Brandon Beane did? And it's like people running away from the Trent Baalke stuff. That they're like, I'm not working with Brandon Beane after that.
That might be it. Man. That was bad. That made them look completely just a train wreck.
Meanwhile, with the Cowboys, Aaron Whitecotton drawing interest from the Titans for their DC job. The Cowboys are interviewing Marcus Dixon, who has been with Minnesota. Bobby, what else is going on there in Frisco?
Yeah, Marcus Dixon, a former Cowboy, by the way. He was here as an undrafted free agent years back from, I think he went to Hampton. Shout out Zuriel Smith as well. I think this was something that there was a potential that this was going to happen because Aaron Whitecotton had been getting interviewed for the Titans DC job with Robert Saleh. But I think, again, speaking to the idea of coaches making their own hires and coaches being able to pick their own things, Everybody so far has been proven wrong that was chirping about, oh, this is going to be Jerry taking over the hire, and oh, there's all these puppet hires. If Christian Parker walks in here at 34 years old and without much of a coaching tree and basically is making the call on, hey, that defensive line coach that y'all like, that doesn't fit what I want to do, I'm going to go find somebody else, I think that speaks to the power that they're giving to everybody to embrace picking their own staffs and be able to do what they want. So Christian Parker being able to interview Marcus Dixon, a guy who was a well-thought-of coach when he was in Denver. They shared time in Denver together. I would expect that if Christian Parker is going to be fully picking his own staff here, you're going to see people that he worked with in Denver. I would not be surprised to see a couple different names like, Ole Adams, who's been at Indiana this year. Marcus Dixon, who we just talked about, a couple other names I'm trying to recall that could be in that mix, but a lot of calls, I would guess, to the Fangio system and just finding guys that have worked with Fangio or Fangio-adjacent coaches and the assistants that are under them.
Did Sean Payton screw up the AFC Championship game by not taking the points, and is New England on the luckiest run ever on the way to their Super Bowl? That's next here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan, commercial free with the Expressway, with all of your Dalaska snowstorm stories coming up. But let me go ahead and get you set up with Wild Fork Foods, wildforkfoods.com.
favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Drake points with his right hand to set the protections, takes the snap. He stands in, quarterback draw, across the 5, across the goal line right. Touchdown, Patriots!
I tell you, that's the way you have it. That guy right there, Drake May. They ran it against Buffalo. I recognize the formation. He got him in man. They split. He reads man, and the tide has turned. Patriots are back in this thing.
Radio Row's going to be miserable. It's already going to suck because we're sitting there, at 3 in the morning. But then I got to look at Scott Zolak walking with his sunglasses in the pitch black dark.
Patriots are back in this thing.
At 98.5 The Sports Hub in Boston with the Patriots representing the AFC yet again. Patriots Radio with the call as New England survives the blizzard 10-7 over the Denver Broncos. What, Bobby?
Have y'all ever noticed that Scott Zolak looks like a Pixar villain, though? Like, very much so. Like, the cut of his jawline.
Square head, yeah.
Generally, the way he looks like somebody who they present as a good guy at the beginning of the Pixar film, but by the end of it, you're like, oh, my gosh, he's not good. He's the bad guy.
Yeah. And Sam Darnold's a Lego character.
Yeah.
Don't they say you're like, do they call you Gru, Choppy?
My ex-wife calls me Gru in her group chat with her friends.
That's a good one. You do have the head and the build for it.
Well, the reason it started because I have a hoodie that's got a built-in gator to it, and it's the black and gray stripe that Gru wears as a scarf, and that's where it really started from.
And
you said you were a scarf guy yesterday, so
yeah,
this does fit. You are Gru.
Hey, let's talk about the controversy. Not the controversy, the indecision with Sean Payton and not taking a 10-0 lead. This is kind of one of the biggest talking points of this game. As we're commercial free in the Expressway, glad you're with us to start off your Monday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. The Broncos are up 7-0 after the Cortland Sutton touchdown. And then there's a chance to go up 10-0. Denver stopped 4th and 1. You got a chip shot field goal. Sean Payton decides to go for it, and it does not work out. So 10-0 early on before the snow versus trying to make it 14-zip. Choppy, where do you stand?
Well, I think the first thing I got to ask is, what did they know it was going to get that bad weather-wise? Or did that kind of come out of nowhere? Because if they knew or it came out of nowhere, I think that would change, your decision making on like, hey, this is going to get gale force winds, snow. That does change things on the surface.
Well, let's stop right there. We previewed this game throughout the week. Now we're not looking at the weather forecast as much as we would if the game was in the Metroplex. Obviously, you have a dome anyway.
Yeah.
But I didn't hear a blizzard. And in this broadcast, I would have thought Nance and Romo, Romo could see everything. He forecasts everything. Right. So wouldn't he have told us that a blizzard or terrible weather was coming in the second half? So I'm going to use that to guess that it kind of came by surprise or there was no preview to it.
Yeah, so, on the surface, I didn't have an issue at all with going for it from the standpoint of, when you've got a backup quarterback, I think the common thought is just take the points. But the other side is like, how often are you going to get down inside the red zone? And how many times can you expect to get down inside the red zone with a backup quarterback? When you're that close, go for it. And then Vrabel did exactly the same thing late third quarter. Largely the game basically in their favor. And, he thought the same. Peyton, if Peyton scores that touchdown, if Denver gets that touchdown or gets the first down and then scores, it's 14-zip. That game is over in the second quarter. It's over. So from that standpoint, I love the aggressiveness. You can't play for 3 when you're inside the 20. I'd risk going for 3, even that means you get 0. I would have done a push though.
Yeah, that's the problem. The problem's not going for it on 4th and 1. The problem is going for it and then trying to do like bootleg action or whatever. After 2 plays in a row, New England had generated pressure on you and covered things up, and you went, all right, you know what? Let's try and just basically do a play action look, roll it out, something that's going to take a long enough time to develop that the Patriots can generate some pressure. That's what I had the issue with was calling the pass play. I would have just run it. It was 2 plays. You got down to 4th and 1 because Stidham had to like break the pocket on 2 straight plays. I wouldn't have thrown the ball there is the thing.
Bobby, did you move to a closet?
I've been in a closet the whole time. I stood up.
Oh.
Yeah, I was sitting, and now we're going to be in 40 minutes, and my back just can't handle sitting flat like that for 40 straight minutes. So,
yeah, I always react to these calls like in the moment. I was not screaming, kick it there. Denver had the early momentum in this game. Stidham starts 0 for 3, but then has the big 52-yarder to Mims. And are you trying to cool yourself off?
It's so hot, dude. Hold on.
Take off your sweatshirt, idiot. There you go. Uh-oh, there you
baby.
go. Oh, he went no shirt 7.
God,
Bobby
it's so hot in here.
Bobby
Kristen
Spikes.
has the heat up to like 80. It's so hot.
Ew.
She's asleep, and there's nothing I can do about it. But I'm in this tight, confined space. I'm sweating like a hooker in church. It's just aggressive over here.
Is the thermostat in her room?
No, it's in the hallway.
So be a man.
She's sleeping up front. She is by the. I will go up front and I'll wake her up.
Okay, well, don't set it on. It's on 80?
Okay, it's not literally on 80, but it may be on like 74, but it's hot.
Okay.
That's still high. That's high.
There it is, y'all. Fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby always, when we're doing this, he always spikes the fan cam numbers with something, with his body, really. And Bobby is shirtless right now on the camera. Oh, he's rubbing it.
There we go.
I got to see the numbers right now. I got to take a second to go ahead.
Hey, what does a perverted frog say? Rub it.
Oh, God.
I'll take a little sip.
All right, we got it up to 445 on the YouTube. That's not bad.
All right.
No, those are pretty good numbers on a nice day.
498 now. Sorry, it just jumped. Bobby's nipple just made it jump to 500 Tolos.
Sex sells, gentlemen.
That is fantastic. I did not have a problem with them going for it in that moment. Early speculation of, a blizzard comes, and 10-0. We should play for this. Now, Denver did not score for the final 10 drives of offensive football for them. The final 10 drives, they did not score. I did not have a huge problem with it. Here's Sean Payton expressing regret after.
Well, we ended up in a 6-1 front. They ended up playing in a heavy 6-1. There was a clock stoppage, so we had a nickel run called, and then I don't know if there was a timeout or they called one, but it's a slipper naked that we've run pretty well. They played a 6-1 front with a kind of a 2-deep shell, so the run look was going to be, hindsight, the initial sub-run thought was a better decision.
Okay, I didn't understand anything until the end when he did say the sub-run, which I'm taking as a run, would have been the better decision and call.
99 net yards, by the way, for them the rest of the game. From that point on, 99 net yards.
And look, I agree with RJ's comment last week that maybe this Denver defense was not as totally shut down as the Texans or the reputation. So I would have thought that the New England still has the top 2. I mean, that's what I've been told. I'm the only one that's been saying Drake May sucked in this postseason, which he has. Now, look, I'm being sarcastic. He did have an MVP-type regular season, so maybe you're thinking of your Denver, hey, maybe they get going. We're going to have some points in this game. A reminder, Josh Allen, who's better than Drake May, Bob, scored 30. So the Denver defense did give up 30 last week, so maybe Sean Payton's thinking, look, 10 points, 10-0. We are eventually going to need more, so I'm not going to kill him for that.
How many Super Bowls has Drake May been to, by the way, compared to Josh Allen, just on that front? Well, just curious.
And I'd have to go back and look in terms of the other conference championship games that Sean's been in.
Bobby, it looks like you played in Denver with as white as your ass is. Shut up.
Hey, no, I'm trying to intimidate like the Tennessee Volunteers last year, going out there shirtless and below freezing
Here we go,
temperatures.
baby. 42-17 wasn't that close. Wasn't that? Yeah, but I wonder, did Sean Payton in those previous conference title game losses, did he settle for 3? It bit him, and now he's like, okay, I'm not going to make that same mistake. We've seen coaches do that. Go back.
It's today's NFL, too. No one kicks there.
Nobody kicks. Sean McVay didn't do the same thing. Vrabel in the same position didn't do that, right? He wound up going for it, too. So they're all doing this. This is not something that the take the points is not a thing anymore.
Except you're in Dallas.
Yeah, except here.
That's right. So the freaking Patriots are back there again. Mike Vrabel with the post-game speech. This is Milton Williams on the message Mike gave them after.
Just enjoy coaching us. He's proud of us. Said no curfew tonight, but the bus leaving at 8 in the morning. So if you ain't on it, you ain't playing in the bowl. So I'm pretty sure everybody gonna be on that bus.
Did he say that?
Oh yeah, I ain't playing. He said that.
Okay, Mike, I ain't playing. You're not there. I'm not giving you a curfew. You're not on the 8 a.m. bus. You're not playing in the Super Bowl. Shut up.
He's very serious about curfews ever since his issues with drunk driving and things like that. So Mike Vrabel is very serious about cracking down on that.
Look at Roberto bringing it strong. Just like Bobby on Twitter yesterday had other media members screenshotting his tweets and sending it to me, and they were blown away.
I was going to say, if you were saying I was taking shots at other media members, I was going to say, that is not Marcus Mosher and David Howman. Those are not media members, so that's generous.
God.
I love it. We're ruthless. We ain't scared. We ain't scared here on this program. So there it is. Sean Payton and the controversy with Bo Nix sitting upstairs, and the New England Patriots, the massholes, are back. It's Bobby's.
I'm going to fully disrobe here in a sec. This is so damn hot in here.
There's no excuse for this happening in your own house.
I would go turn down the heater. I'm stuck here now because we're in the middle of the expressway. I would have gone turn down the heater had I realized it was this hot, and now I'm kind of stuck is what it is.
Go turn it down.
Rises, and now I'm standing up. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back.
Go turn it down. We'll do best and worst. Look at
here. I'll walk with you guys. You guys can walk with me. Hold on. I won't have my headset, but hold on.
Hey, give us a tour of the new place.
Yeah, I want to see
We're
it.
at the old place right now. We didn't go to the new place. We stayed here because the power stayed on back 5 years ago here.
Do you have furniture?
Yeah, there's still a couple, because we're getting rid of stuff that we're not taking to the next place, so that's still here.
All right, Choppy, while he's walking with the computer, you give us a tour since you are Mr. HGTV.
Okay, so Bobby is walking through. He's leaving the closet. It's a door entry closet, not a sliding door, kind of like that one. There's a ceiling fan with a light on, and he's going to another room. Now, that ceiling fan does not have a long arm to it. It's very much flush to the ceiling. So somebody put that in. That's a very, very basic thermostat. Certainly not something that would be in the Sharif household. I don't even think you can adjust that via your phone. And that is currently is it now down to 70 degrees.
Hey, that said 70. He said it was 74, 75.
That's not that hot. 70's warm. That's not that hot. It's not disrobing hot.
Why are you wearing a sweatshirt? I'm the only one in a t-shirt. There, he just closed the vent.
Well, this office gets a little chilly.
You're upstairs that you don't use.
No, I'm downstairs. Okay. So the office gets a little chilly. We have the house at 66 right now, I think.
With the heat?
Yeah, the heat's at 66. But it gets really warm in the bedroom. So it really is like 68 in the bedroom.
Yeah, it does.
We always keep it a little bit colder.
Okay, I'm back.
You good?
Yeah, it was not up to 74. It's only up to 70, but for some reason that feels really hot right now.
Pei, what did you have the thermostat set at? And how many people tried to community share where they're like, don't stress the grid. I got the emails that your heat, when you're not using it, should be on 68. I actually try to be a community person with it because I don't want it to blow. I don't want it to go out. Pei, what did you keep yours at?
68 all weekend. 68. I thought about turning it down because I got my gas bill last week, and I was like, man, I might need to go down to 65, 64 with how high these gas prices are. Wow. I think I had one frozen pipe for a little bit, though. It was my sink in my bathroom. I turned on the faucet, nothing was going, and then like an hour later, there was water coming out of it. So maybe it somehow defrosted. I don't know how that all worked, but I think I had one because I was dripping all the faucets there, showers, baths, everything. So I think we're good to go. But yeah, I had one frozen pipe, I think.
Wow. Yeah, I'm like, is that telling of a crack that's coming? Did a crack already happen? Or, I mean, Choppy, you dealt with the crack pipes last time.
Yeah, it was that was my mom's house, but that was after they had lost power. You know, once you lose power, it's like, you know, there's nothing really to heat obviously there's nothing to heat the inside of your home. You're at the mercy. If you have heat and your power's on, as long as you keep I keep the cabinets underneath open. Keep the cabinet doors open.
So, Peyton, you did not get cold, not even hitting 70 on your thermostat?
No, I mean, because with the heat blowing the way the vents are, and like depending on where you are, Mackenzie gets cold at, if it's 75 in the house. So, I mean, but I was fine. I was walking around. I mean, I had sweatpants on all weekend long, but I mean, I had a t-shirt. I wasn't wearing a jacket at all or a sweatshirt unless I was going outside, but I don't get really cold.
Bobby went and got deodorant right now.
Good. Yeah. He probably's got that onion smell.
It's hot. I'm starting to smell myself. It's disgusting. So I got a new thing. I know, because it's so damn hot in here. I'm sweating like crazy, and it's disgusting.
Man, look at those pits.
Y'all got to get this other thing. Hey, look Bobby.
At that. Oh, God.
Oh, man, I closed my eyes. I missed it.
Oh, it looked like your beard, basically.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad.
No.
Bobby is giving the people what they came for in the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Emphasis on came.
What?
Nothing.
All right, let's get to best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
877-881-1053. I want to know everything. We want to know everything you got into. Of the shutdowns, power out, generators, what'd you eat, what'd you drink, what'd you watch, where did you try to go, where did you get stuck, everything right now on the Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 with best and worst of the weekend. I'll go with my best, and that is the generator getting set up. I had Tolo Eddie, best mover in the Metroplex, reach out to me, along with many other Tolos. Thank you all for that. Bobby gave me some phone numbers and names and DMs and all that. And he said, I have a guy who can install your generator, and he'll do it with a fair price. Because I had this big box advertising company, and I'm going to confirm whether they advertise on the station or not, because I'm dying to say their name. I'm dying. But I'm probably already in enough trouble these days. I'm not going to put them on blast yet. And they charged me $6,300 to come hook up my $800 generator. And this gentleman, and I put his info out there. He's old school, baby. He ain't on social media. He's old school. Wow. He came and hooked this up for like $800, and I threw him like $300 extra because he went to the store, got an extension cord that didn't come in the box, parts, short notice, coming out there. He arrived early to my house Friday before I got home, so he sat there for an extra hour and a half. I was like, let me throw $300 your way, and if you know me, you're going to be on standby because I'm going to harass you for a light bulb going out because I'm so ignorant to that stuff. So my best is the generator is there if I need it, but fortunately, I have not so far, knock on wood.
That's good. Yeah, you never want it's one of those things you never actually want to have to use.
Right. But now,
this will keep
Bobby
the heater
went with
on?
the light. Did you turn on the light?
I sat back down and then I turned on the light because when I was standing up and I turned on the light, it was just glowing. Yeah. But as you can see, my pasty skin blends into the background, so it just looked like a floating head.
Tell.
So, Chop, I was able to turn on all the heat, and I was just going to I was going to play with this until it tripped the breaker. I wanted a 50-watt generator. I only ended up with 30. They were flying off the shelves. I wanted a 13,000, I should say amp. I wanted a 13,000. We're talking man. I feel like I can talk like a man now.
Yeah.
You know, I'm on a 13,000 watt generator. I ended up with like 8,500, and I was supposed to get a 50 amp because the more amps, the more things I can turn on in the house. I only ended up with about a 30. So I was able to turn on the heat. I was able to turn on our bedroom, our bathroom, and I could have on like the kitchen and the living room, as well as like some lights and some outlets. So I felt like it was more than enough. Basically, I spent $2,000. I could have gotten the big dog one where I don't have to mess with it. I don't have to go outside. That would have cost 10 to 15K. And 10 to 15K, I'm talking about like the whole Generac system, you know. But this is going to be a pain in the butt if and when I have to use it, especially overnight. I got to manually open the garage. I got to wheel this thing outside. I got to let it warm up. I got to freeze. I got to have light to do it. Now, again, this is if it's happening at night, but I'm a savings whore. And I just looked at 2 versus 7 that the big box company would have charged me versus 12 to 15. And I'm feeling happy, especially not having to use it so far. Yeah.
That's it. That's the key, man. As long as you don't use it, it's great. It's one of those things you never want to use, ever. And if that's the case, then you're doing well.
That's my best. My worst is my boy, Ollie. He just wanted a snowball. He wanted a snowball fight. Yeah. That's all he wanted. And I sent you guys the picture. You guys got much more than I did on Friday, being in Louisville and
Roanoke.
Me and Pepe on the east side, we did not get basically anything on Friday. And then Saturday, I'll show you here on the ground. That's what we're dealing with right here in East House. Can you see it or no?
I see the house that looks like it's a half mile away, and that's your neighbor, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a big front yard.
Next door neighbor.
Yeah, we're not close. We don't have a great relationship. We don't have a tight relationship. But I finally saw snow on the ground. I said, "All right, I'm getting suited up. I'm going outside. We're gonna have your snowball fight." Well, as Peyton previewed in his video to us, I can't get the damn snow off the ground.
No.
There's no snow to gather up.
It's an ice fight. It's an ice fight. There's no snow.
Yeah. It's an ice fight.
So say an ice fight in this day and age.
Jeez, good point. That's a great point. So I'm like, okay, I think there's some snow that has gathered on this tarp outside or like on a piece of pool furniture. There's some loose snow. So we were able to go out there. I broke it up for him, and I gave Oliver the first snowball fight that he remembers. So that was the best. He's freaking out. He's thrilled. Mom built him a fort yesterday in our bedroom, so he's happy and entertained. That's my best and worst of the weekend, Choppy.
That's cool, man. That's really, he'll never forget it. Maybe he will. I don't know.
Yeah, probably will.
He's very young.
We went snowboarding through the neighborhood, down the street. Right outside our neighborhood is a road it's Litzy Drive, and it goes way. It's Big Hill, right? Overlooks
Litzy?
Litzy. It overlooks
Litzy.
Overlooks Alliance Airport, and like it's a bit you can see for miles, right? And you could just basically sled down that. So Julian goes. We walk all the way to the top, and he snowboards down that thing. We went tubing down the hill. In the back of the neighborhood, do the football with the kids. He wanted to get out there. We're throwing the football. It's like, gloves on, trying to throw. We're all bundled up. And I told them, I said, listen, you're going to remember playing in the snow when you get older more than any other childhood memory. Any other. At least I do. My childhood memories, I think I have more playing in the snow than anything else. So I was like, got to take full advantage of this. The worst, other than Luca being sick, Man, Julian Haagen-Dazs that snowboard. I couldn't get on it. Sarah couldn't get on it. We were trying to sled down it. He let us each go down it like one time. I was like, oh boy, 3 hours here. Thanks, man. And have you ever tried grilling steaks in thunder sleet? The grill does not get hot enough. It just doesn't get hot enough. On the plus side, I've never been able to put the cover on as fast, right? But after cooking, but it was... the steaks came out fine, but like when you put it on, there's hardly any sizzle because the sleet cools off the grill too much. Kind of sucked from that standpoint.
So Blackstone or like grill you tried to turn
Blackstone.
on?
Yeah, the Blackstone.
Look at you. What a man. What a man that was right there. Bobby?
It was not the worst thing. I don't mind these sort of trapped inside weekends. Like, they're nice for me. We don't have any, like, errands we have to run. There are no expectations of being available for anything. It's just like you get to chill out and hang out. The one thing that we had to, so first off, this was a bad weekend because I discovered, and you're not going to be able to see it on the fan cam. Oh, you are a little bit there. I have found like 5 or 6 gray hairs in my chin that were not there a week ago, like a week or two ago. This is aggressively, but this is rapidly happening now. Like, this isn't just like, I thought it'd be like, oh, here's one day. This was 6 that I noticed one day. And it's like, okay, I guess I'm rapidly aging. There's a big problem here. But that was definitely the worst of the weekend. The best was being able to just chill out, hang out at home.
Why do you think you're getting gray hairs?
Because we've had to move and the stress of all that, and I don't know, I'm out of contract, and there's just a lot going on, guys. So because of that, I'm aging rapidly, I guess. I've started finding it in my chest. It's in my chest. My chest is looking like Corey Major's sideburns. It's happening really, really fast, and I'm not loving it. But the best being able to sit indoors.
You think you could take this to Kristen and say, See what you've done to me? Because yesterday
I did try with her. I was testing her a little bit, and I said, you know what? I'm going to adjust for men into the beard. Ooh. Like I said that, and I was waiting for no, don't do that. And she went,
yeah.
And she nodded, and then she went back to what she was doing. I was like, oh, she does not like the gray. She wants this covered up because she did not dispute it.
Amanda snapped at me because she was showing me. She goes, look, I have like three strands of gray coming in, and I was like, well, eventually you'll have to dye it. And she's like, what do you mean? I was like, my cousin, like, it's part of her style though, but my cousin like has gone like totally gray, and I was like, I think it looks awful. And she goes, do I tell you have to dye your beard? Do I tell? And I said, whoa, where's that? She's like, you're telling me I'm not going to be attracted with gray hair. And I stepped in it. it, and I was like, I'll dye it if you want, like, but you still have to dye it.
Now, see, this is where you got to, like, have you ever heard a woman called a silver fox? No.
Right.
I don't think a little bit of gray is bad. If it goes all gray when they're too young, that'll look a little odd. But I don't think like some gray like as like highlights almost. I don't think that always looks bad. But I offered to color it in, and she just nodded. So I was like, okay, I guess the expectation is I'm to color it in then. But getting to hang around the house, that was good. Now, Kristen is wanting Addison to start watching the Lord of the Rings movies because she loved them, and it's like the 25-year anniversary of the first one, and it was out in theaters.
25 years!
I know, 25 years since the first one, and I ended up watching this weekend. The special effects were awful. I forgot, like, I thought, I know we say this a lot, like, oh, it looked so nice back then, but watching it back, it was bad.
Hey, let's put this on pause for a second because we have the great Dan Brunoff, who is right about today in studio, News Radio 1080 KRLD. Good morning, Dan. Thank you so much. Well done with the prediction.
Thanks.
What are we looking at? What are we looking at today and the rest of the week?
Well, I just saw one of the prettiest sunrises I've seen at this elevation because we're on the 16th floor, right? Well, my gosh, it was just beautiful. And then you have all the snow on all the rooftops. It's a weather geek out, so I had to throw that in there real quick. Yeah, it's cold, but these clouds came in a little earlier than I thought, so we didn't get into the single digits. That's good, but we're still in the low to mid-teens this morning. The roads, I only had to go like a 0.4 of a mile to work because they put me up right up the road. So I did drive around yesterday. About noon to 2 o'clock, and went on Central Expressway and went on some of the feeder roads and interior roads, and they're a mess, and it's even worse right now because it's so cold.
So this is as bad as people were thinking, and how long is this ice going to stick around there? Is the snow done, and we just need it to get warm enough to melt the ice away?
Yeah, exactly. So it's about what I thought it would be, and we're in North Texas, man. We get a 1/32 of an inch of ice, and the whole town shuts down. So the sleet, so it's easier to drive on. So the sun will come out here after the noon hour, and we'll get up to only 20 28. That's still below freezing, but that sun will do a number on the main roads, and that'll slush things up and allow TxDOT to get their crews out with their little skids they put on the front of their bumpers and try to push all this stuff off to the side. Especially, they'll do the interstates first, and then they'll do the main roads inside all the highways like Preston Road, Hillcrest, those things. Same thing in Tarrant County. And then they will throw down some salt usually to try to get some of that black ice from not reforming. So that's what you have to watch out for tomorrow morning. But your neighborhood roads are going to stay icy a lot longer because they won't be treated. Same thing for parking lots unless the landlord decides to push everything to one corner. So we go down to 15 tomorrow morning, but then we get up to 38 tomorrow, and that's when things really start to get better.
So, Dan, you told us that you were going to be able to give us a weatherman's note, and you said you're not going to be there on Monday. You were correct in that call. Do you believe we will be in to the studio at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, or will those roads be too icy again tonight?
I think you'll be able to come on in here, man. It's dark.
Yeah, you don't know what it's like out in Roanoke.
Yeah, you can just take it easy. I mean, I don't want to, I'm not your boss, but just be careful. Try to stay on the highways instead of the back roads if you're coming into work, because those get treated first. And just have some supplies in there. Make sure you got an extra jacket or something happens. But
supplies.
Yeah, some supplies, just in case, But the worst case scenario, man, is you would have to stay at home, but I don't think you will. Schools are going to be closing in tomorrow for most areas, it looks like, too.
Dan, you are the man. Thank you so much for the time. We know you're slammed. Keep crushing it. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Dan Brunoff, News Radio 1080 KRLD. Way to go, Bobby.
Yeah.
You let him put it out there.
What? It was good. It kept us home today. I thought he was gonna. I threw him the LeBron alley oop, and he didn't want to give it to us. He Ben wrong. Simmons. He passed it up.
Yeah. They're wrong half the time anyway. He got the snow right, so this is wrong.
What would he be wrong about? He said it's going to stay freezing today. He still has us going in tomorrow.
I know. Only weathermen could say, "Oh, you know what? Under 32, but the sun's out. It's going to melt."
And it's easy for him to say, being apparently put up at a hotel for a quarter mile away. If we were put up there, we could just drive right in.
Yeah, interesting, Peyton, who gets the hotel treatment, isn't it?
I know, right? Jeez, I guess I'm at the bottom of the food chain now.
Yeah, well, you didn't have to guess. Yeah. Are the Patriots the luckiest team of all time, and are we all happy for DeMarcus Tank Lawrence? Next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and give you the schedule for Hurtado Barbecue in case you do need to get out and about and you're just craving some Q and you need to stop on by and get some food. 8 o'clock.
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shotgun snap to Stafford. 9 seconds left. Stafford looks, fires. Ball is caught. Puka Nacua slides out of bounds. No! Clock keeps moving. Nacua on. We are going to the Super Bowl. Take your helmets off, players. They're breaking the glass next door. Seahawks win, and the Seahawks are going back to the Super Bowl. Can you believe it?
Breaking the glass next door. Is that what he said?
Is that like a saying in Seattle?
I think the suites are next door to them in the radio booth there. So I'm sure it's the fans banging on the glass.
That's a lot of money in your city when your go-to call. Brad Shamus walked the dog, and this is tap the glass on the suite.
Yes.
fillet the salmon.
That just sounds like the breaking the glass. That just sounds like Seattle protest energy too. Like it'd be somehow tied to that.
I thought we were going to have another controversy over Puka being out of bounds or not, but the officials got it right. He was down. Ball game. The Seattle Seahawks are going to meet the Patriots.
Man, I'll tell you, my initial thought was like, how do you make that call to keep the clock winding? Like how do you that's a ballsy call to make. But credit to the refs, they looked at it. They got somebody in New York told them he was in bounds, right? Which they should have done more of that with the Brandon Cooks catch. No catch, the interception the week before. But, they got it right. He was down in bounds, clock rolls.
My thing was, it's either they're winding the clock or it's incomplete. Because, he was so blanketed that when he was down, he would have either been out of bounds or, he's being touched down inbounds because he was, I don't know who it was, if it was Witherspoon or whoever was draped on him to where when they caught the ball, they were on his back.
Kenneth Walker was big in this game. He was a monster. Of course, they don't have Charbonnet as the other back. It felt like Kenneth Walker did better than 19 for 62 on the ground. 3.3 a carry, that's it? And then 4 for 49. It felt like a Javonte Williams. Well, I won't say that. Javonte is more physical and less flashy. Kenneth Walker was making people miss. He was elusive. He was showing the quick twitch. So I'm surprised that the rushing numbers were as low. But I thought he was not as good as JSN and Darnold, but Walker gave him that presence in the backfield.
Yep. Look at that screen pass catch that he got to get the first down. That was huge anyway, right? You're killing off, 2 minutes there with that first down to make a couple of guys miss. That was good. That was impressive.
Yeah, I think that this is just that's the impact that, as much as people hate it, that is the impact of just a strong, consistent running game. Where the longest run he had in the first half, I think it was 8 yards. The longest run he had in the second half was 11 yards. So, that 3.5 per carries, again, he's just pretty consistently getting 4 yards, 3 yards, 5 yards, just whatever they need and grinding it out. There's not a whole lot of negative plays in there, but he, that's the sort of tone that it can set and the sort of difference that it can make of just wearing a team down. I think that's where he was really big.
We all happy for Tank Lawrence? I'm guessing I am. Tank with a sack, should have been a face mask. That eventually makes the score 10-6 in this game. But this is old DeMarcus Lawrence getting up out of here and going to the show in San Francisco, where recently at a Super Bowl, we were making fun of Tank Lawrence and talking about how bad it was that he said that he and the Dallas Cowboys get tired, Choppy. Are you happy for DeMarcus?
Who's burned out, man?
No, I'm not. Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't get any joy out of players not making it with my team and then making it with somebody else's team.
You're happy with McCarthy. You're going to be happy for Mike if he makes it.
Different, not a player. It's different. It's a coach, and still, I wouldn't be even happy for him. I'd be happy because it would kill Bobby. But it has nothing to do with Mike. It just. Look, I'm glad that Tank found a place to go to. it's not gonna. I'm not gonna sit there and fist pump if he wins the Super Bowl, right? I'm not gonna get any joy out of it. I guess I'll be happy for him that he won.
Yeah.
But it won't really do anything for me.
Yeah, I'm not going to be joyful about it, but I'm not bitter or ticked off. And Bobby, I know you're not either, because you thought that the fatigue comment was overblown to begin with. And for those saying, oh, he doesn't get to the pass rusher enough, you thought that, he received too much hate.
Yeah, look, I mean, D-Law, could his sack numbers have been higher? Yeah. Could he have been more consistent taking the quarterback down? Yes. And he dealt with injury issues that made it hard to keep him on the field consistently. But I thought overall that when he was here, he was a good player for you, a really good defensive end. And I'm happy for him. The whole thing about we were burned out, that whole thing, we've explained it a couple times before, but I guess it's worth a reset here. He and Micah Parsons didn't get along, and he thought Micah Parsons and some of the things that were going on within the organization that year were pretty toxic and needed correcting, but he didn't view it as beneficial to just air their dirty laundry out. And I think when he's sitting up there, he knows the answer, which is we had an awful culture. We had an awful locker room. He doesn't want to sit up there and say that as the reason. So then he's trying to figure out an answer, and he comes up with a really bad one. And he goes, we were burned out. We were tired. And in reality, it's just because he couldn't stand up there and go, well, let me tell you, a lot of us didn't get along. Micah didn't all the time do what he was supposed to do. I was frustrated with him. We had issues with what we felt like was oversight from our coaching staff. Like, there are all these different things here that I think he felt like would explain it, that he was like, it's not productive to say right now what the reason is. And in going for it, he goes, we were burned out. And it's an awful answer. He should have given a better one. But I think he knew he was not telling a truthful answer there because he was trying to protect what their locker room was.
Well, unfortunately for Mike McDaniel's son, his dad is probably not going to be around anytime soon. This is the Seahawks' first-year head coach talking about his schedule.
I actually think I'm here less, which is, I wish some of our coaches took that as well. But, on Thursdays, I don't get to see Jack throughout the week as much. So Thursdays I try to get, which is today, I try to get home pretty quick to be with him for maybe a half hour before he goes to bed. And then I got a setup at my house where I can go, and then I work on the game plan. But it's able to spend some more time at home and be with Jack. And also it kind of lets you kind of get away from everything and kind of see things from a different perspective. And it keeps you fresh, so it's been helpful.
Man, 30 minutes. I mean, that kid is just living the dream. just living the dream, getting to see Dad 30 minutes a week. It's wild. This is the life that a lot of these coaches make for themselves. And Curt Cignetti is showing that you're doing it to yourself, because he's like, we get there at 7:30, we're gone by 5, every day. They're home a lot, I think that this is, was it Gruden that would spend 18-hour days there, bragged about it, sleeping over? I don't know, man. I'm embarrassed to admit that I see my kid 30 minutes a week. This is a wild thing to, I don't know if he's proud of it. Probably not. It is the job, but it also doesn't have to be the job. We work in such a remote society now. You could get the last film study done at home. You have to be at the office to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, the COVID era game planning clearly did not work for a lot of people. And so, I mean, you can be remote and do those sort of things. That is the thing, is that I think it is the job in a lot of ways. It's just you end up having to say, is that worth it to your family? Is everybody willing to put in that sacrifice? Because it's not just a question for you. It's not just a question of, can I handle this? It's a question of, is your family able to handle it, and are they able to, and willing to put in that sacrifice and put in that time? And so I think that's only something that they could answer individually themselves, I would guess. But yeah, it's something, that's why you hear so often coaches talk about it being either a group decision or something that killed their marriage. And something that killed, their family unit, because it does demand so much.
Curt Cignetti, he laid out his schedule that was the opposite of this.
Yeah. Yeah, he said it was we're there, and we're clockwork. We don't stay late. He doesn't punch a clock. He's like, when you're done with your work for the day, you go home. Yeah, you don't look up new tasks to do. You just go home. It's and the other side of this, and this is something obviously that is, it's going to have to be studied, but there's a generational impacted this. Like, you raise your kids the way you were raised. So if dad was always working and never home, you're going to always be working and never home, and you're going to raise kids that don't even know who you are. Like, that's, it's a generational impact that it has. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe it could be just anecdotal, but I don't know, man. This is like, it's a weird thing to bring up. I would lie about this.
It's also important to remember that, Kurt Cignetti, like, there's some weeks he's got a game plan for Alabama or other SEC schools, and so because of that, he doesn't need to spend much time on it.
Absolutely,
he just knows that
no doubt.
They're the Big Ten. You can roll the ball out there, and they'll kick their ass regardless. So,
Choppy, let's talk about this freaking unbelievably lucky run that the New England Patriots continue on.
Dude, so they went from 3-14 to the Super Bowl. They had one of the softer, easiest schedules in the National Football League this year. We've talked about that. Their schedule was a .391 winning percentage. .391. That's with the Denver game, I think. No, I'm just kidding. That was regular season. So .391 winning percentage, which was the lowest in the NFL. The next closest was Denver at .422. So a 30, a 0.30 percentage point difference in schedule strength. So an easy schedule to begin with. Then they go through soft Justin Herbert. They go through can't with a K, C.J. Stroud. And then they go through Jared Stidham, who basically hasn't thrown a pass since COVID. So the last time he threw a pass is when he had one of those Q-tips shoved up his nose to do it. I can't think of an easier route to the Super Bowl that I've ever seen.
It's a joke. I hate it. You thinking of a different one, Bobby?
No, I'm trying to think. I don't know that, like, for instance, 3 years from now, we're talking about what's an easier route to the Super Bowl. I don't know that we'll easily remember New England either. So I'm just trying to think back. Right. Like, I'm just trying to dig deep into, like, because that gets put out of my head when it's another team. How easy was their Super Bowl run? I don't necessarily remember it. But I would imagine, there's probably something that's a little similar. I also think, as gets pointed out, whenever anybody's got a really bad run of like for instance, they faced a weak schedule, you got to remember the team that's beating them, New England, is contributing to that. They're continuing to stack them losses. That's contributing to their lower winning percentage. And a lot of times, whoever these teams are playing with New England are also playing Buffalo. So it's going to be a lot of the same games other than two of them, and Buffalo's winning 12 games as well. So you've got, in some instances, a handful of games there that are going to contribute to the winning percentage. But no doubt, it was an easy run for New England throughout the year.
Here's how much of a joke the schedule is, and MVP has been decided, should already be decided. I think it's already been decided. Drake May is playing so mid, I want Matt Stafford to win it. That's what I was thinking while watching the Rams yesterday, even though Stafford is not, again, take the regular season. I probably would have edged it out to May in the regular season, and that's what it should be decided off of. But Drake May is getting away with such mid-play right now. It's making me think, oh, my God, your schedule was terrible and awful. Give it to Stafford.
Yeah, Matt, like, he's played really – I thought he played a really, really solid game yesterday.
Yeah.
For the most part. You what?
Second half he played well. First half he was not himself.
But yeah, May has not played, and he has not presented himself remotely close. He hasn't played like a Pro Bowler, and not a regular Pro Bowler. I'm talking about like the third, fourth edition that gets like added on. He has not even played like that in the postseason, let alone the MVP.
What are you talking about? You guys should all be happy about it. This is like Jalen Hurts, the greatest Super Bowl performer of all time, running the football. Drake May running the football has been a difference maker. So I mean, we've lauded Jalen Hurts for being the running quarterback. Drake May's just taking his turn. That's what we're doing here.
Give me Jalen's numbers in the Super Bowl throwing.
Ooh. I mean, I think he was like 23 of something, but he had 3 rushing touchdowns. That's what he was.
Okay, but I want to see the throwing numbers.
I got
Drake
it.
Mays.
There we go.
Last year he was good at the Super Bowl, but 2 years ago he's
17 of 22, 221 yards, 2 TDs and a pick.
That was last year.
11 carries for 72 yards. The first Super Bowl, 27 of 38, 304 yards, 1 TD, no picks. 15 carries for 70 yards. That was a solid.
I mean, they gave Christian McCaffrey the Super Bowl MVP for basically being a quarterback. That's what he is. Jalen Hurts is Christian McCaffrey, and Christian McCaffrey is Tom Rathman. So.
Drake May's postseason QBR, for whatever that is worth, is a 51.1. While the Dallas Mavericks are catching heat for having Luca play back at the AAC, and a really, really bad weekend for ESPN. All that next with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But look, maybe you have some time to kill, right? You're sitting there with hours and hours and hours of boredom because you are staying inside. Let's set that appointment with Trajan Wealth. I've talked about Trajan Wealth for a while, but now I'm actually a client, and they make and made for me retirement planning simple. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put your goals first. You're going to feel more confident, more prepared, and honestly relieved. If you've ever wondered if your plan could be better, get a second opinion from Trajan Wealth. TRAJAN Wealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Or give them a call today and set up a stop by to their 5 convenient offices in the Metroplex: Frisco, Arlington, Southlake, Fort Worth, and
save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injuries Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Doncic off the screen over Williams. Knocks down his second consecutive three. Doncic with 10 points. He is the leading scorer in the first quarter in the entire league.
ESPN with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. Bobby is fist pumping every single segment here on Sean and RJ. Why? Because you're doing the show from home?
MVP. That's why, because Luca's the MVP.
I thought the Mavericks were going to win this game. They were up. The Lakers come back in the fourth quarter as there was a lot of question and later criticism over this game taking place at the AAC over the weekend because the highlights and news coverage that you saw afterwards, everyone was getting stuck out there on the highways, especially if the highway had any type of incline. Cars were either fading backwards or turning around to escape and get off.
Hey, listen, 3 words. T-R-E. It's letters, really, not words, but Trinity Railway Express. There you go. Don't be driving down to the American Airlines Center during this crap. Take the train, baby. They have fire under the train. You see that? They had fire underneath the train tracks?
No.
Yeah, they were heating the train tracks with fire underneath them. Pretty cool.
Luca back home in his old house. He got to see his cars. And how about this? He continues to win with the Court of Public Appeal. Kevin Gray, amongst the 22 fans who Luca got a suite for to watch the game. I guess he had his people monitor who was the most supportive of him on social media since he left. He tracked down those fans and set them up in a freaking suite in order to thank them for their support. And I think I almost got KG on today to talk about it, but we got connection issues. I'm sure it would have made it more difficult over the phone. I think KG was trying to play it quiet and play it coy so it doesn't maybe, I don't know, jeopardize his journalism ethics, the connect right there. But I was like, man, how do they monitor this? And how did you get chosen as one of the lucky few as Luka Doncic hooks up supporting Mavs fans?
I knew 2 people in this suite. Kevin Gray was in there, and then Lindsay Fulton from Twitter, who is a listener to the station. She was in there as well. And so this is basically what I want to know is where's my invite? I went on rants for you, Luca. I went on some Zach Wolchuk pre-planned rants for you to boost boost the support.
But did you tweet them all? Did you tweet them all?
Hell yeah, I tweeted them all, clipped him. I just didn't tag him, and I don't know if I used his name, but now I know, and knowing is half the battle. But no, a very cool move from Luca, and it's cool, but is it also a little petty Luca? Of just hey, this is I'm going to pay for parking. I'm going to continue to show myself to be the most glowing, perfect ambassador for Mavs basketball, even once I'm gone, so you guys remember just how much you screwed this up.
Dude, he's an all-timer, man. That's an all-time great move. You're right. He continues to win the court of public opinion. It's showing what an awesome guy he is. And it hurts. Honestly, this move actually hurts more. It hurts more than anything. It continues to be another knife in the side because it was all right, you got rid of this guy. You got rid of this guy because you didn't like his diet and his nutrition and his defense. That's why you got rid of him?
He'll be back. He'll be back. That's what I've become convinced of in the last 4 months. He's coming back.
I've been saying that. Welcome to the show.
Well, it's not news until I say it.
You'll take my Joker take next, that he'll team up with Jokic at some point in time.
Have you guys thought, though, he could team up with Jokic? I've thought about this a little bit.
True.
That, into the future, Chop, I don't know if you've thought about this, that if in the future he could team up with Jokic and create a super team of sorts.
Man, that's a really good point. That's a really good thought on your part, coming up with that all by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That's solid, man.
I should just turn this off and listen to the two of you come up with what you usually try to when I'm not here. and then you get a real disaster.
We should have Sean turn off his mic, Chop, and then we could just do the show ourselves.
Please. Give me the green light. Please do.
He is inches away just from laying his head on that pillow anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
I did switch it up. I got a beanbag here, by the way, that I'm sitting in now. So now I'm in a beanbag, and I'm a little more comfortable.
By the way, at least 2 people on Twitter. I'm gonna go with, I think, not that it's definite, but I think it's right. 2 people noticing at the AAC that no eye contact between Kid and Luca. Luca continues to ignore him because he knows.
Yeah, have we come down?
Hold up. Is that Pudge? Is that your dog?
He can't hear.
Is that Pudge?
Pudge just knocked over the Comrex, so we're good.
Oh, I thought you were bringing him up for like this nice, warm, loving moment.
I was trying to. Then he got, he didn't want to be up here with me, and he started to jostle and try to go full on panic dog mode. And
he knows what you've said about dogs in the past.
Maybe
we got him on the sled yesterday. He did not like that. He did not like that at all. We ran into a tree, too, with him. So
maybe I'll let Ava come up here and destroy everything here at like 9:40 and cross.
Yeah.
And that way I can bail because she will not sit still and be chill and calm. But it sounds like Luca is avoiding Jason Kidd.
Yeah, it's something where I know we've had the question before and gone like, okay, how much did Kidd know? The longer this goes on and the more we see some of their body language and interactions, Luca's telling us he believes that Kidd knew and was more of an endorsement of it than was originally presented. Now, McMahon has talked about it before and said he knew. Did he know to the extent of exactly how it all happened and went down? Probably not, but he absolutely knew what was there. And if that's the case, then our ire needs to turn to Jason Kidd now and say that we won't be happy until he gets fired as well.
Luca ended up getting confused himself over the weekend while being back at his old stomping grounds, as he talked about on TNT.
Luca, all of us on this panel had been traded at one time. I remember the first time going back to Sacramento when I got traded. I actually at halftime started going in the wrong direction to the home team. Did you do any quirky things because you've been a Maverick so long?
I think today, yeah. I remember first time I was here, I wanted to go into the locker room. I forgot it was all the way down there, the visiting team. And I think today at halftime I was going to the other tunnel, so I was kind of confused.
And you saw the video.
Yeah.
He started, and he had to sit there and pull the U-turn.
Man, it's got to be weird. Like, he knows all the sight lines here. He came in here for 7 years. It's got to be awkward when you walk in. Because it's not like he walks into this building every day now and goes a different direction. Shoot, man, I went to the old building on my way to work. Right? At one time. It just happens. Like you remember things and you don't even pay attention. You get caught and then you're not paying attention. And the next thing you know is you're down 35E heading towards, Market Center.
I may be thrown off my game here a little bit because I'm texting back and forth with Brian Broaddus, and he wrote, "Are you guys doing radio from home today? Driving in, listening to you." So in one fell swoop, in one fell text, he gave me the guilt already as he says, "I'm driving in, listening. Are you guys?" And I said, "Yeah, we're all at home." I said, "You can't tell the difference with the sound quality." He goes, "You guys actually sound good." And then he's sending me some Mav stuff. So he's not coming out and guilting. I got to give him that.
Yes, he is. He knows we're at home. This whole little, does it sound different? He knows it sounds different. He's full of S. This is a backhanded way to guilt and go, "Hey, are you guys at home? By the way, I'm driving in. It's 8:30. KNC is not even on yet, and I'm driving in." That's how committed I am. That is 100% a Broaddus guilt trip.
And that ought to tell you how bad the roads are. He lives like 10 minutes from the station, and he's driving in at 8:30?
Right, yep.
Well, no, he's got 14 other jobs. He's not driving to the station. He's either going to... No, he's not. He's going to Frisco. He's going to his studio, his lair, wherever this Saudi Arabia lair is. I don't know.
Clown Global.
He's not... Oh! Broaddus? Oh, is that a response?
Yeah.
From that, they apparently were talking about you. Come here. Look at my sweetheart wife.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Clown Global? You heard that, Broadus. That was
Look at my
shocking.
wife. Look at my wife bringing me this breakfast taco. This breakfast
Oh,
burrito.
that's so sweet.
What
Even
a
after you
sweetheart.
said that about her gray hair, she still
can't.
brings you breakfast.
I'm good, thank you. Bobby, I'm going to F you up. Thank God there's no studio. Thank God there's no speaker
There's no
in here.
monitor. There's no monitor for it here.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't bring me oatmeal. No, apparently they were taking shots. Broadus impersonated me, and then Choppy for a little bit late last week. Did you hear it, Bobby?
Yeah. He was just basically, he went back and forth, but basically ping-ponging a discussion between you and Choppy, and just making fun of the way he goes, you hear Chop there, where he goes like, I would never go to Seattle, or Seattle's this, and then Chop goes, well, have you ever gone to Seattle, Chop? And he goes, no, I've never been there in my life. And it's like, and so he's just basically mimicking the conversation of how Choppy would say something definitive about somewhere he's never been.
I thought that's why you then called it Clown Global. Peyton, is that better with my volume?
Yes, yeah. I think it was just because you were laughing. It was peaking a little bit, but I think we're better now.
Well, I got something for Broadus at 9 to fire back.
Oh, baby.
Mike Vrabel's going to help me fire back at Brian Broadus at 9 o'clock this morning here on 105.3 The Fan. And speaking of the snow and all this, Choppy, exploding trees, this is happening, and you had an exploding fireplace to deal with?
Yeah, well, my mom was like, can you check to see if the fireplace works? She asked me this last week if I could, on Friday, if I could, make sure the fireplace works, because she hasn't used it in like 15 years. And it's one of those that's got like a key. You got to turn the key and then
I have that.
Put the flame underneath, right? So I look at it and I'm like, all right, let me open the flue. And there's it looks like dust underneath, pounds and pounds of dust underneath. I'm like, is this supposed to be here, Ma? What do we got here? She goes, I don't know. So I turned the key on, and I guess I turned the key on a little bit too far because I lit the flame, and that thing, it didn't go up. It came out. I'm lucky I still have eyebrows. I'm
It's
lucky
like the Slater grill?
Just like it. I was like, whoa! So we got it to work. So that was good. But yeah, we're seeing these, and and this is where I really need Bobby, because I don't know what the difference between AI and not AI is. I can't tell. I can't always tell the difference. But there have been videos of these exploding trees, and I saw that there was a risk in the far north, like Minnesota and Wisconsin and the Dakotas, about an exploding tree risk, where they get so cold that the tree just kind of buckles and it just kind of warps.
Have you ever seen an exploding tree before?
No.
Then I would guess probably AI. It's been plenty cold other times before. Now in the era of AI, they're showing. Now maybe exploding trees does mean there's structural instability and they may snap, especially with heavy ice on them. But the explosion, I think, is a little much. And you mentioned missing eyebrows, by the way. I'm surprised you guys haven't noticed. The other day, Kristen got these little trimmer things. I accidentally cut too deep, and I'm actually missing half my eyebrow over here. And I've been waiting for y'all to notice, and you have not.
No, because we're men. We don't notice that type of stuff.
If I shaved off my entire eyebrow, you would have noticed.
Yeah, and that's nothing. That's not enough to notice.
No, look,
you
it's
still have.
It's gone. A chunk there is missing, and then it's I went too far this way, because it's not as. Oh, there you can see some of the residue right there too.
How? Oh my God! Kevin Hagen's doing the show from home.
That's something.
Yes.
Wow.
That makes me feel good. He'll join us for the next segment. Yes, we got him sitting in. It's Below the Belt with Kevin Hagelin next on 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, it is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist's own store. It's Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up with that brand new Chrysler Dodge Ram or Jeep at PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. It's right between I-20 and Highway 80. It is worth the short drive to Terrell. To save a lot more for the Start Something New sales event, it continues all
your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
What will this Christian Parker staff look like? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Aaron Whitecotton interviewing for the defensive coordinator job with the Tennessee Titans, and Robert Sala's new staff, somebody that he had worked with for quite a while, has opened up the door for a defensive line coaching job, it appears, or at least to cover their bases. The Cowboys are interviewing Marcus Dixon, who is a defensive line coach for the Minnesota Vikings last year and has some connections to Christian Parker. But this is something where I think
by the way, we lost Hagee. We lost Hagee for a second. He's having some audio issues.
Yeah, he had heard us teasing, including him, and then he decided that he was going to fake like he was having audio issues because he didn't want to do any extra work. He didn't want to be part of it.
That, I think, is the #2 victory in the building if Hagelin will do a show at home. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
He'd be the most stubborn to make it in.
Yes, absolutely. No, 100%. Yeah. I think that him showing up or him staying at home is a big victory for us. Broadus, you just naturally assume it. But, and then there's Kevin Hagelin right there looking with what appears to be a 144p camera, which I can't speak because I think mine's like 240p. But, yeah.
Is that an insult?
No, it just looks like it's a little blurry was all. That's all I said. No, although now it's cleared up. So we're looking good. That's not an insult. I'm not camera shaming. I'm just saying what is.
Why'd you bring it up then? What are you trying to say about why'd you even bring it up?
It gave me concern for his overall internet and the stability of his audio connection.
No, my internet is good. My camera maybe needs to be cleaned out, but also I have no idea what the heck I'm doing. So how does it sound?
It sounds really good, actually.
Sounds good. Hey, Kevin, I like that wall background. Take us through the decorations there.
Oh, yeah. So this is our guest room, but it's really my boy room.
Oh,
and
man. He's taken, ladies.
Sorry. Yeah, so I love to build Legos and Star Wars Legos, and we've got them mounted on the wall. See that empty one? That's where one fell off. Yeah, so I've just got Legos everywhere. There's Death Star with all my minifigures and stuff. So, yeah, as RJ said, sorry, ladies.
And you put those all up? You're sitting there, kind of spacing it out and designing it how you want?
Yes, my wife was a huge help with this as well, though.
All right, take us through the decision to do the show from home. When did you make the call, and did you go out at all this weekend?
Yeah, so I think the decision was made in the last 20 minutes to see if I could get this to work, because the only other time I've ever done the Comrex is in Las Vegas when it was largely set up and I just needed to steal someone's cable to get it to work. Yeah, it's the fact that I went outside with Noah and everything is just rock freaking hard, man, and nobody has driven through, and the only car I saw was at the end of our street and it was stalled and stuck. And so I thought, okay, so literally nobody is driving through except for this one car and it can't go anywhere. It feels like maybe it's a terrible idea to come up to the studio. And then, of course, I tuned into you guys just to make sure, because if you guys were all up at the studio, I'd be like, oh, crap, I better get my ass in gear. But, yeah, the first thing I saw on social media was Sean with his men's tee and in his bed and in his cup, and I was like, okay, well, maybe this is what we're doing today.
Yeah, and low T.
Low T, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, right. If we went in, everyone else would have to go in.
100%.
Everyone.
The problem that I've always tried to convey to the decision makers is we're driving in the dark, like in the morning. There's one time, I think there's been one time, Troy, of course, had to be an overachiever all the time and look as good as he could to the bosses. So he's going in, and I think, as he was prone to do, telling them behind the scenes, it's fine. Roads were totally good. So I think one time in 15 years I heard it from Spittle and why didn't you guys go in? And I'm like, we can't see at 4 or 5.
Yeah.
We cannot see the road. You can see it right now. Like, this is the first time in all my years I actually wanted to go in and do the show to get a little bit of an escape. Now I got 2 kids at home and not just one. If my daughter finds out I'm in here, the whole thing's going to be over. But I wouldn't mind doing the show from the studio tomorrow, whereas I did want to do it from home before.
We got to make the decision the night before. Essentially, we can't make the decision the morning of. It's just
we have 100% of the time. I think I'm on about 100% hit rate of guessing though what Choppy's decision is going to be as to whether go in or not. Which is
that hard?
You're always going to want to stay home,
dude. Look at that! Oh, you kids! Look at that!
It's icy. No doubt about it.
But it's weird that you want to stay home because you hate being inside. I think the studio, like Corey wants to get out and about and socialize. He had to break free from COVID. I'm surprised that you don't want to sit there and get out and go for a drive and interact for a few hours, then go back home.
Well, I mean, it's simple. I'm not wearing any pants.
Prove it.
No. Show us your ass.
No.
Show us your ass.
I took my shirt off on the fan cam. I took a weapon on the fan cam earlier.
Bobby.
I've done so many things. You can
I'm not showing my butt.
I'm
not showing my butt.
You don't have to show your butt. Show your upper thigh.
I have pants on.
I knew it, you liar.
Kevin.
It was a joke.
Kevin, did your power stay on the whole time?
Yeah, our power stayed on the whole time, and so we've been okay. And I mean, we put the offer out for like some friends and family, but no one's run into any issues. It sounds like, and maybe I'm mistaken, I know it's not perfect, but it sounds like for the most part, people have been okay. Is that the sense y'all have gotten this morning?
Yeah, power-wise, yes. Peyton lost power for like 30 seconds, but that was it.
2 seconds.
Okay, my 3-year-old also helped guilt me in to doing the show from home because my wife was like, "Oh, do you want Daddy to go into work or do you want him to stay home?" And he goes, "Daddy, stay home." And so that kind of worked on me like a chomp.
Did you take him outside to play?
Yes, and that was actually, honestly, yesterday, that was a big part of our deciding factor because, like, we got a little snow last night, but for the most part, it was just the sleet, and everything is so freaking hard, and so it's hard to, like, even walk, let alone, yes, I know, Bobby, drive your car.
And then get the snow up. You can't gather up any snow for the snowballs.
You're going to hurt somebody if you're throwing those snowballs at them.
We did make the right decision with the girls Saturday because we took them outside to play outside Saturday at like noon. So that was not ice yet. So anything that had fallen was like basically snow at that point.
And that obviously the Metroplex is gigantic. That depends on where you're at because for us, we really hadn't gotten like too much of anything by that point. Like you've gotten a tiny bit, but nothing play worthy.
Well, Sean, would you like to pivot to Christian Parker audio in the last, 4 minutes we got here? Something like that?
No, I would not. I'd like to pivot to what the Cleveland Browns just got rejected again.
By who?
Udinsky.
Oh. Everyone would rather be a coordinator than be their head coach.
Yeah.
This is like the Longhorns' job years ago when they continued to get rejected. And then there was a report that came out. See if y'all actually believe this. I know if I put it in my notes, I had to have believed it from the source. Someone said that the Browns are basically having you take the ACT to become their head coach. Tom Pelissero said they are a data-driven operation, and they're requiring candidates to complete questionnaires, a multi-part essay, a personality test, and additional homework. Mike McDaniel and Jesse Minter both withdrew. Udinsky, he was the OC in Jacksonville, I believe. He says thanks, but no thanks. Questionnaires, multi-part essay, personality test.
I don't know if I like that one.
Look, I've always known they are very analytic.
Right.
Very analytic. I didn't know, I don't know what to extent that was until this is wild. Having them do essays where they apply for college. Are they on that's how I had to get into school is hey, write these essays and tell us why you're worthy of it. Then of course I had my dad write them because I didn't know what I was doing. But yeah, of course my dad wrote all my essays, or at least he told me what to do. I put it in my handwriting. But yeah, this is crazy. This is insanity, and this is why the Browns are the Browns.
And you know what? It's something too where Udinsky or whatever that would also be a Slavic last name, and Cleveland is like the largest Slavic population of any major city. So like there's roots there naturally that you would think like that he would be more comfortable there, and they still can't get somebody of like Polish descent or whatever.
You think he's not like there's. You think he's like there's not enough check stops around here?
Yeah, right. Like I mean, it'd be like like when Luca. That's the greatest drop in the street station. It's like when Luca would go back to Cleveland, and they would always talk about Luca playing in Cleveland. He would play so much better and like show off because it was like the highest Slovenian population in the United States is concentrated in Cleveland, and he would always go out there and perform in a big way. And I guess Grant Udinsky is not moved by that, and this is the third person to reject the Browns after Phillip Rivers also rejected the Bills this morning. So
would you write?
Whoa! What do you mean rejected them?
Phillip Rivers took his name out of the running for the Bills this morning.
Kevin,
would you write in every essay question for the Browns? Well, I couldn't be worse. Like, would you ignore the question and just write that down?
Yeah, I think that's a strong way to do it.
And does Jim Schwartz have to write an essay even though he's been there?
I think his essay would be like, you saw what I did on this side of the ball.
Right.
And that's all he has to say.
Just write down the points per game averaged.
Yeah,
write
that's
down
it.
the points per game.
13 points per game. 16 points per game. There you go.
Done. All right, it's Below the Belt on the home of the Cowboys. Kevin Hagelin popping on with us here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks, Kev. Appreciate you.
See you soon.
Got one final hour to go. Mike Vrabel is going to help me go at Brian Broaddus and why the Patriots in the Super Bowl should make Jerry and the Cowboys the most bitter of anybody else. Final. What is that?
Lasagna.
You are one of the grossest.
Is it 9 a.m.?
Is it warm?
Mm-hmm. I microwaved it during the last break.
Oh, that's good.
Peyton, hit the button.
Let's get you over to...
FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
On the eye, fake by May. He's going to run it to the left. He's being chased, tries to get outside. He does! He's got the first down! Running to the far side, outletting the chasing defender. And Drake May and the Patriots fake the handoff to Stevenson, the quarterback. The naked bootleg out to the left has a first down that should allow the Patriots to clinch it.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt is so giddy and so happy doing the home broadcast with his shirt off earlier, lasagna, 85 degrees, and I don't know what else is. And he's not even in his new apartment, Choppy.
No. Did you switch sides of the bed?
Me, I'm laying back now in the middle. This was my tray that my wife gave me to put my computer on.
Yeah.
But it wasn't balancing correctly, so now I'm just going to go ahead and lay. The problem was I didn't charge my computer last night. So I had to have my cord wasn't long enough to get to the middle of the bed.
That's a problem.
Yeah. And now I'm sitting here with it fully charged, so I'm good to go.
That's why I was fist pumped. It's too bright. You can't see it. I was trying to, with you laying down like that, that's why I was fist pumping above out of screen. Is because it made for quite the hilarious image. You missed it.
Had to be there, I guess. Okay, so we're all broadcasting from home. Pepe, he braved the elements to make it into our studios. Kevin Hagley and Corey Majors will crosstalk at 9:40 with the KNC Masterpiece. So I'm bitter for a lot of reasons over New England making it. Number one, they're making it back there. They've won enough. I think about all my bonuses and my salary. If we got like a quarter of the Super Bowl appearances that they've had, because you got another station in town who's been living off of it for 30 years because they were here at the beginning of the Cowboy run. And I'm like, man, if we just had like a little bit of legit Cowboy success, we could be living like kings, like I always say. Number two, I'm bitter that they didn't even talk to Mike Vrabel. That was ridiculous. And you look at Mike McDonald and Mike Vrabel, first-year head coaches. Now, Vrabel, of course, was there in Tennessee, but this is a guy that Bobby said would have entertained and would have strongly considered coming here, and you didn't even speak with him. And my little shot back at Broadus was Mike Vrabel after the game talking about the culture and the identity that they built and the guys believed in. And as you know, Brian Broadus, according to Bobby, hates the word identity. They also are dominant on the road, right? They're like the Texas Rangers in the NFL, becoming the first team in league history to finish 9-0 on the road, including the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, they've clearly established a identity. They've also established a culture. This is a big victory, this New England run specifically, and you can make an argument for Seattle too, maybe a little bit, that it is a big victory for identity and culture and those sort of intangibles that everybody hates to actually credit because it's not something you can measure and it's not something that on a piece of paper you can calculate and stack up against teams. It's a little bit more... It's like the term, Chop, you ever heard it, spiritual but not religious?
Yeah.
It's a little too spiritual for people, the idea of identity and culture and motivation and things like that. And so because they can't actually look at it as anything tangible, they reject it.
And we don't get, I mean, look, just this playoff alone, we don't, we get a defensive coaches in the Super Bowl, but it begs the question, like, because we saw Vrabel yesterday, obvious passing downs, right? They had no answer The Broncos had no answer for what Vrabel was doing blitz-wise on obvious passing downs, and their final possessions of the first half after the TD, like I said, was punt, turnover on downs, fumble, punt, missed field goal. They figured something out. I think he did a great job, and it gives you the bitterness. Like, what would have happened? Yeah, like, sure, what would have happened if Vrabel was here? What would have happened if they decided to interview him? That doesn't mean that they would have made the playoffs. I don't know that would have changed. I don't know what it would have changed, to be honest, because, the talent on defense is still what it is. But can you tell me the Patriots have that much better talent on defense?
Well, maybe Mike Vrabel doesn't have Matt Eberflus as the coordinator, or maybe right. Mike Vrabel has his hands as a defensive guy more on the defense. I don't know.
Yep.
Who's the offensive court? Like, does he bring Josh McDaniels here? Or does Josh McDaniels want to be in New England? Who's working with Dak? Are we getting the same sort of offensive output? Like, I mean, there are trade-offs that you would have there.
Sure.
Now, they may be trade-offs that you'd be willing to have, or if the defense is good enough, then the offense being, less than what it was.
The offense was going to be fine. The offense was going to be fine. I won't sit here and say as good or better. They had a heck of a year. Offense was going to be fine. But look, Mike Vrabel, he's a jackass. But I think he's a winner. He's a winner. Now, would he have been able to work with Jerry and Steven like that? I don't know, Bobby. You were hearing behind the scenes.
Close. He's close with Steven. He likes Steven a lot. He likes the Joneses in general. He gets on the bus. He gets bus time. He's gotten bus time in Indy before. So I think he's got a high level of respect for the Joneses and is one of those coaches out there who thinks, I could absolutely work there and not have an issue.
And the thing that both of these teams playing for it all, to me, have to get credit for, what the Patriots did with Gerard Mayo, that was a very polarizing lightning rod decision. You're bringing in fairness. You're bringing in race to the conversation. You're bringing in a lot of different things. And they said, this isn't working. This isn't going to work. We're switching out. We're going to somebody else. And then you look at the Seahawks, and there's Meanie Kimes tweets and everything else saying, this is a mistake. You don't get rid of Geno Smith. You're not going to get an upgrade. They watched Minnesota dump Sam Darnold, and they went and signed him up. Now, they didn't give him crazy money, right? They didn't give him top of the market money. In fact, I don't even know what it was. I'm guessing, was it 30s, Bob?
Yeah, I think it was 30. I think that's what it ended up being.
But they didn't go crazy with it. But they rolled the dice, and that was a ballsy decision to move on from Mayo, bring in Vrabel, and then go and let Geno Smith go to bring in Sam Darnold. Props to both of those teams because it worked out big time.
He was 33, 33.
Yeah, not nothing.
No, it's not nothing. But look, I mean, it's half, almost half, well, more than half of the top line, of contracts, right? And and I'm not even just talking about Dak at 60. I mean, you got a lot of guys at 55. So you're getting that's one of the Cowboys' defensive tackles. That's a number 2 receiver. That is there's a lot of positions that you could fill with $20 million.
And I think the story will be that Jerry Jones is bitter over this. I'm here to tell you, Jerry Jones I don't think he's really bitter over Robert Kraft. What he said at that press conference was for all of us. Jerry Jones ain't losing no sleep that, in my opinion, that Robert Kraft is so far ahead of him, because we would have heard that from Jerry before. We've heard every other line. We've heard every other story. We've heard every other check being written, how Jerry wants it so bad. He just dreamed up that little comment in that last presser that you'll hear right now.
My goal in life is to retire as the owner that won the most Super Bowls. That's my goal. To be retired in the NFL as the owner that won the most Super Bowls. We've got 3. How many more do I have to go as a single owner? Bob's got how many? 6? So I've got
work to do.
Got work to do. I got work to do, but at least I'm up to the second rung in the ladder. But my goal is to have retired and won the most Super Bowl as an owner.
No, it isn't.
He said it, and then he was like, Oh, that's good. Let's keep. Yeah, you know what? That's always been my goal. My goal has always been. It's like he's like, I haven't said that one before.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah, this will be a good new line.
Yeah. Well, Robert Kraft, 32 years owning the Patriots. They've won a league-leading 11 conference championships. He did it with 3 different coach-quarterback combos. There are still 4 NFL teams that have never made it to a Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, look, I've always thought and I know 2 of them were in a strike year, but Joe Gibbs going to a Super Bowl and winning it with 3 different quarterbacks, that is one of the most impressive coaching feats that you're going to see. And as an owner, doing it basically every 3 years, you find your way into a Super Bowl. Every 3 years, you're in the Super Bowl, and you have 3 different head coaches do it and 3 different quarterbacks do it. And you did it in 3 different ways. Like, you took the quarterback with the number 1 overall pick, and then you found gold in the desert. You found water in the desert with Tom Brady, and then you find Drake May. People thought Drake May, there was people that were high on him. I don't think anybody thought Drake, first year you start, you're going to wind up winning the MVP or being in contention with it. But they did it a lot of different ways. They did it 3 of them were with defense. And there were 3 of them were with Tom.
There were Patriots fans who were upset that they traded Joe Milton during the offseason that were like, well, why'd we move on from Milton so fast? We still don't know about Drake May. So, people give up on nobody really anticipated he was an MVP candidate. I mean, it was, Andrew Perloff, who called him a dark horse candidate all the way back in late October. So I understand that it's not a common thought. But, they have been one of the more fortunate franchises in sports over the last 30 years.
And I'll tell you this, man, the most impressive thing he's done is not go to 11 Super Bowls in 32 years. He made Boston a football town. That is one of the great baseball cities. And the Red Sox have won 4 World Series, mind you, in his tenure. And he has still turned it into a football
What
town.
about the basketball team?
Yeah, they win. They won a ton of titles.
That's the number 1 greatest franchise in the history of basketball.
Yeah. And
he's there.
Made it a football. He's made it a football city.
Patriots had 4 wins last year. They're the 6th team to have gotten to a Super Bowl after winning 5 or less games the previous season. Can you name the others?
Let's do this. The Patriots.
All from 1988 on.
The 2001 Pats. They were 5-11.
Yes, 0-1 Patriots.
You've got...
To make it or to win it?
Reached.
Broncos in 89 or whatever. 88 or 89, one of them.
No.
Bengals.
Bengals in 21.
Bengals in 88. Bengals in 21.
And then there's one more in here?
2.
Did the Falcons do it in 99?
No, 2 other teams from the NFC.
Washington.
No.
San Francisco in 2020.
2019 San Francisco.
2019.
And then an all-time offense.
Oh, Rams.
99 Rams. So 88, this is teams that won 5 or less, made it to the Super Bowl the next year. 88 Bengals, 99 Rams, 0-1 Pats, 2019 San Fran, 21 Bengals, this year's Patriots. And you talk about the love back and forth for Drake May. This group of individuals, NBC Boston, they're fans.
I feel like we're live in South Boston right now. Real quick, you want to give a message to Drake May ahead of the game? What do you want to say, Gene?
We're all we got.
We're all we
need.
Gay for May! You know what? Gay for May! As a gay man, I also am gay for May.
There we go. Gay
there
for
it is,
May,
Chop. Gay for May.
That's it, man. That is an all-time TV.
I also am gay for May.
Man, Chiafalo.
I was going to say, did I hear Chiafalo in that crowd cheering?
Loving it.
Crosstalk with KNC at 9:40. Why are they furious in Pittsburgh if they're cheering in New York? Another fight between these two. Monday edition of Sean and RJ continuing on the Fan.
appointment now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck, right, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback. Yeah, there you go.
We have over 760 people watching on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube this morning. You guys are awesome. I was asking who was actually going to be out and about, checking out the radio. What? What, RJ?
He can't hear. I don't think he can hear.
Yeah.
He's just sitting there.
Are you good, Choppy?
Yeah, I didn't hear. I lost the station for a second. Peyton must have hit the button.
Yeah, hit the button.
Yeah, it was definitely Peyton's fault. That's what it was, Chop. It wasn't something you did.
Props to here are the Tolos: LeVar, Eric, Freddie, Jose, Kalu, Matt, Ruben, Ron, Gus, Domingo, Delvin, Rodeo Ron said, only thing I'll be working on is a bottle of Beam.
Slow down, Ron.
There you
Ron,
go.
it's so early.
You doubting him?
No, I'm not doubting him. That's why I'm encouraging him to slow down. By the way, for those 760 of you on the YouTube today, check out that Odyssey app, too. It's really good.
Yeah.
Carl, John, Billy, Aaron, Anthony, Jesse, Richard, Robert, Jeff, Andrew, Russ, Yale, Brent, Rodney, Christy, Joshua, T. Rainey always there, Stephen Alva, Rodney, Kevin, Bro, Jose, Fernando, Justin, Todd, Juan, Elizabeth, Josh, Mark, Lonzy, Byron, Jess, Jonathan, Bradley, Antonio, Rye, Juan, a lot of Juans. You get the picture. So
more than Juan.
Yeah.
Kyle Yeomans.
Kyle Yeomans not there.
So thanks to all of you for turning it on, leaving it on, and we'll see where we end up tomorrow. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. Have you checked outside? Are you getting any updates? Is there any movements in your neighborhoods?
I've started the car. I've started the car because I'm going to go test the roads as soon as we're off the air.
You've started it?
Yeah, I just started it now. There's a thick block of ice on the windshield.
You started the car?
It's 9:23.
You're going to get fined.
It's 9:20. Why are you starting it right now?
Because it needs time to get the heat on that windshield because it's a thick block of ice on it right now.
You're going to get fined, man.
I've never been fined once, you damn green hippie chop. We start our cars in Texas and we let them run and nobody's going to say a thing about it.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a law in Texas. I just posted this on social media yesterday. $500 fine for starting your car.
Yeah, and you know how many times? Yeah, there's also fines for jaywalking, which nobody's ever had enforced in their life.
Oh, I think it's stupid. I'm going to start my car whenever I want to.
You should.
This isn't California.
And I
I'm
talk
just
openly
saying,
about it.
Dallas,
I'm
Texas TV posted it on social media. It has to be true.
There's still people who get their gas with the car running.
Those people are insane. It's nuts.
Is it nuts? Don't they do it? That's common in like Jersey.
No, I remember.
No, people didn't. All right, wait. Full service is common, right?
Full service is common. Yeah, somebody comes to you. You roll down your window and they pump your gas.
It is illegal to pump your own gas in Jersey or Connecticut. One of them. You can't do it.
But I thought you had the option. I remember being in Jersey one time and everyone just pulled up to the pump and left the car running to fill it up.
I don't know. I mean, I never saw that.
Watch the text. Watch the text
I wasn't paying
here.
attention.
I'm not arguing Jersey with you. You grew up there, but I want to know how many people. What percent? I bet 5% at least. When it's freezing cold, they pull up to the pump and do it with the car running. Pepe, have you ever seen of it or heard it?
I've heard of it. I've never done it though, or seen anyone actually do it.
Yeah,
I thought it was dangerous. I thought it was a fire hazard to do that.
I would think so too.
I think so too. They also say don't get in and out of the car during the cold because of the spark, the
static electricity.
The static electricity. Yeah.
Is it more static electricity in the cold than the warm?
No, yeah, you're not supposed to get in and out of your car, period, when you're pumping gas, whether it's cold or not, because it will, there have been videos of that, people getting in their car, spark, and then the thing explodes.
I always blow my hands before I go back. I'm getting back in the car in this freezing cold, all right?
Yeah.
But then when I get back out, I like a weirdo, I'm sitting there blowing my hands like Jeff Hornacek, going back to my gas pump. Okay. All right, and Pepe, you tell me if people are saying that they fill their car up while it's running. Let me know. 877-881-1053. Bobby, I would like to do this topic and segment without a belt down. Okay?
Oh, I like that.
What are you talking about?
I like that.
I like that.
Why? What is that you're holding?
Do you want me to show you what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no.
No, come on, do it.
No. That is also
absolutely
not a safe. That is not a safe either.
That's right. I've seen a finger on the YouTube. I don't need to figure out what YouTube lights that up as.
Yeah.
We should now, after the news the bosses gave us. We should. I should go get mine. I should go get both of mine.
The big one.
The big one. The big dog. Okay. Defensive line coach Aaron White-Cotton drawing interest from Tennessee for the D.C. job. Cowboys interviewing Marcus Dixon, who has been with the Vikings. He played for the Cowboys from 2008 to 2010 and was with Christian Parker in Denver. Gave me a great scouting report on Marcus Dixon that he got from one of his gang of 7. Good guy, smart, easygoing personality, knows how to have a good room, has a good touch with his players, can build connections, not a yeller or screamer. First year, I felt he did not handle our substitution well and burned our starters down. Year 2, I felt he did better mixing in the young guys. Better run fit coach than pass rush coach, slightly above average as an evaluator, but he will work at it. Good recruiter with undrafted guys, just needs to be pointed in the right direction. Jesse Holley knows Marcus Dixon as well. He said a really, really, really good dude, a teammate of mine. Dude, you want to be in the foxhole with when it comes time to go to battle. Cowboys interviewing Eagles assistant linebacker coach Ronell Williams, who was the team's nickel corner coach in 2023. Obviously has the Parker connection. And then Filthy tried to come for a Cowboy.
They did. They wanted to snatch Clayton Adams from you. Clayton Adams, they thought the Christian Parker deal, instead of a free agent signing, they thought this was a trade and that there was compensation to be had. They were mistaken as they came asking for an interview with Clayton Adams, and the Cowboys roundly rejected that, said, nope, we are keeping Clayton Adams, which is good news, obviously, for the Cowboys because Clayton Adams got a lot of credit for the improvements you saw in the running game and with a lot of different moving pieces along the offensive line throughout the whole year. I mean, that game against the Jets where, what was it, they had one normal starter. It was like 4 guys who had never started before starting for you. So a lot of moving pieces and still keeping the offensive line sort of intact and passable for a lot of the year. And so good news that Clayton Adams is going to be hanging around, but you will be losing Clayton Adams at some point. That's going to happen, just not this offseason probably.
Okay, we had a little 7 o'clock explosion, some fireworks, when we talked about Mike McCarthy being hired by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Steeler fans are melting down. And their owner, Art Rooney, was asked about Steeler fans not being happy. And he basically said, we're not worried about winning the press conference. This guy develops quarterbacks, and I think fans will eventually grow to love Mike. So resumes started getting passed around, as they do a lot of times. Choppy has talked about a group of coaches in one same category for a while. And the question that really came up the most on social media was, why are they partying in New York for Harbaugh and they're furious and ticked off in Pittsburgh for McCarthy? 162, 163. They both coach 18 years. There's a 6-win difference. Harbaugh has 180, Mike has 174. The playoff record, Mike's is 11-11, Harbaugh is 13-11. They both have the same amount of 10-win seasons. They have the same amount of Super Bowls. So, RJ Choppy, let's start with you. Bobby, keep it in the case.
Oh, it is. But you're gonna hear that little snap.
God, look, I mean, at the end of the day, there's very little that separates all 4 of these. Now, if you wanted to break it down, like, to me, Sean Payton gets more separation than the others.
Yes.
Because I do believe Sean to be the best offensive mind of the four. John Harbaugh he does nothing. He doesn't coach anything. He doesn't, it's amazing how we willy-nilly pick the credit that coaches get. How could you give John Harbaugh? He doesn't do anything. He literally doesn't do anything.
He's the CEO. Can't you be a great CEO?
Yes, you can. Absolutely. But then we even pick and choose in a very, kind of random way which CEO coaches we give credit to. And I feel we give John Harbaugh an undue amount of credit for that. Look, I think Mike McCarthy is a good coach. I don't think he's a great coach. I don't think John Harbaugh's a great coach. I think he's a good coach.
So you're throwing your four are Payton, Harbaugh, McCarthy, Tomlin?
Yeah, and I'll separate. Like, I think Payton is different than the other three.
Yeah, I personally think Sean Payton's a genius. I'm mad that I let Sean Payton. I get bullied out of my coaching takes, and his 3 years in a row New Orleans thing. It really got in my head with Drew Brees, but I believe Sean Payton is a genius, and I'm bitter that he's not here.
I think he is. I think he's a genius too. I mean, to go 1-3 all at home in the NFC Championship game is really remarkable work. It's tremendous. My thing with him is we ding McCarthy for Rodgers, and I think Rodgers is better than Brees, but Drew Brees is a top X player of all time, quarterback.
Yeah.
I just don't think that Payton gets dinged for that. But I'm not going to sit here and say that Mike McCarthy is as good of an offensive play caller or mind as Sean Payton. I think Sean Payton's better. I don't think there's any question about that. It's what is the difference between McCarthy and Tomlin? And look, if I was a Pittsburgh fan and we just got rid of Mike Tomlin and you hire Mike McCarthy, I do think it's like, all right, we're just doing the same thing.
Right.
You're not getting. I don't think any of them of the three, and again, I'll leave Sean Payton out of it. I don't think any of the three give you a distinct necessarily advantage. Like Mike Tomlin's advantage is I think he's the best motivator that the sport's ever seen. Harbaugh, whatever. McCarthy, I think he's going to keep you the freshest of all the.
But what's amazing, Bobby, to me, I feel like if I'm Mike Tomlin, I'd be insulted. This is my perception. No one really puts McCarthy even in a Tomlin category.
Right.
I think Tomlin is going to the Hall faster than McCarthy. I know the resumes. I know 9-8, 12-5. I'm just telling you perceptually. I think this is true. Saying McCarthy's Tomlin is actually like a really big compliment to McCarthy, a little bit of an insult to Tomlin based upon the way people talk about Mike Tomlin. Am I wrong on that, Bob?
No, I think you're right, and I think I would look at it. I bring you this example. Bruce Arians was the head coach for 8 years.
I love how calmly you did it. You're trying. I like it.
Sean McVay has been a head coach for 9 years. Bruce Arians' winning percentage is .624. Sean McVay's is .617. Bruce Arians in the postseason is a .667 winning percentage. Sean McVay is .625. Bruce Arians has one Super Bowl title. Sean McVay has one Super Bowl title. We go, the resumes are the same. It's the same amount of years, but we all look at it and go, it's different, and you know it. You know it. And so whenever we talk about Sean Payton and Mike McCarthy have the same resume, it's different and you know it. And it's intellectually dishonest to say that it's the same or to say that Tomlin and McCarthy are the same. McCarthy is not the same. And we all, I think, feel like the difference between Harbaugh, the difference between Tomlin, the difference between any one of these guys, Sean Payton, is that we've consistently felt like he's always elevated those teams. Even if you think the teams didn't underperform with McCarthy, I don't know of a single instance of anybody in narrative history that has said Mike McCarthy was the difference in that team, whereas we've all said it about Harbaugh, Tomlin, and Payton at various points throughout their career, and we don't just make that up. We don't just choose to make it up. You just know there's a difference in what they do.
I think we choose to make it up if the coaches that we like.
Why?
Because we all have our biases. We all like certain coaches. We all dislike certain coaches.
What is the reason that McCarthy would be disliked?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one. You tell me. Why do you dislike him?
I dislike him because he is an overrated head coach who doesn't deserve the accolades that everybody tries to throw at him.
I mean, look, he didn't go 7-9 3 straight years with Drew Brees. So,
Again,
I mean, I don't know what
if you want to be intellectually dishonest and say that those are the same coach or in the same stratosphere, you can do that.
I just said I think Sean Payton gives a better advantage.
Does Denver reach the AFC title game this year with Mike McCarthy?
No
Is there
way.
any shot? No.
No shot.
With that defense, I don't know. I mean, like, what did Sean Payton do
Intellectually
this year?
dishonest. That's all. If you're going to be intellectually dishonest
how was the Denver offense? How was Sean Payton's offense this year?
They were damn near top 10 with Bo Nix because of Sean Payton.
Yeah, are you looking at DVOA? You looking at efficiency? What are you looking at? Total yards? Don't care. I mean,
wait, I thought you liked DVOA.
I do. We all know that they won on defense this year.
What is DVOA?
Defense adjusted value over return.
What is it?
I have no idea.
Right.
That doesn't matter. You know what? I don't know how to calculate ERA. I have no idea. It's something about
you don't?
9. No, I don't care. Why do I care to look at how you calculate ERA? Somebody else does it for me. I don't know.
So put the 4 in order, RJ.
I think Peyton's 1. I think the other 3 are largely tied. I think they're all the same.
Bobby, who's the fairest to put next to McCarthy in coaching ability of the other 3?
Harbaugh, probably.
I would agree.
But still a gap?
Yes. Not like a impossible to close gap, but similar. Probably the same way of just giving credit for things that probably a lot of times he didn't deserve.
Let's crosstalk with the K and good job, guys. Good job, Bobby.
I'll
good
case
job.
this back up.
Case it back up. Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next. But
right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Michael Dixon will punt. Xavier Smith, Xavier deep man for the Rams. And this again, another rainmaker, high spiral. Smith falls down. Ball. Seahawks. Smith backing up, trying to call fair catch. Falls down and the ball hits him. The Seahawks recover, and they are inside the 20-yard line. Are the Hawks on offense? The first mistake by the Rams tonight, and the first turnover of the game. Seattle has the ball, 1st and 10.
What was the bigger turning point as we crosstalk with the #1 rated midday show in all of DFW?
Oh,
I forgot to
KLNO.
Forget to text you guys this news on Friday. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Bigger turning point, Corey Majors, the muff punt or the Reek Woolen taunting penalty? Puka with the touchdown on the very next play.
I mean, obviously the Woolen point was special, but it didn't, change that outcome. The outcome was that Seattle still won. So I'm going to go with the muff punt for the the real game changer there.
Hang on. Your first original point was what?
The touchdown, the Tariq Woolen,
that led to the Rams.
It didn't change. It didn't really change the game, right? Like what it did was it got it closer. It changed the line just a little bit, but the muff punt, like that's could be the difference in the win and loss.
And then he
Kevin,
dove on the ball.
Did you have a problem with the taunting penalty?
No, not really. Just because, this is what the NFL has conditioned us to. Now, to the broader point, do I hate that? Sure. But you knew they were going to call that a penalty.
All right, I'm so fascinated with – I have so many things going on with Corey's setup right now. #1, I'm wondering whether he has the heat on.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's start there. Heater is actually down here because this is the little mini heater. That's the window unit air conditioner behind me. This is the better look, Sean, would be for me to turn around and have my kid's studio set up that he has here.
Whoa!
That would be, that would be the better look. But then I wouldn't have a desk to work at. So I got to go with the air conditioner as the background.
They have better soundproofing than our studio.
It's actually really it was super cheap. I got all that stuff for like $6 on Amazon, and then we just stuck it to the wall, and he comes in here and does.
Let me see. Hang on. Let me see that again.
Or
let me see the soundproof. Right, he does. So my nephew-in-law, I'll call him. Oh. He's putting up a bunch of soundproof foam in his room, and I've been on him like, what are you doing? What do you really want that up for? What are you trying to hide? Is that for music or gaming, or do more kids have this? First off, that really looks nice. That looks professionally done. I'm serious. It is better than ours. I can hear Peyton burping through our studio, through our studio wall with this brand setup. It's comical, but. Does it help with his music that he's working on?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the rest of the little shack out here, like it would be better to put all that, to have the whole thing like that. But where he pushes, his sound to, it kind of stops there. He bought a really good mic. Like this kid worked really hard to invest in this. I helped loan him a little bit. He paid me back everything. But he is going to UNT for music, so that is he comes out here. He has a song on Spotify that hit 3 million listens.
What?
So
what
is dude.
This called? What is this called?
I'll have to go find the song. I just remember him coming to me and being like, "Dad, I got 3 million streams on this," and I was like, "Okay, amazing."
Real quick, if I go, I'm going. I'm letting my daughter crawl on the bed. She destroys everything, so she could mess up this whole complete setup. Look, come here, and then so that room doesn't have heat.
No, it does not.
Okay.
No,
this is the beats he churns out.
Yeah, that's Street Fire. We just have this. It's kind of out in the back by the pool. It was here when we got here. So
is that blind for a window, like next to the AC unit, or what?
Yeah, there's a little window right there.
Okay.
So that AC unit just kind of pops in there. Crazy story about that is one day AC went out. AC went out, and I was very upset. I was sad. I was very sad. And I went and bought a new one. Got in here, found a little reset button, hit the reset button, and so I didn't need to buy the new one. But Kevin's studio, Kevin looks like he's been doing podcasts and gaming stuff for his entire life. That's amazing.
Not anything with women.
No.
He's doing a lot, but nothing with females up in there.
Women can like Legos, probably.
That's true. My son, Ollie, look at his room. Show Ollie your Legos. My son's in here on the fan cam. He's obsessed with this. Like 15 out of 10 obsession. Those are Lego Star Wars, Ollie.
Whoa!
Yeah,
what the heck?
He said CK. He said CK. He's got all the Legos in the Star Wars setup. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? Yeah. Okay.
Ruined it with A&M. There you go.
What's coming up on the show?
All right.
Guys, we will, at 10:40, how easy is it to climb up a building if you're a master climber? Also, we will get into our NFL draft focus at 11. Cole Wisniewski, safety out of Tech, and edge Akeem Messidor. We'll talk about those today.
Corey, how many times did you leave the house, test the roads, and did you think about it this morning?
Okay, I did not leave the house or test the roads because, last night, whenever I was like, all right, I'm going to try and head into the office tomorrow. I was like, I don't want to sit in the cold studio. I'm going to try this. I went and pushed the button for my garage door. Garage door wouldn't open. And I was like, all right, that's fine. Go out through the backyard, try to open the gate. Gate's frozen to the ground. So the only way to get to my car would be to walk around the entire block and go through the alley to get to my truck. And I was like, that's just too much effort, Kevin. So as that came true, I was like, I'm just staying home for the weekend doing my thing.
I think my daughter just blocked the fan. It's on my Twitter account. She's hitting.
Oh,
buttons.
no.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Sweet. So, Bobby already did that with Carter there.
Carter doesn't work here anymore. We don't have to block the account.
Good night, man.
All right, Choppy, what's on tap for the rest of the day? When are you venturing out?
I got to bring the kids home, so I will venture out at some point.
Home from where?
Go, what?
How far away?
I think it's like 17 miles.
Oh.
So not next door. I got to go get the medicine too. My older one's got the flu. And I was like, so the medicine's ready this morning. So I got to go to the CVS or the Walgreens or whatever, and then down to drop them off.
That's how RJ feels about having to drive.
We move our daughter's hand away from the keyboard. You tell her not to do something. It's like they say it's my temper. This the fits I throw.
Yeah.
And ask the bosses, right? Look at this. Look at this.
She sounds like she's doing Spittle's impression of you when he's doing Baby Sharif.
Yeah.
You're going to read her text in an angry tone in like 10 years.
And Bobby, your car's been running now for 35 minutes?
Yeah, I went out during the last break.
What?
It's because there's iced over windshield, so I need enough time for it to thaw some. And then I went out there with we didn't have an ice scraper, so I grabbed a dustpan. And I went out there and just shredded off most of the ice that was on the windshield. So I should be good to go test out the roads as soon as we get off the air.
Hey, Bobby, as soon as we get off the air, I'm going to text you a joke based off of something that you just said.
Yeah. I've told 2 of those jokes this morning, and they tried to move past them very quickly.
Oh, man.
Choppy, Bobby, do you think we will be back in studio tomorrow?
No, I'm going to predict that Brunoff is wrong.
Yeah, I'll say no. I'll get a good handle on it here in a couple hours when I'm on the road.
A handle of bourbon, maybe.
No.
Do you want to call in when you're on the road, Choppy?
Hang on, I got plenty of that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Oh man, that's see. You should be doing your.
Look at Ollie.
Ollie's impressed by that too.
Ollie, can you say alcoholic?
Mangoes and booze, Ollie. Let's go.
Say that's alcoholic. Say it.
Camus up there.
Alcoholic.
There you go. We're back tomorrow. The KNC Masterpiece is next. Be safe.
is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh, man, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
That is not as enthusiastic as I was hoping for. And in the studio, the about-to-be famous Jet Nelson. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today? And how the heck is everybody doing out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. So many options.
Man, I'll tell you what, Kevin, things are good. Things are, like, very good considering, right? Like, around the DFW area, there are a lot of problems. I've seen the news telling us on CBS, and every chance they get during the break of the football games, they're like, winter weather destroying the country. And I'm like, oh, my gosh. But seeing there's a lot of people in some trouble out there, it's like, I get this. I understand. So things are relatively good around the house. Pool pumps going. No big concerns at the moment. And only one little spot of urine from one of my children that ran out in the yard and went on the ice. So because they just couldn't help themselves because they have to do it, right?
Okay, but this was a conscious decision, not an accident.
Exactly. Yes. All of my kids are old enough to know when they have to go to the restroom. So they're at a point where they should know this stuff. It was, I'm not going to say which one. I bet you could guess. But he was like, I just have to see if I can turn that stuff yellow. And I was like,
sure. You are in Studio C. I get it.
Exactly.
Now, Jet, are you in studio, obviously, and how far away from the studio do you live?
It could have been a lot worse for me. Only about 30 minutes coming over from Grand Prairie normally, about 45, driving about 40 miles an hour. No slides. I can't complain. No sliding on the roads for me. And, yeah, no snow problems, just got here nice and easy, having a good time, and always a pleasure to be on the KNC Masterpiece.
Oh, now, man, I love
Corey,
this guy.
Do you think that Jet being in studio makes us look bad?
It doesn't. No. Look, man, the world of podcasting has created this new ability to be able to do the show from anywhere on the planet. All right? And, like, Kevin, we're going to be doing a radio show from San Francisco in a couple weeks. All right? Maybe next week. I don't know. It's next week, I think. We're going to be doing a show from there. We're going to be doing a show from Arizona. So I think being on location is okay in times like this. I am proud of Jet. He's a great kid, really good hard worker too.
And then from the 214, you will not be back in studio tomorrow. The roads suck. Well, all right. We're just starting the day, but feels like a warning.
Did you see? I saw some video last night of people trying to drive up Woodall Rogers, and they were like, they would get up and then just slowly start sliding back down, and then they would turn. Some of the cars were literally turning back around and saying, "We'll figure another way out of this place."
Yeah, and that's the treacherous nature of this, and I promise we're going to also ask the question of if you got the Super Bowl that you want. But
no.
You need to make these decisions ahead of time, right? I told the story many years back when we were still at night and on our old studio. Is there's different ebbs and flows. We live on very flat land, but there's different ebbs and flows on 75, and there is a spot where you have to kind of go uphill, and there was a car a good bit in front of me, but they're going up the hill, and midway is when they decided to step on the brakes. And I was like, no, that's the one decision you can't make. Like, once you go up the hill, if you want to let your foot off the gas, I understand that nature because of driving in the ice. But whatever you do, do not step on the brake. And they decided to step on the brake and started to, not slide all the way down, but just all of their forward momentum stopped, and they just kind of...
Did they slide back into you?
No. Because, they were way far ahead of me, and I could see that thing playing out. Because you know what? That's another thing. Obviously, you're driving slower, but we're all the most locked in when we're driving on the ice. it can be the most important phone call of your life. You're not answering that. You're not worried about like, hey, I need to turn up the volume or I need to fidget with the air. You're like, 10-2, I am the most focused. And so, like, I saw that whole thing play out, and I was like, don't do that. Nope. That was the wrong thing.
You were like Nicolas Cage in that movie Next. You could see what was about to happen next. I'm not sure anybody saw it, but that movie.
Not because of any divine or power or anything. It's just common sense that really kicked in. Also, I want everyone, as long as we're doing this, I want everyone, if you take some time and you're watching a TV show or a movie, I want you to take a look at the unrealistic way in which everybody drives, because everybody has their hands at 10-2 of a steering wheel that's too big, and they drive it like they're moving back and forth. And I'm like, you're in a straight line. You haven't moved lanes. You haven't done anything. Why so much action happening on your steering wheel?
Yeah, I've often wondered if I could tell the difference between the ones that are actually shot on the street and not. And sometimes you can. Like in a Seinfeld show, they're absolutely, there's that New York City, it's the same shot behind them every time. But then
we
there's
as a
society
have never figured out how to correctly make it look like you're actually driving on the streets. Well, that too, but also I'm like, yeah, they're definitely driving. Like, come on, just sit in a room. Take away some of that disbelief for me. All right, now, Corey, you immediately said no. Jet, if you could go ahead and give me cut number 2, did you get the Super Bowl that you wanted?
Taken off is May. Drake May to the end zone for the New England touchdown.
Now, that was touchdown 2 of the day, and it was essentially the second touchdown the Patriots scored in just a few seconds once the officials figured out how football works. But it was their only official touchdown of the day. Patriots win. You get Patriots-Seahawks again. Corey, you immediately said no. Did you get the Super Bowl that you wanted?
No, because I wanted Rams Broncos. Now I knew going into the weekend it was going to be very difficult for the Broncos to win that thing because it's an impossible task almost to ask the backup to do it. What, 3 of them have done it before? Nick Foles, Doug Williams. I'm trying to think of the other ones. I'm sure somebody out there knows. And so they, talked about that beforehand. I get that, but that was
maybe.
Yeah, Hostetler. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that and everything, but that's a really tough task. Weather conditions got bad. Coach made a poor decision, I thought, on one thing, but that's something that can go down the line. I didn't really want Seattle. I kind of wanted Matthew Stafford, the local kid, to get his, but hey, we got Jackson Smith and Jigba in it. I wanted Stafford to get another opportunity. I wanted to see him go out with 2 and just kind of be that unquestionable thing, when it comes to that. Plus, all the takes on Sam Darnold, I kind of have to shut up for a couple weeks.
Let's talk about it.
So that's not fun, but his history before that had told me he was bad. He's gotten good this year. He had a really good game against the Rams for sure. So, no, I didn't get exactly what I wanted out of this, but at least it's done now. At least we've gotten to the point where we can see this. And Kevin, I think it really did, it just sunk in and hurt so much more over the weekend as you're watching 4 teams that have won 2 Super Bowls apiece at least since you have been to a title game. And so that thing just kept so they're going, hold on, how many Rams have gotten 2? Seahawks have gotten 2. They've been to 3. I'm just counting all these up and I'm just like, it's just brutal, sinking in and realizing that at the same time. So either way, as a Cowboys fan, depression continued to go on with me. But it was nice to see Sam Darnold get his so I can shut up for a minute.
Man, that must be a tough sentence for you to say. But you pointed out something that I know.
You better not lose this Super Bowl, though.
Oh, is he back to being a bum then for you? Man, holy moly.
I'm saying.
You can't even give him 24 hours to enjoy that win.
Dude, think about that for a second.
Brother.
Think about that for a second. Every Dak hater out there, if Dak was to get to the Super Bowl and lose it, let's say he makes a valiant effort and Brandon Aubrey is to miss the extra point and they lose the game. How many people would be like, see, told y'all they couldn't win one with Dak.
Yeah.
They'll never be able to.
Yeah. No, you're probably You're probably right
Haters gonna hate.
about that. But I want to point something out because I've seen some people start to come around to this point on social media, and I'm kind of like, hey, good for you. I don't think this is going to work the way you think, because let's take a look at what happened. Let's take a look at all of the teams that were in the championship game yesterday. I know Stidham had to come in, but the Broncos, they decided, hey, we're going to draft a quarterback. We're going to kind of reboot that, new head coach and everything. We're going to go with Bo Nix. Hey, what do you know? They're in the AFC Championship game. The New England Patriots, hey, this is not good enough. We had one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, and now he's gone. Well, guess what? We got to rebuild, get a brand new quarterback, get a brand new head coach. They're in the AFC Championship game.
And they rebuilt also through free agency. They added free agents this offseason too, because they were like, we have too many holes to fill. We need have some money to spend. Let's go do it.
In case Cowboys thought that was illegal. It is in fact not. And then take a look on the other side. The Seattle Seahawks, they were like, Geno Smith, not good enough. Mina Kimes was outraged, but they went with Sam Darnold, and they built on defense. Boom. NFC Championship game. Same with the Rams. They made a bold move. Thought their quarterback play was not good enough. Boom. Went out and got Matthew Stafford and changed some things up. My point is, I kept seeing people on social media be like, hey, Jerry, look at we've talked about this. They don't learn lessons. If anybody thinks that the Cowboys will look at the Patriots and be like, oh, so you can move on from a really great quarterback and rebuild in this way. That's just, we don't learn lessons.
That is, I think, stubbornly, Kevin, and I've said this a couple times. I would have moved on before. But at this point, I think stubbornly, they're just like, we want to prove we can do it with this guy. And that's all fine and dandy and everything. And quite honestly, I know there's a collection of fans out there that would love to see the Cowboys be able to do that. Hell, I would love to be able to see the Cowboys do that. However, the money, the way that it's spent, the way that it needs to be manipulated, hasn't been in the Cowboys' favor for a long time, because as you see with these teams, Kevin, Seattle's a complete football team.
Yes.
They have a good quarterback, a great defense. I don't know, the Rams did kind of put it on them at times, but they have a good quarterback, great defense, really good running game, key players on the offense as well. The Broncos are very good in every aspect. Minus quarterback, they might be in this thing. The Patriots are the same way. The Rams are a little shaky defensively, but other than that, and that's why they're not in. A little shaky defensively, and Seahawks were able to beat them. So yeah, man, you have to
also
build
maybe some questionable decisions by their coach.
Yes, Kevin. A lot of people say the only thing that matters is the quarterback. That's not true. It just simply isn't. Yes, a quarterback is the thing that's going to get you over the top in those moments where you need something to happen. But more than anything else, you need a complete team, and that's just not going out there and buying from a designer bin at the Goodwill. That's just not going to work out for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is. This matchup, I think, is going to be interesting, and we're going to have way more time to talk about it. But what's really interesting about it to me is Sam Darnold clearly, as of this moment, looks like the better quarterback going into the Super Bowl. Like, even before
Are you saying because Drake May only threw for 86 yards, Kevin, that Sam Darnold looks like the better quarterback?
And let's also not pretend like that entire game was in a blizzard and like they were doing Jack S in the when the weather was totally fine.
That Denver defense is good, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. You can make it there through different ways. Like, if you would have told me, Sam Darnold is really going to ball out in some of these games and help them get to the Super Bowl, and then Drake May is going to be very anemic all throughout the offensively all throughout the playoffs, but none of that's going to matter because the Patriots are still going to make it, I'd be like, really? So, it is a weird scenario going in where I feel like I'm looking at it and being like, well, right now, Sam Darnold is the better quarterback, which I don't know. There's not a lot of scenarios going into the playoffs where I probably would have lined that up, but I'm excited for him. And you brought up something that I think is a great point. These feel like two complete teams, or as complete as you get in the salary cap era. And I know there are people that were saying, like, last night's NFC Championship game was the real Super Bowl. I am not prepared to say that. Like, we might see that play out, but I'm not going to tell you that in 2 weeks we're going to be sitting here and definitively saying that was the real Super Bowl.
So when I look back at whenever we would talk about the Cowboys and Niners in that respect, those teams stood out so differently to the rest of the league. And this league this year has kind of felt like it's all been kind of the same. Even at the top, you're just kind of like, nothing that said, hey, this is the clear-cut Kansas City Chiefs or anything like that. So that's why I don't agree with that. I know that the Rams have MVP Matt Stafford. They have, the Seahawks have everything going on there. That's two really star-studded teams. Honestly, it really is with everything that's going on there. But I don't see it being the same as whenever the Cowboys and Niners were there. And, hell, I do think the Patriots have just as much of a chance. This isn't when the Niners went on and played San Diego.
Yes,
I think that the Patriots have just as much of a chance to beat the Seahawks. The Seahawks just look like they have more of the answers.
Yeah, no, and to your point, like if we come back around here in 2 weeks and it was in like Seattle bludgeons New England, and I'll be like, oh, well, I was wrong about that. But I'm not going to spend the next 2 weeks thinking we already saw the Super Bowl when you're right. I feel like you go back to 29. I mean, honestly, I feel like maybe people thought that about Super Bowl 28 and Super Bowl 30 is like you had already seen the Super Bowl. I don't feel that way in this scenario whatsoever.
I know we have time to be able to discuss this for sure, but do you feel like if the Seahawks win the Super Bowl, they'll make comments about winning it on San Francisco's turf?
Yeah, wouldn't you?
They'll be like, and it was so much sweeter to win it at Levi's Stadium.
Yeah, like I would love to tell you that I would be the classiest winner in that scenario, but there's just like there's a garbage part of my personality that I don't love that I'm afraid would do that.
Speaking of classy, Jackson Smith and Jigba, like, give that dude so much love for the way that he did his post-game interview whenever he was asked on the stage. Like, that dude right there, man, I'm proud to say that kid's from this area.
Rockwall Zone, absolutely. And you know what? This is another discussion that I think we should have along the way. I think Jackson Smith and Jigba was always going to be good. I think Sam Darnold really does deserve some credit for getting him to the next level. Like, I know the cool thing is to dump on Sam Darnold, or it has been to dump on Sam Darnold, but I think Jackson Smith and Jigba would be one of the first people to be like, oh, hell yeah, he has helped me get to a whole nother level.
Well, that's great. That's great that you think that, Kevin.
Man!
I'll give him his flowers, dude. I'll give him his flowers when he deserves them.
Okay, but getting to the Super Bowl, he does not deserve them. Okay, gotcha. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for a Stars and Mavs Super segment. Next on The Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
Frankel. Have you been injured in a car or truck wreck? Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And this time the Stars pulled it back, but never controlled. They score! Jason Robertson gets number 30 with a minute to go. He puts Dallas back in front.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now it's time for your Stars and Mavs Super Segment. Corey Majors, you get to choose which team would you like to start with this morning.
I think the Mavericks have a little. I know we just played the Stars audio. I feel like the Mavericks have an interesting story because of the cancellation last night, the postponement, if you will.
Now, let's talk about the Mavericks then, and we can talk about their collapse against the Lakers, which, depending on your Dallas Mavericks worldview, could have been really, really good or really, really bad. But I take you back to our interview with Brandon Williams. Do you remember that interview, Corey? You were there.
Yeah, I was there. He's a wonderful dude. He's fantastic to talk to, and we are the one show in the world that really gets him to be who he actually is, and that's an awesome guy.
Ooh, I like that. So one of the things we talked about in the aftermath of beating Golden State was we talked about the Lakers game coming up. But you remember, one of the last things, it might have been the last thing that we talked about with him was, well, it's not like you have to finish up that game and then be in Milwaukee less than 20 hours later for a game. And he laughed and he goes, yeah, it's definitely not like that at all. And so, not terribly surprisingly, they did get the game in at the AAC, but their flight was delayed. At one point, it sounded like it was going to be delayed upwards of 6 hours. And like I said, you're already talking about from the time that Lakers game ended to tip-off in Milwaukee was about 20 hours. And so you're talking about like, hey, maybe you can drop your stuff off at the hotel and put your jersey back on and then go to work. So that game got postponed. I have to admit, Corey, not terribly surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean, that makes the most sense for that to happen. And I know everybody kind of was hoping for the best in that, right? Like you know what's happening. You know the weather conditions are on their way. You're kind of hoping for the best because you're trying to max it out for the fans, and obviously ownership's trying to max it out for their wallets. Like that makes sense too.
By the way, when you say that, did you see people bent out of shape on social media that they asked like, hey, can I get a voucher or a refund? And they're like, no, we're playing the game. So, like, be there or not.
Yeah, but this is the only day that I was going to be able to be. Yeah, like it happens. You should be able to work something out. Because what if I'm a traveler? What if I want to go? What if I'm traveling? I'm going to be in Milwaukee and I want to see this team and I bought this ticket that time for that. Now, I know that's a small amount of people that probably did that. But, hey, you know, for them, they're like, you're a season ticket holder. Stick around and see how this team does. I get it. But, yeah, man, it's you know that the weather's going to be like this, so you're trying to hold out, and then you realize it kind of got worse than we could have gotten out of this thing. Because Kevin, on Friday, I came in and I was like, I don't know, man, it hasn't been a wreck, you know what I mean? But the fact that this ice has stuck around and been as thick as it has, it was a bit of a surprise for me.
Yeah, and then, the natural question comes up, how were the Lakers able to get out? I think one of the biggest deals there is their game wasn't, their next game wasn't until tonight at Chicago. And so even if they were delayed, which I'm assuming was similar, I have to admit, I did not watch the Lakers travel after that, is you had another 25 hours until you had to play. As for the game, go ahead.
And Luca just walked outside on the wings and on the front of the he just walked around and was like, I'm so hot right now, there's not going to be any ice on this plane.
You know what? It's a game like that when, and we don't get a chance to say this a ton, but there were definitely sometimes when he was here in Dallas, is I think you could argue Luca's defense tipped the balance of the way the game played out on Saturday night. So obviously Mavericks, they had a 15-point lead with about 8 minutes left to go in the game, and they lost. So as we said to kick off this entire segment, depending on your view of what this season should really be for the Mavericks, that's either tremendously good or tremendously bad. For me, I have to admit, I understand all the logic in the world about getting a better draft pick, but like we talked about with Brandon Williams on Friday, is they had won 4 straight games.
Yeah.
Like you could feel the momentum, and for most of that night, it looked like you were going to put a nice little thumping on the Lakers. And then you move forward about 30 minutes in real time, and you're like, how the hell did we lose this game?
Yeah, and
Luca's defense.
In which, again, Kevin, whenever he participates in the defense, good things happen, all right? Isn't that what Jason Kidd always told us?
Agreed.
It's just a matter of getting him to be motivated to do it on that given night. And so you see how much it can help whenever that happens. To see Brandon Williams add more to his game, to see him have 20 points, to see I would have liked Cooper Flagg to have a better shooting night from 3, but we're still working on that. Dirk said we're not worried about it, so I'm not going to worry about it, all right? But it's a weird place to be as a fan, where you're satisfied with the loss but also dissatisfied by not beating a team that you kind of wanted to beat because it's that guy. I know people still love Luca, but right now he's a Laker. And so that's where I am, where I'm just like, I'd still like to beat that dude. I don't want him to have the opportunity to make that shot and then stare down my bench, or make that shot, finish the game, and start walking to my locker room and be like, oh, I'm just joking, it's the other locker room. Maybe he just did that because it was natural and he's used to it.
That's what I think, yeah.
But, I still kind of want to beat the guy. So that's something I still want to beat the Lakers, but it is a weird place to be where you have both sides. No matter the outcome, you kind of can look at it and say it was a good one.
Now, I'm going to read you a quote from Jason Kidd, and I'm going to let you judge if he likes the questions about Luca and if he will continue to get these questions, all right? So essentially it's been a year since the trade. What do you think? Blah, blah, blah. Jason Kidd, it's been 1 year. Next year, it will be 2 years. After that, it will be 3. We will just keep counting. Luca's moved on. We've moved on. We wish him the best, but that's just the business of basketball. Got to move forward. Safe to assume he did not care for that question.
It's been 2 next year it will be 2 years, and then 3. I do like that. And Jason Kidd is very matter of fact, and very if you ask him a question, there's a lot of you asked me this specifically. So if I said, hey, when he drove to the lane, he might look at me and say, you can't drive a truck down the middle of the lane. That's not going to be okay. He was running down the lane and dribbling the ball. And you'd be like, okay, Jason Kidd, thanks a lot. But yeah, that's the reality. And I kind of do like it, because he is focused on developing these young players, getting them their experience, and hoping that he can take them to a championship. That's what his whole focus is now. He can't think about that stuff. Honestly, I'm sure it goes through his mind. I'm sure it's part of it. But he's got to be like, look, I have to think about this because my team needs to think that way. And I'd love if my fan base was on the same board with me right now, but, things happened.
Man, I would love it if some petty reporter in 3 years goes, hey, it's been 4 years to the day since Luca left. Just just to see if he
next
responded.
year it will be 5.
Yeah, exactly. I liked his answer. I thought it was funny. The Mavericks will be back after it, not until Wednesday, but again, because of the wondery of the NBA schedule, then they'll have another back-to-back. So back-to-back Saturday and Sunday, although yesterday got canceled.
And somehow the Stars haven't played in like a month, it feels like.
Yeah, you got to get ready for not playing for a month with the Olympics and everything. But since you did, in fact, mention the Dallas Stars, you know what? Go ahead and give me cut number 18. Let's fire up another Stars highlight because they did get the win.
Robertson, the leave, Johnston to the left, shot, score! Matt Duchene! 2 for 2 on the power play, 2-2 the score.
Now, that is a perfect segue into the beginning of this discussion because you needed to get the win, obviously, at this point, despite their overall point total. We've talked a whole lot about how much the Stars have struggled, but 2 for 2 on the power play. And they finished the night 2 for 5. And those last, is it fair to say, Corey, that those last 3 power play attempts were less than spectacular?
Yeah, no, they absolutely were. And kind of, Kevin, is St. Louis a bad team?
Correct.
Okay, because they're last in your division right now, and I think that you're trying to get right. Again, you're trying to get back into that. You're trying to get into your winning ways in some way, and when you have a head coach that has that kind of acumen when it comes to the power play, your effort and the desires, the outcome, should be a lot better. But that wasn't my favorite, and I guess winning against the Blues is fine, but I want to do it in a different way because you're supposed to be a better team. But I don't know what the reality for this team is right now because of where they are.
Well, I honestly think the reality in that game was pretty reflective of a good chunk of the regular season because you did get your 2 power play goals. I didn't mean to naysay the power play. Starting out 2 for 2 was awesome, but at that point, if you'd have told me they would have got 5 power play opportunities,
I'd been 7,
yeah, I was like, we're going to score 4 power play goals. But your 5-on-5 play, once again, meh. Hintz and Robertson pushing the pace. They look good 5-on-5. And honestly, man, Rantanen came in huge because in the 5-on-5 play and being paired up on that line. And that was one of the things that Gulletson talked about is, Rantanen had the flu for a week. They talked about the weight that he had lost, and obviously, as well as anybody, that physicality is a huge part of Rantanen's game. So big shout out to him that even if it doesn't all show up in the box score, I thought he was huge in that game.
Yeah, no, again, there's multiple things that Mikko does really well. He draws attention from other players. He creates just by being on the ice, he's able to create. And so you start paying attention to one thing, and then all of a sudden there's Mikko, and you're like, what am I doing? And yeah, Kevin, having had that flu, and I felt like it took 3 weeks for me to get back, right. And I know these dudes they're put in with all the best IVs and vitamins and everything, and they're premium athletes. But getting back out there after what he experienced, I know it was kind of like I got to refine my footing just a little bit, and he got after it. And I like seeing that. I agree with you. Whenever you see the numbers, you're like, huh. But whenever you see the play, that makes the difference.
Now, are you in the mood for a petty quote?
Yes, I love petty
All right,
quotes.
Me too.
Free falling.
Not a Tom Petty quote.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Just the general concept of being petty. I love it, though. So Jason Robertson, of course, we played that audio to kick off the segment, scores the game winner. And Gulletson was talking about how Robertson has played this year. And he starts off, and this quote's tremendous. I can only speak to this year, Gulletson said about Robertson. From the start of the year till now, I just think his two-way game for me has really improved from the start until now. And I'll double down. I still don't know why he's not on Team USA, but he's been, he can play any which way he wants. He's that cerebral of a player, and I think his defensive game has gotten better every game that he's played here. It's a credit to him. He's big for us. I love it because he's like, I wasn't even here last year when he wasn't on Four Nations, but I'll tell you, I'm here right now. He's been phenomenal. I still don't know why he's on Team USA, and I love it.
And your head coach should be your biggest fan. He also should be your biggest critic, but you got to trust that dude's in your corner no matter what. And hearing that quote, that's what that tells me, is that dude right there is pulling for him no matter what. At least he's putting it out there in the world. It also tells me the truth about why we were questioning, what's going on. And that is, the team decided we would like to go as heavy as we can on two-way players, like premium defense as well, but we're going to make sure that if you're on the ice, you're not just a one way down the ice guy. And Jason Robertson, he has the reputation of being a really productive offensive player, but lacking the physicality that it takes on the other end of it just a little bit. Have I seen better from him? Absolutely, I have. And maybe that is something that he's like, you know what? I need to work on that a little bit more. I need to add that to my game now that he's gotten this. I hope that turns him into something even more of a beast on the ice. So the truth was really about that. We thought that along the way, Kevin, but hopefully it is that motivation. Just like with you, you can't do it. Okay, I'll go show you that I can.
Now, funnily enough, because of the weather, and this is the Mavs and Stars super segment, there was a Stars and Mavericks summary judgment hearing that was scheduled for today because both sides had asked the court to rule on different parts before the case went to a full trial. But because of the weather, that has also been postponed. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Random Sports Report. Did you watch that fight? And that dude climbed the building. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone. They are all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Left-hand lands for Gaethje.
Gaethje just seems to just be going to...
Trying to defend right in front of his corner. He has felt Gaethje's power right away.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to fire up a random sports report, but fear not, baseball nuggets will be coming up at about 11:22. It's not great news for the Rangers, but we will still have baseball nuggets nonetheless. But it was an interesting weekend of sports, Mr. Majors, because obviously a lot of focus on AFC and NFC Championship games. But did the UFC's now defunct pay-per-view model debuting on Paramount Plus move the needle for you? Did you watch any wrestling, or did you watch that guy climb up the building?
I did check in on the dude climbing up the building, and I was keeping track of the fights over the weekend because my son was like, "There's no way Patty loses, no way," and I was like, "All right." And like even yesterday, Kevin, he spent the whole day. He would just walk through, and he'd be like, "I have no clue how that happened. I just don't understand how." And he was showing me pictures of other fights, and I was like, "Hey, man, it happens sometimes." And then he was happy about O'Malley. He's a fan of his, so that was something that I was checking in on just to make sure, keep up with him so I could have it. But Kevin, when it comes to climbing the side of a building, we all think we could until we get to that moment where we realize, why on earth would we ever even try to do something that ridiculous?
No. I'm going to stop you right there. I most certainly do not think I could. I will not pretend to tell you I could. We're going to go to cut number 23. And Alex Honnold, if you've seen Free Solo, that documentary is terrifying, but at least you can watch it with the idea of like, oh, I saw that guy do some interviews leading to the release of this documentary. So he's clearly still alive versus the live nature of this when you're like, oh, no, if he falls any number of these times, there's no way that he lives. So let's take it away.
See there, it's sticking out from the corner, and he has to get on top of it. And so he has to lean out, rely on his arms.
Dude,
throw his leg up.
Just put your other hand on the thing. Why is it's just one arm in it?
He's shaking his hands. He's resting a little bit. He's putting chalk on his hands. That's going to absorb the sweat.
Now, Seth Rollins being everywhere on every commentary is
what's up with that
thing. I don't know, because I knew he was a Bears fan, and so when he ends up on Good Morning Football, I guess I could wrap my head around it. Maybe it's just that I'm assuming it's just the Netflix connection, but I don't believe I'd ever heard of Seth Rollins talking about climbing or anything like that. But Corey, that right there seems to be the number one thing people disliked about that event is the commentary and how they wouldn't shut up. Because every time that Alex reached a platform or one of the levels, it felt like you could hear him, but you couldn't hear him throughout the event because the commentators just kept talking and talking and talking, and it felt like it was way more dramatic when there was dead air because you could hear every movement.
Yeah, and I think the best broadcasters know that. Not all of the space has to be filled. The natural sound is the entertainment a lot of times. Kevin, Joe Buck will do that on occasion where he'll set something up, a play happens, and he just lets it go. And all the best ones, I'm not just saying Joe Buck, all the best ones know when to just kind of take a step back and let whatever's happening happen. Even if it's on radio, you can still let that moment exist so the listener's kind of invested in what's going on there. So, yes, if you're just constantly, trickling in over everything, you kind of you want to be in the moment as the audience, right? You want to be I'm just watching this dude do this thing. I don't need you to. And Mark Followill told me that a long time ago. I'm on TV. I don't have to describe everything. He was like, on TV, you can see it. I got to give you a different kind of perspective on what you're seeing. But at the same time, letting that exist so that you, as the audience, how many movies do you watch? Castaway. Did what, an hour and a half of no talking almost, it felt like? Like, those are those things where you're just like, I can let the story be told before me.
Yeah, I didn't pick it up until about halfway through because I was looking at social media and I was like, oh, yeah, I did kind of want to see that because I'd watched Free Solo. It's really, really good if you get the opportunity.
It is very good.
Yeah, like if you like documentaries or that particular subject matter. But then, like, watching it, I was so freaking tense watching it, and my wife refused to look at the screen. She's like, no, I'm going to play with Noah, and she could hear it in the background, but like she did not want to watch. And then at one point where he just kind of hangs off, just holding by his legs, I was like, man, this dude is unfreaking believable. And then did you see how much he got paid? He got screwed on this thing.
How was that getting screwed?
He got paid $500,000.
That's fantastic. That's a lot of money for a dude who is perfectly fine wearing one pair of shorts and a T-shirt his whole life and driving out of that little van.
No, you're right. I'm not saying he needs the money because he's clearly an economical fella, and hopefully they provided the hand shock for him or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, for an event, and I realize a lot of technical stuff went in, but for an event where the entire event is based on around this one dude and whether or not he's going to die, and you get 2 hours of content out of it, kind of feels like you should have paid a little bit more.
You know, when they do the thing where I'm going to walk across the tightrope blindfolded between these two buildings, like, that's always scary too, because yes, that element, I don't know how people like that pull that off.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make any, like, I know climbing, he's an expert at it. Like, you watch the Free Solo, you see this dude is an expert at climbing. He climbs the most difficult things on the planet, and that's all he wants to do. He's very good at it. He's very well trained. But man, one little element goes wrong. The gust of wind hits at the wrong time. Something slips out of your hand. Anything. So that's the reason you're attracted to it, for sure.
He wasn't as calm as I thought he would be because they showed his heart rate for a while, and it was like 165, which made him feel more relatable to me. Because if his heart rate was just like 70 while he's doing all this, I'd be like, is this guy like a cyborg? How does he do this? But it was freaking incredible. I have to admit, I would probably watch it again. But
you think there will be more of those types of live events like that they're looking for?
I do, but I guess that will depend on what the numbers look like. I'm sure they have an idea of what they look like already, but I would have to imagine it. I know social media is not always the definitive reflection, but it felt like a lot of people were watching this. And so if they do it again, I would probably watch it again. I have to admit, somebody asked if the feed was delayed by like a minute or two in case he fell. And so I had that conversation with Brandon as well, because he started watching part of that this weekend, and we were like, well, what do? Do you just cut the whole feed? Because if you just cut the camera away, what are the announcers supposed to do? Well, he fell, and so he's probably dead. Like, I don't know what they would have done. I'm sure they set up contingent plans on top of contingency plans, but I have no idea.
And when you're doing a contingency plan for that, you're doing it correctly, but you don't want to do it because you don't want to put any energy into the world that makes you think that it could go wrong. But I'm knowing broadcasting, they probably had a whole script written on, ladies and gentlemen, something like that would kind of we got to have a discussion here. This is terrifying.
Look, and in addition to being gutsier than I am, Alex Honnold is also significantly nicer than I am, because when the people on, I don't know, like the 85th floor in the window, like banging on the window or like waving their signs at him, I'd be like, I'm busy.
You don't see what I'm doing right now?
Yeah. So
you get to the top and they want to ask you questions, and you're like, shut up right now. Give me a minute. Just finished this workout. Shut up.
But instead, he just stood up there, and it looked like he was leaning on top of the thing for a second. By the way, I know we only talked about the Pimblett and Gaethje fight a little bit. I felt like that main event made it a humongous success for the UFC in their new deal with Paramount, $7.7 billion to get that done. And I love Daniel Cormier in the middle of, I don't know, like the third or fourth round. He goes, even if every other fight on this card would have sucked, this made it a good event because of how awesome it was. And now Gaethje will move into a unification bout, but that fight was immensely entertaining. And there's another UFC, I guess we're calling it a numbered event now instead of a pay-per-view next weekend. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our NFL Draft Focus continues with a breakdown of safety Cole Wisniewski and edge Akeem Mesidor. Next right here on the everybody out there. Maybe, you know what, go ahead and give us an update. 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Are you working from home? Did you get the day off, or did you say the hell with it? I went into work. Let us know, 877-881-1053. In the meantime, we are going to continue our NFL draft focus. I know we've got a couple of players we want to get to today. Corey, where would you like to start?
All right, let me. Where I would like to start, Kevin, is Daniel Jeremiah released a mock draft, and I wanted to kind of just hit that real quick because there's a couple of interesting things about that mock draft, considering what we've already talked about in the first week of this series, which I hope the Tolos are enjoying it, and I hope the Tolos can get more involved in it, because I did go back and look at one of the players that one of the Tolos suggested this week. I think they suggested Love last week as well, so I got into that. But on Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft, Kevin, Fernando Mendoza goes 1, of course, to the Raiders because Tom Brady needs a quarterback. Arvell Reese is gone at 2 to the Jets. Sorry for him and his career. Got a couple offensive tackles.
Hey, just real quick, at some point, I know the Cowboys aren't going to draft him or anything like that, but at some point I might want to have a longer conversation about Arvell Reese and just everyone having him as a slam dunk top 5, top 3 pick.
I've seen a lot of people's. I mean, I've saw a draft, Kevin, that had him out of the top 10, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." And I don't think that, but I understand. I'm fascinated to get involved in that conversation, and I think we absolutely will. Obviously, when we get closer to the draft, does that make sense to you?
Yep.
Let's produce this on the air, because if we're closer to the draft, we can talk about the guys that are going to be drafted in that range probably. So that'll be more intense for sure. But I'm in with you, and I'm going to watch him just for that. The David Bailey goes to the Browns at 6, and as I was watching Cole Wisniewski, Bailey kept popping up on the screen to me, and I was just like, dude, I love watching this guy play out of Texas Tech. It was really fun. I was like, let me go check it. Oh, all right, yeah, he's going to be gone before the Cowboys, but we'll look into him too. Then we get to the Commanders, where Sonny Styles is gone. So that is that's one of those where we were like, all right, that's a linebacker that we'd like to see land in this area, getting the Fred Warner comp a lot. So like there's some. I still think that Fred Warner is so much more violent than anybody than Sonny Styles. But yeah. I see the comp. It makes a lot of sense because of the speed and the way that he wraps up so well. He's such a good defender. Then Jeremiah Love's gone. Reuben Bain goes 9 in this one, and then we get down, Kevin. It's almost Cowboys time. Your guy is sitting right there, Caleb Downs, and the Miami Dolphins take him right before the Cowboys.
Son of a gun!
And so, like when I saw that, I was like, "Dadgum, that's it's still a dream." So I'm going to try and find out. At 12, the Cowboys go with cornerback Colton Hood. Haven't watched him yet. I'll get to him at some point. But Kevin, at number 20, the Cowboys do end up picking Keldrick Falk. So.
That feels like pretty good value.
Yeah, if you were able to get a cornerback and also have Keldrick Falk at 20, you're feeling pretty good about, okay, now I got to go out in free agency and buy some linebackers, maybe find something a little later in the draft. At safety, we might be able to help you out with that just a little bit. So,
that
was
real quick.
Yeah.
Let me give you some feedback from the 214. I'm driving around Wiley for work. The roads are really bad. From the 945, wow, they said they're door dashing out there today. From the 210, our offices are closed, but those of us that do and can work from home have to today. Yay! From the 214, drove in today. The roads are definitely worse. From the 806, oh no, sprinkler head just burst at my apartment. I'm headed to a hotel Mondays, am I right? From the 214, I work for a municipality. Our offices are closed through tomorrow. And that's one of the reasons I was curious about that too, because as of last night, Jess works for a DISD. They already closed for both Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, Plano did too.
Interesting. From the 214, hey guys, the sun is out. Do you think everything's going to melt? LOL, it's 22 degrees out, you moron. See you Thursday. I hope that was just generally thrown out there and not for like anybody specific.
Or maybe their boss specifically.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't feel like we said, hey, the sun's out. Yeah, just because you can see the sun doesn't mean it's warm.
I will say in my backyard on the patio, on some of the sunny spots, the top layer is becoming a little crunchier, where like I'm seeing footprints, but all that's going to happen is that sun will make that melt a little bit, and then it will freeze back over later this afternoon.
You're so right about that, and that is the danger of it all, right? Because on the surface, if you see it crack a little bit and you're thinking like for driving purposes, I should be able to get some better traction potentially for driving. Maybe that will be the case for a little bit, but you're right. It's just going to freeze over once again tomorrow overnight, and so it feels like it's going to be problematic for at least a couple more days. But I see the people doing like Instacart, DoorDash. Somebody says they run a Domino's pizza. Awesome. And they're at work all weekend. And now I would hope if for any reason you were able to do a delivery order, you very, very handsomely tipped your delivery people.
For real. Yeah. If you're going to do that, make sure to take care of them. I do know they kind of jack up the prices a little bit on these apps. Some, $1 or $2 more
surge
for
pricing.
Some things like that. But that would be awesome if you could take care of the drivers that are making sure that you're getting fed. Buddy Ivan just texted and said the roads in Forney are awful. So yeah, there's a lot going on out there.
And you know what? I'm glad that you just said that, and I promise we will do some draft stuff. Whenever, like, we all live, if you say in Dallas or Fort Worth, but really as part of the Metroplex area, that is a shockingly large amount of space. And so if somebody's like, oh, yeah, the roads are worse or the roads are better, well, that could not be the case where you live. Like, you might be like, oh, the roads suck over here, and I'd be like, oh, yeah, they're not so bad over here. So that can be wildly dependent, too, on whereabouts in the Metroplex.
That happened, I think the last time we did this, you were like, the roads were fine in my area, and I was like, dude, it's bad up here. And you worked up here in Plano. You know how the weather is just a little uniquely different across here. I never was worried about a tornado when I lived in Dallas, but then I moved to Plano, and I was like, oh, crap, we've seen this happen way too many times. Remember it ripped off the top of the dugout at one of the schools?
Yes.
We were just like, it's chaos, dude. So I get it. You ready?
I'm ready. Do you want to play the audio?
Sure.
Give me cut number 21, and this will decide who you talk about first, Corey, whether you like it or not.
On a first down, a low snap, Day over the middle, intercepted. Wisniewski with the pick, and he's got some room down the sideline. Wisniewski cuts back in. Can he get there? Still on his feet, slowed up. He's trying. Touchdown! It's a pick six for Cole Wisniewski.
You know what? The way that his name is spelled now, that makes sense to call him Wisniewski and not Wisniewski. The I is before the E. And that was a little bit like, okay, how do I handle that one? All right, dude, this guy right here, 6'4", 220 pounds. He is a North Dakota State transfer. All right, and here's what's even cooler, Kevin. He attended Sparta High School in Wisconsin.
Awesome.
Like, do you want somebody who can actually legitimately say, we are Sparta? Yes, you want that kind of mentality on your team.
Is the takeaway, though, that they lost?
Dude, they fought with 300. And, like, that's all they had, right? So I know they lost.
They're winners.
So here's kind of where my notes went on this guy. There's not a lot of scouting report on him right now because this guy is kind of planned to be a 5th, 6th round kind of pick as far as everything looks right now. Now that could change. He just played in he's playing in the Shrine Bowl, had his practice over the weekend, had some really sharp moments. His one-on-ones, he was winning those. That's nice to see. He is a rangy ball hawk. When the ball's deep in coverage, this dude is looking for it. He is natural at being a ball hawk. Watching him, Kevin, go from his deep safety spot, and you're trying to throw over the top of Texas Tech, and he's just flying in. That 6'4" frame comes in out of nowhere, and he's like, I know how to time this up. I got the speed to do it. So that's something that stands out first, is deep in coverage. He is looking to get the ball in his hands. That makes me feel good. He's different than what I'm looking for whenever I talk about that box safety, the guys we were talking about, that we would do things like we would with Caleb Downs. He's a little more like, hey, I'd leave him back there and let him run around. However, he can make safety blitz plays behind the line of scrimmage. He is absolutely has no concerns about coming up to play and stop the run. He runs up there and he is physical. And so this is a guy that I really enjoyed watching because of the way that he does fly around. He performed. He closes hard and fast. His instincts are good, and at 6'4", he has really good vision in the backfield. I love the ability to see what's going on in the backfield, and that height, that length, that gives him that ability. He does not play too high for his size, but he is likely a day 3 guy, Kevin. So this is one of the first times we've kind of dipped further out, but one of the Tolos asked us to look into him. Obviously, Jacob Rodriguez is getting a lot of love from the Tech fan base and from other people out there. Like, this dude's just a playmaker. Well, you start looking at that Texas Tech defense, and you can start picking out a couple of different guys that you might like to see. The Cowboys don't have any second, third-round picks. They're going to have to find some steals later in the draft. I think if you can get this guy in the 5th or 6th, he would eventually become a starter for you, and you would be very happy with his play. Now, I'm not going to compare him to Matt Johnson, Kevin. There will never be a comparison to Matt Johnson for anybody out there. Can you reset my thoughts about Matt Johnson and your thoughts about Matt Johnson? I watched Matt Johnson play, was it the Big Sky? And I watched him play safety across the board, and I was like, this dude, he can do everything. And I'm very excited about the Cowboys' ability to use him. And then he got a hamstring injury to start things and never played. And we were just like, well, everybody in the world was excited about Matt Johnson, and then we never got to see the culmination of that. And you were like, hey, can you wait a little bit before you put the anointing oil on this guy? And I was like, that's fine. You'll find out. And then hamstrings got in the way. So I'm not comparing him to this, but I think he would be if you could get him in the 6th round, dude, that would be fantastic. And again, I think you would look at it and say we have a guy that can really fill a couple of different spots on this defense if we really need him to. He's a good safety. And I know we've talked about doing that. I do think we should go back and do a segment of not only the player you believed in, but the player that you went out of your way to tell people was going to be awesome, who just did jackass. Yeah. But you told people up and down, you're like, you watch, this guy's going to be great. And then just nothing. It was very Mel Kiper with the Clausen kid when he was I don't understand it. How does he not go number 1? Doesn't make any sense. We're going in the 5th, 6th round here. But that's the way I feel about him. Is I wouldn't put the expectations on him to be Caleb Downs. There's just watching Caleb Downs. He's at a different level, and I didn't see all the weaknesses of moments when he was turned around or things like that. I didn't see those really clearly impact things, but he's got some work to do. But I like what the build and the frame is for what I'm trying to build on this defense. That could be something that I could get on day 3, and that would be nice to add. Kevin, I think we can do Messidor tomorrow. This is one of my favorite watches so far. I know what that Miami defense is all about. We got to see plenty of it, but really zeroing in on what he does, it might be hard to pass up on him. Man, okay, and this is what I get nervous about. I'm going to fall in love with too many players on the board going into that. And they won't take any of them. Yeah, and you're going to be and then we're going to have to listen to, well, he was the number 1 player on our board, and blah, 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 and I'm like, yeah. All right, excellent addition, and I like the variation for today. We'll pick up on Messidor tomorrow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for baseball nuggets, and for the Texas Rangers, it's just Walcott. Next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Football's biggest game is right around the corner, and you can get in on all of the action with Underdog right now in Texas. If you're not on Underdog yet, normally I would say shame on you, but today that is great news. You're in luck because new customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And playing on Underdog, it's easy. Just head to the app, make picks on if a player is going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. You know what stats are. Plus, if you get them all right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and there's going to be new promos dropping daily in the app. So if you like making picks and winning money, then Underdog is the place to be for the big game. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on Underdog. That's promo code MASTERPIECE. Underdog. Make picks and win money. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing. Get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
And we're out, back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Good news. Frontier is joining Verizon. That's right. America's best mobile network and Frontier's lightning-fast fiber internet are coming together. So whether at home, on the go, or running a business, you'll have the connection you can count on to get more done. And for a limited time, switch and bundle both plans to get our best offer ever. Frontier and Verizon. Better together. Visit Verizon.com/welcome-frontier to learn more. Based on Root Metrics U.S. Root Score Report second half 2025. Not an endorsement. All rights reserved. The results may vary. Service availability varies. Terms apply.
Giafalo here, and now is the time to complete that painting project you've been putting off. CertaPro Painters provides a free estimate quickly and at the right price. CertaPro Painters recently painted my home, and they were true professionals, exceeding expectations. I easily booked a free estimate, reviewed a detailed proposal, and scheduled my project on the spot. It was an extremely enjoyable experience, and I know you will have the same. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So go ahead and schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hi, my name is Jim, and I have low C. There, I said it. I started losing energy and becoming moody. Next, it was my marriage. With my low C, I just couldn't turn up the heat in the bedroom anymore. You see, low C is low comfort, and it's caused by worn-out heating and air conditioning systems. That's when a friend told me about the Comfort Maintenance Program from Reliant Air Conditioning. I had an honest conversation with my service tech, and it turns out all I needed was a Freon supplement and new filters. Now, my sea level is back to normal.
In a clinical study, Reliant Air Conditioning restored sea levels back to normal in under 2 hours. Discontinue your low C treatment if your home is so comfortable that in-laws demonstrate tendencies to stay on a permanent basis. Common side effects include extreme comfort, reduced energy loss, and a very satisfied wife. To get your comfort level checked, call Reliant Air Conditioning at 877-YOUR-HERO. That's 877-YOUR-HERO. Or go to ReliantAirConditioning.com. Get your comfort checked and turn the heat back up.
Mostly sunny skies this afternoon, but cold, high 31.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Off being played away, they throw down to third. Walcott coming home to throw. He's safe! Oh, do you believe it?
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, Corey Majors, it's time to fire up some baseball nuggets. Man, I'm very conflicted because on the one hand, I like your participation in segments. On the other hand, the idea of you just doing that music all throughout, I think, would be amazing.
It would be kind of like you love the recorder doing the national anthem or what,
yes.
or the
20th Century Fox,
yeah. And so I feel like that's kind of that. Whenever I do that, it's kind of in that vein.
Okay, all right. Do you want the good news for the Texas Rangers? And then we'll get to the other parts of the news.
I'm sorry, one quick thing. Did you see that the Chargers have hired Mike McDaniels as their offensive coordinator? Like, that's confirmed there, so...
Yes, but we did that last week, right?
Yeah, I think they were just making it official or whatever, all that kind of stuff.
They can suck it. We already knew that, so the Chargers can shut up.
I want the good news, Kevin. Give me the good.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that. The bad news might be a lot to deal with. All right.
Yeah, maybe we don't get to the bad news. Who knows?
Okay,
the good news is so much that we never have to talk bad.
Okay, maybe you're right. So the MLB top 100 players right now, the biggest gaining players in all of Major League Baseball. Great news for the Texas Rangers. They have the third biggest gainer on the list. Jacob deGrom went from number 99 last year to number 50 this year. I have to admit, kind of feels like 50 is a little bit low, but Jacob deGrom on the list. He is the third biggest riser ahead of Kyle Schwarber and behind only Yamamoto, who went up 50 spots, and of course Cal Raleigh, who went up 55 spots from number 59 all the way up to number 4.
Kevin, we watched Jacob deGrom. We watched pretty much every pitch he threw last year, and with a very fine microscope. He did give up some home run balls.
That is fair.
And I don't really want to put this on him, but didn't it feel like he was a little more human at times last year? Because there was a moment when I was like, this dude's untouchable. And I don't know that I felt that way about him last year. Now, he was definitely coming off that injury and working through that process and everything, but he's human. So a 49 spot rise, I think, is fair, but I'm with you. If he's untouchable, he definitely needs to be higher.
Now, who do you think is the highest ranked Texas Ranger on the list?
One Corey Seager.
Corey Seager is correct. He is number 27 on the list. Last year, he was number 17 on the list, so he took a little bit of a tumble. But given the team's overall struggles, his struggles, and injuries, that makes sense to you, right?
Yeah, would you also say it's kind of fair, too, that some other younger players have made their way and earned some of the respect, too? Like, you're right. Corey Seager playing at whatever playoff level he plays at, he could be a top 3 guy. But doing that for 162 is damn near impossible unless you're Ohtani, I guess. And then
no kidding.
So, like, that's the part of it is, yes, he took a tumble. Yes, last year wasn't my favorite for him, but there are some other very exciting baseball players out there right now, too.
So I told you Seager's 27, DeGrom's 50. How many other Rangers do you think would be in the top 100?
I would put Eovaldi in there. Because I love Nathan Eovaldi, even though you've always been against him since day one.
What? Yeah, I definitely support Eovaldi.
I've never seen Kevin root against a guy in a World Series for the Rangers.
The dumbest thing I've ever heard.
No, I would say him. He would be another one on my list. Other than that, Wyatt Langford can inch in on this at the moment.
Okay. It is, in fact, those two. Well done. Nathan Eovaldi, number 64 on the list. He was not ranked at the start of last season. And then Wyatt Langford is on the list at number 69. Last year, he was ranked number 97. So a big jump for him as well. But yeah, those are the 4. Seager, 27. DeGrom, 50, Eovaldi 64, Langford 69. I know those are the ones you guessed, so I'm guessing the answer is yes. Does that feel representatively correct to you?
Yes, it absolutely is. Like, those are the best players on this Rangers team. I know we have high hopes for Evan Carter, and I think he could be an 80s type person at some point. And I'm interested to see a full healthy season from him. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I think Josh Smith is a really good player that we love, but I think it's one of those, like, we had a lot of those, Kevin, growing up, that we were like, why doesn't everybody love Scott Fletcher more than me? That happens sometimes. But I think that I have a question about Wyatt Langford, because he's growing into this thing. We thought it would mature a lot faster, but he's growing into this. Do you think he moves into the 40s by the end of this year? Would that be a prediction for you, that he could be in that kind of spot by the end of this year?
All right, I'm going to hate myself for this later. I think he can move into the 30s.
Really? You have... Okay.
I have a reasonable amount of belief in Wyatt Langford, which is probably why, he's moved along at a regular pace, but I just thought he would move along at, a supersonic pace like we've seen some other players. But he's moved along at a good pace, just not as fast as I would have thought.
Yeah, he's building a really good resume. Like, if he continues on this trajectory, his career arc's going to be very good. But I think you're saying that Mike Trout first 10 seasons kind of thing makes you just go eye-opening. And maybe that was, we did get really hyped early about it. I do feel like you were kind of like, I am excited, but also can we pump the brakes just a little bit before he even steps on the field? And I just I was curious about what you've seen as this trajectory. But you're right.
Sometimes
been good
we don't always take our own advice either.
Yeah, sometimes.
Now, this question, look, I'm obviously talking about me. This question from the 214, should we be highly pumped that we might have the top rotation, or should we ease up our expectations? Yeah, no, I am absolutely highly pumped. And I think the trouble is, if you ease up your expectations, then you have to deal with the potentially sobering reality of what your lineup looks like, right?
Yes. I loved watching the pitching last year. And I know people are like, oh, I hate, I want to see offense. It really is a blast to watch artists do work. And last year, Patrick Corbin looked like an artist out there, dude. He really did. And so it was fun. But yeah, they give you a chance. They give you a chance every game. it was they got worn out having to be the ones that every pitch was so important last year, and the offense couldn't do anything for them. And then when the offense finally did liven up a little bit, the pitchers were like, we're exhausted, dude. It's got to be, what do we say, complimentary baseball, Kevin.
Yep.
Both sides have to do their jobs in order for this thing to work out. So, yes, I am absolutely pumped about watching this pitching this year and listening to it right here on 105.3 The Fan, obviously.
Now, Corey, let's see how good you remember MLB Baseball. I don't know why I said it like that. They put out their list of top 100 prospects. Who is the number one prospect?
Major League Baseball.
Shut up.
Connor Griffin.
Connor
son
Griffin.
of Peter Griffin.
I do not. That's not correct. The other one is a cartoon character. Connor Griffin is indeed correct. Now, you ready for the good news? As I told you, he's in the same year as Sebastian Walcott. Sebastian Walcott is number 7 on the list. So 2 of the youngest prospects in all of baseball, both top 10. Sebastian Walcott is now the number 7 ranked prospect in all of baseball. Thus ends the good news.
Oh, no.
Here is the bad news. Corey, would you like to start listing all of the other Rangers prospects in, it's the top 50?
Before I do that, Connor Griffin's dad is absolutely named Kevin Griffin. I feel like we traded away a bunch of prospects recently.
None is the answer. And if you're like, that's not fair, it's a top 100 list, you jerk, why don't you expand it out to 100? All right, well, I was trying to spare everybody's feelings. Well, let's go ahead and expand it out to the top 100 in all of baseball. Now, would you like to list all of the other Texas Rangers prospects in the top 100?
I feel, again, like we traded some prospects recently for a pitching. Is there one? Just tell me there's one.
No. I told you the one. It was Sebastian Walcott. And when you say that we traded away a bunch of prospects, I would make a very passionate argument that you traded away one top 100 prospect in Gavin Feen. I think Feen would have been on the list, but I think that's it. So on the one hand, you might be like, hey, we only had to trade away one top 100 prospect to get Mackenzie Gore. And there's logic to that.
Pitcher.
Yeah, there's logic to that. On the other hand, you would say, hey, didn't you trade 5 of your top 20 prospects and you only were going to have 2 in the top 100 anyway, thus kind of exposing the weakness of your farm system?
It's the weakness of the organization, honestly.
Agreed.
The farm system is that weakness. And, again, Mike and I discuss it. You discuss it with me all the time. Prospects are, you never know. You have no clue what they're going to turn out to be. But they're assets. They are currency. And the higher those prospects are, you can fall in love with them if you want. Or you can use them to get the better players whenever you're trying to make a World Series run. And that's what they're useful for. Replenishing this is something the Rangers are going to have to figure out. How they do it without taking away from their Major League team at the same time, that's the problem that Ross Fenstermaker and Chris Young have to come up with a solution for.
And once again, we've talked about this many times. It goes back to the idea that it boggles the mind that you wouldn't reconsider who is in charge of all of this. All right, couple more quick things for you. Yu Darvish is probably, definitely, certainly retiring, unless he's not, but he probably is. Now, what all of that means, there was reports that Yu Darvish over the weekend was going to retire. He even had to come out and say, you may have seen an article, and although I am leaning towards voiding his contract, there's still a lot that has to be talked over with the Padres, so the finer details are yet to be decided. Also, I will not be announcing my retirement yet. Yu Darvish has 3 years, $46 million left in the 6-year extension that he signed with San Diego. He's going to miss this season with the Tommy John surgery, or getting the UCL with the internal brace. Sometimes there's a little bit of variation on these surgeries. So he's not going to pitch this year, and the assumption is that he is going to retire. He was very clear that he would do anything he could to try to get back and up and pitching again, and I believe that, but I also bet there's a discussion about some semblance of a buyout with him and the Padres.
Yeah, I would assume so as well. I also would like to request if we can get that little drop of Kevin saying, I am not announcing my retirement yet so definitively. I feel like it's going to be useful at times.
Yeah, that's probably fair. And then Andrew McCutchen is not pleased with what the Pirates are doing in terms of like potential negotiations with him. He says, quote, I wonder, did the Cards do this with Wainwright, Pujols, Yachty, Dodgers to Kershaw, Tigers to Miggy? If this is my last year, it would have been nice to meet the fans one last time as a player.
Dang, dude.
And this coincided with their fan fest. So, probably not the number one message they wanted out into the public.
They got to have a fan fest? That's cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Whoops. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. We go back to the NFL playoffs. Plus, hey, Mike McCarthy got a new job. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll get you the latest on the Cowboys coaching searches as they round out this staff. Brian brought us Krusty's Corner at 3:40. Nation 2 to 7 The Fan.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard helps you sell for more with repairs that attract the right buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's
Let's start with this. Mike McCarthy got a brand new head coaching job, and the crowd went mild. So mild, in fact, that their owner, Mr. Rooney, said, quote, "We're not really worried about winning the initial press conference. It's about picking the coach we believe will help us win games, and social media really doesn't enter into it. And none of that will matter once we're starting to play the games. The message to our fans is we're very excited." Yahoo gave the hiring a C. It felt like a hiring that was generally dumped on by people, hence the need for such a message. Corey, what say you?
Is Aaron Rodgers coming back? Well, look at how wild would that pairing be if those two were back together in Pittsburgh.
People are digging up all those old quotes about him saying, well, he gave me freedom to be myself and stuff, so I don't know.
I mean, one of the first things they have to do is find a quarterback. It's going to be impossible to have a team do anything exceptional with Pittsburgh with a lot of talent around the rest of that roster. Older talent, mind you, but a lot of it, like, they need a quarterback there. They want to try and, I think they'll kind of keep the status quo of what they've accomplished with under Mike Tomlin, in that they'll continue to win lots of regular season games. They'll win within their division. They'll be, in the conversation when the playoffs happen. And if things go right, they might be able to win some in those playoff games as well. Kind of similar to what he had here, but I can guarantee you, he went into those interviews going, there's nothing more I want than to be the head coach of this team because I'm a Pittsburgh guy. I think he probably mentioned it a couple times. I'm not sure if that's
I have heard that.
But it is kind of crazy to know that dude right there has coached the Green Bay Packers, the Cowboys, and the Steelers. At one point, three of the most storied organizations in all of the NFL.
Now, do you want to go ahead and go out on a limb and say that he will be the shortest Steelers head coach of all time? And that's not to say that he's going to fail, because the current reign for shortest time as Steelers head coach is Bill Cowher at 15 seasons.
It's a long time. That's a long time, and at his age, yeah.
All right, so fair to assume that that's going to be the case. Now, somebody changed my whole thought process with this hiring, and the general thing that NFL teams do now when they put out on their social media and they're like, oh, we have completed our interview with so-and-so. Somebody posted online, can you imagine if you were applying for a job and then that company announced that they had completed an interview with you, and immediately thousands of people on social media said, don't hire that guy, he sucks.
He's a bum.
I was like, man, that would be the worst, wouldn't it? Like, every time you went on a job interview.
Yeah, and was I listening? Who was it that Nagy was? He was interviewing for a job, and everybody lost their minds, and then the owner was like, yeah, we're not really considering that guy, because he just kind of tested the temperature of what the fan base is all about. And Kevin, I do wonder how. I don't think that Jerry was, let me log on to my phone real quick and check Twitter to see how these guys feel about Christian Parker. But I do think that whenever they saw how, I think there were some whispers of, hey, this Jonathan Gannon guy, are you sure about that? A lot of people are down on this, but do we want to do another one of those things where we hire an Eberflus and everybody hates it the whole time?
I mean, I don't know. What would be ideal is if everyone could get the Grant Udinski deal. So, the Jacksonville Jaguars offensive coordinator has pulled his name from consideration for the Cleveland Browns head coaching position because he's like everybody else. And instead, he is pursuing the Bills job, which we heard earlier today that Phillip Rivers had withdrawn from consideration of. But think about this for Udinski. So he's still interviewing with the Bills, but at the same time, he has agreed to a new contract with the Jags that includes a raise this season if he is not hired as the Bills head coach. So he has signed a side contract with his current employer saying, hey, if you don't get this other better job, we will be sure to give you a raise. That feels like some sweet-ass job security.
That kind of, didn't Brian Flores do the same thing?
Yes.
He's like, look, I know I've interviewed for some jobs. but kind of, hey, Vikings, don't fill that role just yet. I would love to have that job back. You know what? I'll go ahead and ink the deal. And still, if anybody wants to hire me, I'd love to. But yeah, and I've never seen anything like that before. Maybe this has happened before. I've just never seen anything like that because it seems like you could use that as leverage in the conversations too. Like you're going back and forth. But it does sound like the Jags said, we'll give you a little bump, and you're not going to be able to use head coach leverage unless you absolutely have the job.
Sure,
like if you have the job, then you go on to be a head coach. But you come back here, you're getting a little bump from us. So that's an interesting thing.
Now, the Giants agreed to hire Darnold Wilson as their defensive coordinator. Jonathan Gannon is now going to be a defensive coordinator with the Packers. We might need to check in with Mickey Spagnola to see how he feels about this. And then I realize Ohio State is an amazing program, and maybe Mike McCarthy gave him a heads up. But did you see that Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith left to become the OC at Ohio State?
All right, dude. Do
you think it's because of McCarthy, or he's like, this place sucks?
No, he had already left Pittsburgh beforehand and was trying to interview and kind of fight. He had talked to the Commanders and anybody that he can get associated with because he was, gifted this job. Like he was. Right. A lot of people, I understand there's other coaches out there, but we're like, nepotism. Your dad owned the team and was like, here, take a job. And so he was doing that. Does it feel like a fall to Ohio State? A little bit. A lot of people hate Arthur Smith, too, so this is kind of a wild thing. But you do go to a program where you get the opportunity to work with some young talent and build there. And I don't know, man. His whole story is just the weirdest story for me now that I've dived into it, doved.
I definitely don't think it's divin, but I like that. And also, this is a great point from the fan text. We mentioned the Phillip Rivers news. Do you think this is the first time he's pulled out of a job search?
You mean like to be another dad?
No, I said of a job search. I specifically said of a job search to make sure we didn't get in any trouble with the pause, leaving the implication that he has so many children.
He does have lots of kids.
He does. Now, in other coaching news, the Cowboys did deny the Eagles' request to interview Clayton Adams. You gotta like that as a Cowboys fan, right? Like, I've seen some people describe it as petty, and I'm like, why would you let somebody interview somewhere else for a lateral move? Unless they know he's not coming back, and that feels like that would be pretty surprising.
Yeah, I do wonder. Broadus has mentioned many times that Adams was probably pushing for Gannon. And because of the connection they've had with each other, and so I wonder if there was a little bit of, hey, do you not trust me? I'm telling you to hire this guy. Why wouldn't you hire him? I don't know if that's the case, but I appreciate it. He did a really good job last year, getting this run game looking pretty effective. So I'd like for him to do that again. And
if it's petty, so be it. That's totally fine with me. All right, one more quick note for you. Drake May moving into the Super Bowl, onto the Super Bowl. He will be the second youngest starting quarterback ever in the Super Bowl, behind only Dan Marino. He will be 35 days older than Dan Marino when Dan Marino started Super Bowl 19. Of course, famously the year that he won the MVP, they lost to the 49ers, and then he never made it back to the Super Bowl.
I'm sure that Dan Marino will be back in the Super Bowl at some point.
No, he won't. He can go to the Super Bowl, but
you're telling me that Dan Marino couldn't lace it up one more time and get out there and throw for 250 yards?
Man, there's part of me that thinks Dan Marino would throw the ball and be like, are you kidding me? So if they even breathe on the receiver, it's a penalty? Oh, let's go. Dan Marino's going to throw for 17 yards, but he's going to get 250 yards in penalties called against the defense. So, but other than that, I would say probably not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some NFL playoff overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Kevin, we often talk about how having Rhino Shield on the outside of your home can protect it whenever it's hot outside. But you know what? Because of the UV rays and everything. Imagine having that extra layer on the outside of your home whenever it's this cold, and how effective that can be. Like a little bit of extra layer of insulation right there for you, because Rhino Shield's not just paint.
the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope everybody is staying safe, staying warm, whether you had to go out on the roads to go work, whether you're getting the day off, whether you're working from home. Thank you for rocking with us. Right now, it's time for some NFL playoff overreaction or reality. Now, Corey, this is going to be... We're going to be integrating Jet into this segment. Overreaction or reality, you think he's going to do great?
Reality. I've worked with them before. Have you ever worked with Jet before, Kevin?
I was just trying to think. I think I have. But
we did way back in June when I was watching under Alec.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I got a chance, Kevin, during the holidays to work with him. Evidently, when the ratings continued to boom for our show. Thank you very much, Tolos, for being with us right now, but also being with us all along, man. Y'all make this thing. Y'all are crushing it for us. He did fantastic work. Even had a really good Christmas tracks that he was playing throughout the holidays, so it was nice too. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
All right. NFL playoff overreaction or reality. This Super Bowl matchup looks kind of meh to you.
At first it does. And then I realize what we've seen out of the Seahawks offense this year has been very productive. There are some games that it's just did y'all even do anything? And then others where it's really nice. The story of Sam Darnold, whether I like it or not, is going to be one that a lot of people dive in on and love, and they're hopeful for that. Jackson Smith and Jigba being a dynamic offensive player like that is a lot of fun. Drake May, and I know that the defense for Denver is that good. I'm very interested to see with Seattle's defense, which is just as good and effective, if they can even run the ball. Travion Henderson and Ramondre Stevenson, if they can run the ball against Seattle, because that'll help Drake May out a lot. But this is, at first I want it. You're right, Kevin. For me, it's reality. But then when I really look into the pieces, this is what you want out of a Super Bowl. Ultimately, to define who the best two teams are, you want two teams that are playing at a level that these two are playing at, and that's what you're getting.
Jet, what say you?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Corey there. At first, we all had to shrug off the feeling of Patriots Seahawks. We all were there. But then, when you're watching those games, it kind of reminded me of Jordan Travis in Florida State. When you had a team lose their quarterback like Denver lost Bo Nix, maybe they were the better team going before that point, but the Patriots showed you they got the takeaway there at the end. They deserve to be in there, and then the Seahawks just won another offensive battle. You got to believe that they are the two best teams.
Now, you just said the name that I think a lot of this conversation is going to surround.
Logan
Overreaction.
Travis?
No, not Jordan Travis.
Jordan Travis?
No. That's it. Well, there's really nothing I can do. Overreaction or reality? Sam Darnold has sufficiently proven himself to you.
He is no longer the Sam Darnold we saw with the Jets or Carolina. That's an absolute reality. Most of his career, he has proven to be the one that we knew of up until this point. And that was a little bit of a mix between the guy who can't take a terrible franchise to the top. It's the Jets, dude. We get it. And then he had to learn something. He had to have somebody hold his hand and show him the way. And Kevin, that's not a knock on him. You have to have great mentors and teachers along the way. Great offensive coordinators make great quarterbacks too. Those guys work hand in hand together. Look at Drake May right now. Who's his offensive coordinator? A guy I may not like that much, but he was right there with Tom Brady a lot of those times, helping Tom Brady as well come up and develop game plans. You got to go out and execute them, and Sam Darnold now has the confidence that he can. He knows what he's looking for. He sees what he's trying to identify pre-snap, and he's delivering. And hell, dude, that touchdown that he threw in the front corner of the end zone when he had people in his face, that was an exceptional throw. I never doubted the arm. I always doubted the other parts of him, and he's proving right now that with the veteran experience that he's having a better and obviously a really good team around him, that he can be this kind of quarterback.
I loved the Mike McDonald quote. You can't talk about the game without talking about our quarterback. He shut a lot of people up tonight, so I'm really happy for him. Jet, overreaction or reality? Sam Darnold has sufficiently proven himself to you.
Definitely reality. The thing that most impressed me with Darnold is his warrior aspect. When that oblique started to bother him, I saw a lot of people just flip their pick completely against Seattle. It's like, I kind of went with the back door, had the other team, had the 49ers covering. That ended up blowing up. I should have believed in Darnold and the Seahawks to begin with. I ended up doing it on that game, and it panned out. Yeah, he's got that ability that we see great quarterbacks have to fight pain, fight the adversity, and get to the top of the sport.
Overreaction or reality? This is something that I guess I hadn't really thought of outside of a few years ago, but overreaction or reality? Conference championship games should be played at neutral sites to avoid nonsense like we saw with the weather yesterday.
So you don't even mean neutral as in just a location. You want a dome.
Yeah, probably. So the example that got brought up by Florio, which is a good point, was a few years ago. You remember after the DeMar Hamlin, the cardiac arrest and the cancellation, and then they were like, well, that wouldn't necessarily be competitively fair balance-wise, and so they decided that a Bills-Chiefs game would have been played at a neutral site, and that was Atlanta, and 50,000 tickets got sold in the first 24 hours. So I don't think it would be a particular issue of getting the tickets sold. And I know Alex not here today, but this is something that he has talked about, is the idea of, maybe you thought the AFC Championship game is what football is all about. Maybe you thought it was complete nonsense.
I love the idea that home field advantage is a real thing for you. The fact that the Patriots were undefeated on the road this year, that's still a fascinating storyline to go along with it. Dude, you saw the effect that crowd in Seattle had. That was a loud crowd in Seattle. Made it a more exciting game to me because of everything that whenever was it Kinchins that had the sack on Sam Darnold late in the game, and everybody started losing their mind because he was dancing over the top of him, and they were like, we just got a taunting call and you're calling a taunting on this guy. And so the crowd was going nuts. I enjoyed that a lot. There was a lot of that going on. I understand the weather. I'm perfectly fine with it staying the way that it is. Weather's existed for the entirety of man, Kevin.
That is a great point. Now, Jen, I'm actually going to ask you a different question or give you a different statement because we talked about this earlier. Overreaction or reality? The AFC Championship game was the bronze medal game.
I could see that, at least on the offensive side of the ball. Obviously, we just talked about it, the weather impacting the whole second half there, but I feel like they had a good 30 minutes to prove themselves offensively there in the AFC Championship, where you turn it over to the NFC and that ball's going everywhere. You have two great quarterbacks, a handful of wide receivers that are going to be, all pro in those conversations. So, yeah, I think that's reality.
Corey, overreaction or reality? This will be open back up for both of you. Sean Payton lost the Broncos the AFC Championship.
Overreaction and reality. Overreaction
what?
Overreaction because the kicker had two opportunities to make the kick and failed to do that. So I understand he didn't call it earlier in the game, and that would have had an impact, but hey, man, I put you out there. You've been really good. You can't miss those. You can't miss those field goals for me. And at this point, Kevin, how can you even guarantee he would have made the first one since he missed the other two? So
one of them got blocked.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, and there was a lot of snow. What about the first one that went right? That would have been a tie game. We would have been. You know what?
Yeah.
I think it's. because there's too many times where I don't feel like I can just put it on one thing, and there's so many things that matter. I can't always agree to that, Kevin. I'm with you, though. That call, and we'll talk about it in the C Block too, that call and that one over the weekend and throughout the playoffs, you've seen how fourth down, go for it situations have come back to bite people. But I think it's a combination of him, kicker, and, lacking quarterback there.
Jet, overreaction to reality. Sean Payton lost the AFC Championship game for the Broncos.
I'm also leaning a bit overreaction there. The call is definitely one that we'll talk about for a long time, but the circumstances were there. Both teams played to their ability, given the weather and all that. So, yeah, I just can't boil it down to that's what lost the game.
Overreaction or reality, the Patriots already being back in the Super Bowl is unfair.
Yes, reality. To us fans who have not gotten that. That's what it really comes down to is I'm a jealous person right now. And
me too.
It is kind of fascinating. I saw somebody post this, and then Newey Scruggs was like, hey, go check the comments on this. But it was, hey, Robert Kraft has been to 11 of these things since Jerry Jones was in his last one, yet one's in the Hall of Fame and the other's not. And I was like, oh, man. And the comments are fascinating because it's an array of comments there. What has he done, though? Instead of saying, I'm going to be the general manager and I know football, he's gone, I'm going to really enjoy these fine whiskeys that this franchise pays for me. I'm going to let a real GM go out there and find the talent, the coaching, and help maintain the direction of this franchise. That's what that guy has done, and that's why they're back in this position. He's hired the good people to do the good jobs.
Jet, overreaction to reality. It is unfair that the Patriots are already back in the Super Bowl.
Absolute reality. I could even feel the same way about the Seahawks a little bit. Like, sure, they had to wait about 10 years, but try 30 here in our city. So, yeah, definitely feeling the jealousy. All four of the championship round teams have been in sooner than the Cowboys in the past 10, 15 years. So, yeah, I definitely feel that way about the Patriots.
Yeah, did you guys see the post game where it looked like Robert Kraft kind of picked the wrong time to give Mike Vrabel the team ball? Like, he got everybody fired up. They were ready to break, and like the anticipation was at an all-time high. It almost felt like it might be like not quite a how about them Cowboys moment, but they were like getting ready to break and fire up, and then Robert Kraft's like, before we go, I have one more thing. Yeah, and you're like, not the time, Kraft.
That's what those guys do, though. They insert themselves in the conversation.
Yeah, I guess that's the case. But you know what? Man, if our owner got us to that many Super Bowls now, I'd be like, that's fine. Do what you got to do, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we're the
absolutely.
KNC. Yes, thank you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we were talking about doing this segment all last week. Just didn't have the time. But today we do. What's your Texas Rangers story? 877-881-1053. How did you fall in love with this team? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Look, if you or perhaps somebody you know unfortunately have been injured in a car or truck wreck, I want you to go with the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in the DFW, and that is the Frankels. What makes that the case? Well, there are many reasons. First of all, now being surpassed by arguably both home runs in Game 1 of the 2023 World Series and then winning the World Series itself. So the question is simple, Corey. I'm imagining the answers will be all over the place. Yeah. What's your Texas Rangers story? 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Yeah, I saw this on Facebook, Kevin, and I thought it was just a wonderful question because it's open-ended enough to kind of give everybody this.
I love it.
Oh, man. Because there's so many different directions each one of us can go in. Moments when we were adults, when we finally got to see, the type of success we dreamt of as kids. Moments when we were in high school and, we're working our way to something special, only to be thwarted by the Yankees. And so there's all these different moments. Yeah. I think the one that is, for me, the way I'm going to go about it is, it's the moment that I got hooked on the Rangers. And that was, I remember, and I still love this story to this day, and it was almost regretful, Kevin, that I introduced myself to Steve Buechele the way that I did by asking him a dumb question, but hey, things happen. No, I didn't even ask him a dumb question. I said, I did. I went, is it Buechele or Buechele? And he looked at you and he goes, is this guy joking? And I was like, okay, yes, it was a joke. But it was, as a child, I remember going to the game, me and my grandfather and my dad, and we were all sitting there in the bleachers. And, yes, they were metal bleachers. It was hot outside. You could bring in a little cooler. Grandpa had Sprites in there and the ice that tasted a little like dirt. And I pulled the Sprite out and I cracked it open. And it was so refreshing on this hot Texas day. And then the announcement came, now batting third baseman Steve Buechele. And in that moment, I was watching my favorite player. Like, this was the dude that I watched him make amazing defensive plays. He's one of my, he's the GOAT when it comes to third base stopping action for me. I know there are a lot of other guys out there that a lot of people feel a certain way about and everything, but this is how I got connected to them. And I remember looking at my dad and saying, Dad, why are they booing him? And because as a child, it didn't make sense that we did that. And he goes, well, his name's Buechele. And I was like, oh, man, that is clever, fans. So yeah, that's my Ranger story, is hearing that for the first time and looking around that stadium. I mean, I still love that T-hat. I still love it to this day. It was a rinky-dink stadium, but it was ours. And at that point, Kevin, that's why whenever we got the ballpark years ago, I was like, this is such an upgrade for a class of fans like us. We're not this fan base that's won all these World Series. This is an amazing upgrade. And so, but that stadium itself, that hooked me in. And I feel like I've kind of gone up with this team all along since that moment. So it was the moment that they caught me for the first time as a child.
Yeah, no, I love that. Mine is kind of more of an abstract, but I do have a very specific moment to add on to it. But you talked about their rinky-dink stadium. So true. That's what I wrote. Sitting in the big blue stadium with all metal bleachers. That's what it felt like. I realized the entire stadium was not blue. That's what it felt like. I realized I don't think the entire stadium was nothing but an endless supply of bleachers, but that's what it felt like. And going to games with my mom as part of Southwestern Bell Night. I know they would always have big company trips up there, and I would sit there as a kid and of course I had to get my program and fill out the scorecard as I went along, and that helped me learn the game. And that was one of the things my mom said is I would be kind of doing play-by-play and stuff to some of the people, and she goes, oh, I knew back then you'd be in some area of sports broadcasting. And I kind of joke with her later. I was like, I wish you would have told me that sooner. We could have just cut right to the chase,
You were a young Brockmeyer at that time. That's nice to know.
Without all the obscenities.
And some other things. So that was your mom, that was Southwestern Bell Night. That was before she pushed for AT&T Stadium to be built, right?
She is a liar. She never worked for AT&T. I don't care if that's eventually what the stadium did become. Now, the one specific that I remember, and this was amazing to me. So I had to look up the exact date. I still have the ticket stub, though. August 22nd, 1989, against the Oakland A's. Once again, it was a Southwestern Bell night. We took a bus that the company chartered to get to the stadium on the day that Nolan Ryan was almost definitely, certainly going to get his 5,000th strikeout. Now, he didn't get his 5,000th strikeout of Ricky Henderson until the 5th inning. But the bus driver got lost, and he said he had never been to the stadium before. And I'm thinking, even as a kid, I was like 9 years old at the time, I was like, hold on. We hired a bus driver that has never been to this stadium, which at this point had already been around for like 17 years. He's never, one time ever, been to this stadium. And this is the guy who we hired. And so we ended up getting there in like the 2nd inning. And again, this is 89. So it's not like you can just keep looking at your phone and you're like, oh my gosh, he's only 3 away. He's going to get it. Like, we were just hoping that we would get there before he got his 5,000th strikeout. And luckily we did. We had a couple innings to spare. We got there in like the 2nd or 3rd inning and got to see it. And it was freaking awesome.
Dude, that's amazing because, you know, I know you don't love Nolan Ryan the way that we do because you're always pointing out his faults. But like, that's a moment in history that like was the biggest thing around here. When it came to Rangers baseball, like there were some really cool stories and everything, but Nolan Ryan was the thing for everybody around here, and this is something the Rangers have done very well along their history, is get guys that are about to do iconic things, like big time things, landmark things in their career, and they kind of sell that, and they've been able to use that. But to be able to see a moment like that, that's really special. Do you mind if I bring a question up real quick?
Yeah, go for it. But I know Jet has a story too.
From the 682, do you guys remember when you used to meet Juan Gonzalez if you caught one of his home run balls at that old stadium? I don't remember that.
Man, I don't either. I wish.
And I've never caught a home run ball. I've caught a foul. Actually, no, I've been able to pick a foul ball up. That's about it. Other than that, I did catch a home run ball that Beltre hit in warm-ups. I did go pick one of those up during our show. Kevin, if the Rangers were like, every time a player hits the home run, the person that catches it can come meet the player after the game, do you think that would incentivize more home runs being hit or less home runs being hit?
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what, what I was thinking is it might encourage more aggression out in the stands, which I don't know if that's exactly what we're shooting for, but I do think that would be so freaking cool. I also, I'm sure the players would appreciate it to a certain extent, but they also have other things and probably post-game meetings and stuff. And so if every time you had to be all right, today it's Steve and tomorrow it's Jenny, and you're like, I know, I got stuff to do, man.
Man, you hit a 3 home run night and you're like, good gosh, I'm going to be here forever. I love it. I love it, but man, maybe something could be worked out. Maybe you kind of keep track of them all year, and you have one special day at the end of the season where all those people get to meet the player.
That would be awesome if it was Evan Carter home run day and everyone who had one of those balls that they authenticated or so. I don't exactly know how that would work, but that would be so freaking cool. From the 817, I was a fan when they were in the DFW, but I truly fell in love when me and some friends would sneak in to watch games at the OG stadium, Arlington Stadium. And it's really funny now that we have Globe Life Field. I feel like some people will think of the ballpark in Arlington or Choctaw as the OG stadium, and you're like, no, there was this whole other stadium, and it felt like it was nothing but blue panels freaking everywhere. From the 972, you have never heard the stadium in Arlington as loud as when Nelly Cruz hit a foul ball for what you thought was going to be a grand slam, and then he came back and hit the grand slam. From the 972, my wife and 2 boys were at the Nolan Ryan Robin Ventura fight. We sat front row, dead center, and saw the beatdown Believe me, those seats were $5 a piece. Once again, if you've been to that Arlington Stadium, you don't need to explain that to anybody. I 100% believe you that those seats were only $5.
Yeah.
All right, Jet, when did you fall in love with the Texas Rangers? What's your Rangers story?
I think I kind of mentioned it to you guys when we were talking about setting up the segment off the air. It was David Murphy hit a home run to left field. I had to be about 7 or 8 years old. That's probably when I first started. I bet I went to the ballpark as a toddler and stuff, but when you're really locked in, you're seeing what's happening and the fireworks going off. And yeah, I think that's really what did it to me. My youth is kind of an issue. I've never even seen that first ballpark. I've only been at the ballpark in Arlington and now Globe Life Field. So I know I wish I was older.
No, that is, listen, that's the reality of life. The reality of life, Kevin, is that there are people that didn't know the Rangers existed until a certain time because that's where they were born. All right, some people didn't become fans until a certain time because they didn't get in on it. But you're here now, and you know when David Murphy hit that home run as he was rounding first base, he yelled like a boss. Everybody knows that because that's what David Murphy does. But this is the and we have audio to prove it. So
that's true.
This is the great thing is this kind of question doesn't put you in a you were only grew up in our era generation. It put all those ballparks are different, and I think it's really unique to hear from people that are like, I got in when Michael Young did this. You know, like those kinds of things. That's fascinating to me.
No, you're absolutely right. And then you get stuff like this from the 716, being from Buffalo with no baseball team, listening to your show the year they won. I really started to follow them in May, and I haven't stopped. And so I freaking love that. And I also said, I'm not trying to stop and go to Cleveland or Pittsburgh to watch those teams. And so I freaking love that because just in the span of those handful of texts right there that we bounce between as you get, remember when we could go meet Juan Gonzalez, to I went there with my grandfather and we got excited when we see Michael Young's name pop up on the screen, to I only got in on the Rangers by listening to y'all's show a couple of years ago and followed them to the championship. That shows like the crazy swath of ages that we have of people listening.
Oh yeah, man. And that's the thing is you can. Somebody just mentioned Marlon Byrd.
That's another one.
Kevin, the amount of names that have actually come through here, and Marlon Byrd's not one that you're just like, man, what a superstar of Major League Baseball. But we would get guys occasionally that would come in here and have a season like that and make that mark, and you're like, I love that guy, Danny Santana. Remember for a minute we were like, oh my gosh, we cannot live without Danny Santana, and it's happened. We've seen so much of that over the time. I think that's why we have a pretty good depictor each year of whether or not the team is like where they're going to be. You know, we kind of feel it, we can see it, we can sense it, and we know what they're going to go through. But even still, that World Series year, we knew we were good. We just didn't know we were going to have that kind of an opportunity. But we knew once we got there, if they played to the level we'd seen them, they definitely would win this sucker.
Look, and this doesn't have to turn into Name a Ranger, but what I was thinking of, especially since Jet mentioned this off air, is I love the red Rangers uniforms and those hats. And you think about those times, and I'm like, man, there is a time when, to your point, Corey, you're like, how are we going to make it without Rick Helling or Aaron Seeley or Jeff Kunkel? And like, there are players like that if you weren't a Rangers fan during that time, you might well, even if you really love the Rangers now, you might well be sitting here and being like, who the hell are you talking about? But if you were a fan of that era, you're like, oh my gosh, I saw Rick Helling for a complete game on a Wednesday in June. It was the best. And so like, yeah, I just freaking love that level of reminiscing and everything like that. And you're right. Going back to the World Series run, we talked about it. This was an actual study put out in the DFW. Is I think it was 15% or something of Rangers fans going into that 2010 and 2011 World Series said that the Rangers had moved here within the last 5 years. That's crazy. And, like, if you'd seen all of that terrible baseball with some good baseball sprinkled in, if you had seen, as Corey made reference to, going into Yankee Stadium, winning the very first playoff game in Rangers history, and thinking, we're going to dominate the rest of the 90s and never lose again. And then, in the next 9 games, over the span of the next 4 seasons against the Yankees, you lost all of them, and that's when I really grew to hate them.
Yeah, there's... Roger Pavlik and you trade for Kevin Gross and Stottlemyre, and now we got this opportunity to do something special, and Frank Catalanato comes out of nowhere. I still also, too, Kevin, remember I had the seat at the ballpark, and where we sat at the corner hanging over the outfield, right there next to the foul pole. And Paul O'Neill was out in left field, and we screamed so much at Paul O'Neill every time he was out there. And finally, he turned around and gave us the tip of the cap because he was like, "You guys have been committed to this thing all night long."
Yes,
he was like, "We're walking away with the win, but thank you guys for making this an entertaining one at least for me tonight."
Yeah, absolutely. And then, and Juan Gonzalez, that's like a whole different level. And when we talk about people like Pudge, even for a time, Kevin Brown, I know we've talked about some like maybe fringier Texas Rangers, but obviously the Rangers have plenty of great players in their history from the 817. I got to shake George W. Bush's hand at the original stadium. Like, that's so weird to think about, like, oh yeah, I went to the Rangers game and shook hands with somebody who became the president.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and at one point he owned this team and was running it. It's a weird thing.
and you got to see some of the most bizarre batting styles of all time, because somebody just brought up Julio Franco and his angle-defying at-bat stance, and then you had somebody like Mickey Tettleton who looked like he didn't even care that the game was being played until the pitch came out of the pitcher's hand, and then he's like, all right, I'm good to go. Otherwise, he's just kind of sitting there, and seems like, he played well, but it seemed like sometimes he didn't really care.
Quick Mickey Tettleton story for you, Kevin.
Great.
I was very fortunate. A buddy of mine in high school, he had friends who had seats that were very close. I'll be honest, I've never had the money to go out and purchase lots of good tickets. I've always been lucky enough that a friend said, "Hey, do you want to go to the game?" So that's been a great fortune that's happened for me. So we're sitting front row on the first base side, and we're at the end of the dugout. So we're right there in the corner at the end of the dugout, and a foul ball gets hit over our heads. And me and my buddy turn around to look at the foul ball, and when we turn back around, Mickey Tettleton's standing there with a huge chaw in his mouth, and he goes, "How you guys doing today?" And we were just like, holy crap, it's Mickey Tettleton. And then he ran back out to his position, and we both like looked at each other like, "Can you believe that just happened?" And we were freaking out. And from that point, I tried to mimic his batting stance while I was playing baseball. My coach was like, "Don't do that ever again. What are you trying to do right now?" And I was like, I don't know, man.
From the somebody brought up from the 940, this whole segment is just all smiles, full of Rangers memories. I love it, because then you get this in the 254. As a kid in the 80s, saw my first MLB game, became lifelong fans of Julio Franco, Pete O'Brien, Steve Bushell Corey from earlier, and Pete Incaviglia. And you know what's so cool is we've had 3 of those 4 people on the show. So we've been able to relive those memories as well. And that was around the time, maybe just a little bit later, when I thought that nobody in baseball was better than Ruben Sierra. And nobody could change my mind about that, because that was like my team and my guy, and that's part of the awesome part of being a fan. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I enjoyed that very, very much. If you can, go ahead and fire off cut number 3 for me, because yesterday, well, tough day to be a kicker.
The game winner in overtime. Here's Lutz from 54. No, it wanders right.
So yeah, that sigh is a good way to put it. All right, so we're gonna dip in for some playoff porridge. And I want to go ahead and start with that field goal. I believe yesterday, the AFC Championship game, this is their first conference championship game with 3 missed field goals since the 1991 AFC Championship game. And then there was a 4th missed field goal. So it was just, and I get the block for sure, but Corey, points are at a premium there. What do you think the coaches' confidence levels were when they sent out their kickers, when it really started to turn into a blizzard? And by the way, like, how quickly did that storm come on? Because the first half, it just was not very good offense. Then about halfway through the third quarter, you're like, oh yeah, it's looking like it's going to snow a little bit. Then there's like, early in the fourth quarter, you're like, I can't see anything.
Yeah, and that's like, seeing Jarrett Stidham go into the stadium with a cowboy hat and a little duster on, I was like, all right, he's got a little something rocking today, and I started feeling more confident about your potential play on the more than one or half a touchdown.
Which did work.
We will get to that in the C block too. But like it looked like whenever that game started, it was a nice Denver day. That's him walking in wearing that coat. I was like, man, we're down here freezing, and they're in Denver where I would just suspect it's cold. I just feel like it's got to be cold in Denver. And he's walking in like that, and then all of a sudden in the third quarter, like that, you heard Nance and Tony Romo. They were like, everything was fine, and then all of a sudden there's no visible. You can't see anything out here. I'd love to tell you where the goal line is, but I can't see it. And so they're out there doing everything they can. I thought it was a good, last part of the game because you do have those elements. I would have liked to have seen a little more explosive offense early, but it's 2 good defenses. Like, that's what you were going to get out of that game for sure. But there should have been, I would have thought that I would have had zero confidence sending my kicker out there because of how many things need to happen for the mechanics of the kick to actually get off well. And the first thing my nerves would have been is the holder and just being certain that hold is going to. Now it happened, and then the block did happen, but man, Tony was right when he was talking about the kick, and he was like, you just don't know when you put this ball in the air where the wind's going to hurt you from and all of those things with this kind of a storm happening because it's going all over the place. And
I do want to shout out, I thought Romo was significantly better yesterday. I know we had been kind of dunking on him, especially 2 weeks ago, but maybe some last week as well. I thought he was significantly better, and he did feel like he was adding something to the broadcast.
You know what? Something that I noticed that Nance does really well too is he will point out all of Romo's successes.
Yeah,
and I think it's probably part of he sees how much Romo gets dogged, and he's like,
should have gone for the field goal.
Exactly. Yeah, and he did that the week before too, where he was like, it was when Buffalo went for it in the fourth, right before halftime, and Romo was like, I don't know if I would do this, and then he's immediately like, you said it, you shouldn't have done that. That was a play where they turned the ball back over, and that is a good pairing, and I am happy that he defends him and points out all the good things, because if you just get dunked on by the internet all the time, it is going to be one of those feelings of, should I even be doing this? Should I even wake up tomorrow?
No, absolutely. Now, one thing the broadcast did that people did not love, what did you think about putting the digital line markers on the field? So once we got about midway through the fourth quarter when visibility was becoming really, really tough, you referenced the punt where Jim Nance was like, I don't know, I could guess what yard line it's on. And I think it's Romo's like, I'm going to go with the 32. They put digital markers on the field for the yard lines and the just the different everything on the field. I lost what I was going for.
The hashes?
The hashes, thank you. And a lot of people didn't seem to care for it. Did it bother you, and did it take away from your, like, this 1954 game is in the elements?
No.
That feels like a no the way I saw you roll your eyes.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me at all. I'm still paying attention. The first thing that everybody pays attention to when they watch football is where the ball is. Like, that's why the camera doesn't allow you to see safeties and corners and receivers downfield, because of where the ball is. You're following the ball. Same thing with basketball. Same thing with soccer. Baseball is the same way as well. Otherwise, you'd get an amazing shot of the entire outfield while the pitcher's pitching, but you're focused in on where the ball is. So that's that's where my first focus is. All the other stuff kind of floats. Now, sometimes the score will be too big and obnoxious, and I'm like, what is this? Fix your graphics, you dummies. Sometimes they do some bad graphics. Well, they'll show like a big-headed version of Tom Brady or something. And I'm like, I don't need that. But it didn't bother me at all because we have grown into the first down marker being part of the game. Like, that's just what it is. So, no, that didn't bother me. If it bothered you, it's okay. It won't happen in the Super Bowl because they play in an open-air domed stadium.
We're not getting into that again. Do you know I went to a football game with a group of people, and one of the people there asked where the yellow line was on the field, and she was really concerned. She's like, where's the yellow line on the field? And we're like, that's on TV.
Did you ever think that after the hockey puck with the little light behind it, like after that it was invented, you were like, why don't all the sports do this? Why doesn't basketball, like, you know where the ball is, but at the same time, it would add an extra element of cool to the football.
Look,
if your quarterback's throwing it downfield.
You're right, but this is also a time when I was playing a lot of NBA Jam and NFL Blitz, and I didn't understand why the heat trail, especially like you watch, whether it's Drake May or Joe Milton throw the football, I wish that heat trail was on there.
That would be actually really cool if a quarterback had gotten, like, he's really, not literally, but he's on fire. He hasn't missed in like the last 7 throws. Then every throw from there on, while he was still heated up, let's say three completions in a row, and now you get to be on fire, and you get a little extra graphic to go along with it. Come on, NFL, what are we doing here?
Well, I bet the NFL will look at the ratings and be like, hey, you know what, Corey, we're doing just fine. Go ahead and give me cut number 10, because I want to talk about this. Now, we all make incorrect calls all of the time, but there are other times when we hit it dead on the money, and we've talked about for like the last 5 weeks, the Rams special teams. Would it eventually be their undoing?
Lee come out and change field position. So they'll try and do. Beautiful spiraling deep kick. Smith, who bobbled up before. He lost it. Seattle recovers.
Now, Corey, it's a tough spot because I want to be like, this feels like it changed the game. Now, I realize the Rams were still in a position where they could have retaken the lead and won this game, but this felt like that extra boost of confidence for Seattle, for a Rams special teams unit that has been, they've been a disaster the last month and a half.
Yeah, as we've discussed, anytime you fire a coach in the middle of the season, something has gone terribly wrong.
And they didn't get any better.
Yeah, and you're admitting to it. And that's one of the details for that Rams team that was lacking, is as much of an MVP season Matt Stafford had this year, and the things that offense could do, that was something that limited them. And they probably could have been an even better team had they had better play from that point of them. But again, we point out that 2 of the teams that are in the Super Bowl today, they're the most complete teams in the league, where they don't just have a good defense or a good offense. They have everything involved in it. And everybody, people always say all 3 phases, and it's true. It really is true. Kevin, look at Miami and Indiana in the championship game.
Yeah.
What was the big play? It was a block punt that turned into a touchdown. That moment right there changed the game. And guys that play on special teams have to believe that they can make that one change, that one play that's unexpected that comes in. That's the you have the levels of not level of concern. You have the barrier where you're like, all right, the number's 5, but I have a number that can go to 7, and I have a number that can go to 3. And that's what it is you have that difference right there when it comes to special teams. They can change it and make an impact.
Now, a couple of things I want you to consider before I lay out this next statistic. In the first 10 games of the postseason, there were 15 lead changes that happened in the fourth quarter. That's an all-time record. And there are already 5 fourth quarterback comeback wins, which is tied for the most in postseason history. There were 6 games where the winning points were scored in the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter or in overtime. All of that to say, did you realize that 0 points were scored in the fourth quarter yesterday?
Are you kidding me right now?
Yeah. Now, I know that's less surprising for obviously the Denver game, which we talked about with the Patriots. But, yeah, there were no points scored in the final quarter of the Seattle game with the Rams, even though it felt like that ball flying back and forth, back and forth. Now, there was an opportunity, fourth down in the end zone, where I really thought that was a bad pass by Stafford. But, yeah, no points scored in the fourth quarter yesterday.
Okay, hold on. Are we going to discuss that, or should we discuss that in the C block? Because that bad pass by Stafford, I'd love to have a conversation about that.
Okay, yeah, we can hold off on that. But that's surprising, right?
Yeah, the way that third quarter went, I just assumed fourth quarter points had happened. So that's more fascinating. The fact that there were opportunities in the fourth quarter for the Denver and Patriots game too. There were opportunities for it, just didn't come to culmination. The way these playoffs were just so wild and all over the place make me feel like this Super Bowl is going to be you can't turn away from it. Like, it's not going to be a blowout. You're going to have to be around for the last play. Otherwise, you're not going to get your money's worth on this thing. That's the way I feel about it, is that the big game that's coming up. I'm sorry about that earlier.
You could say Super Bowl.
I hope we dumped when I said that earlier. But the big game that's coming up is definitely, I think it's going to be one of those. I know it's not the teams I want, and there's things I hate about it. But the way the game has been played this year, it makes me feel like it's going to be an exciting game throughout.
Hey, you wait until you hear my underdog spots to hear somebody say the big game. Now, let's go back to Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold got another $500,000 incentive for reaching the Super Bowl. This is on top of other incentives that he's gotten for reaching the playoffs, getting wins in other rounds. But safe to say, Seattle feels like they've already gotten every bit of their money's worth out of the 3-year, $100.5 million deal. Now, this might feel a little mean to Minnesota, the team that let him move on. But let's throw it out there anyway. Sam Darnold yesterday, he had an EPA of plus 0.47 per pass play. That's the fourth best by any Seattle quarterback in the past 30 playoff games this century. It's also better than any Minnesota quarterback has managed in the postseason in the last 2 decades. And of course, only bringing that up because Minnesota's like, well, you'll never be good enough, and we're going to go ahead and move on from you.
What about Randall Cunningham and Dante Culpepper?
Yeah,
what
but
about those guys?
Now you're talking about more than 20 years ago, and I'm sure with that 98 Vikings team, which was one of the greatest teams I've ever seen and not even make the Super Bowl, they probably had something going on.
Yeah, they probably did. No, Kevin, I don't know. They'd already drafted the rookie. J.J. McCarthy. They'd already done that. So the aspect of moving on from him, that was always the plan. Sam Darnold was a filler for that year. He was essentially replacing Kirk Cousins and giving them a buffer year with J.J. McCarthy. So I'm not going to kill him on that because they had done that. Now, I will give the max amount of credit to John Schneider for having the faith that that Sam Darnold was the piece that they needed. He knew he needed something a little bit better than Geno Smith, and he knew he had to go out and put a good team together, and then he gets DeMarcus Lawrence and has this thing looking the way that it does. So I'll definitely give them a lot of the credit for that because the Minnesota Vikings made their plans, and they followed through with it. They just happen to have a quarterback that isn't really prepared for the moment yet.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We dive into some hits and misses, and it sounds like we're going to have a duel when it comes down to that Matt Stafford pass next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
won at least 2 Super Bowls since the last time you got to one of those title matches.
I was able to start getting over it until you brought it up again. Now I'm sad again.
Yeah, it just that brings me to this. Like, we're looking at this season, a team that's going into an off season that has still lots of question marks in a variety of areas. Do you think the George Pickens thing will get done quickly?
No.
And that is because the owner doesn't like to do things quickly.
Correct. But I mean, look, I'll reserve the right for a little bit of optimism because they've seemingly changed some of the usual ways they do it, from the hiring of their DC to the trading of Micah. But I would gladly be wrong.
Okay, then you have brought that up a couple times. Did you agree with the Micah trade when it happened?
Yes.
And you still do?
Yes.
You would have done that trade again if you had the chance?
Yes. But look, and that depends on how you felt about the team going into the season. I did not feel like this was a particularly worthy team going into the season. I think that was proven out. I think having Micah there would have made your defense better, but not enough better to really go anywhere. And with the fact that you were about to have to pay him and to know how we like to reset the contract market, I was like, you have so many big name players that make a lot of money and it's gotten you nowhere. Why do this deal?
Yeah, and I do wonder if the Cowboys, if their front office regrets the decision, or if they're like, no, like Jerry told us at the end of the year, he was like, now we get to finally see the fruition of this. Now we finally get to reap all the benefits of this trade. And I feel like they probably would tell you, no, we were going to do that anyway, no matter what. That was our plan, and we're happy that we did it. There's still going to be a lot of fans out there that hold it against them for a very long time, though, I think.
Yeah. Look, I hear what he's saying. I also think that's like a little disingenuous, because they've already traded off some of the picks, or at least one of the pick that they got for Micah, and their defense still didn't look that good.
Yeah, I guess whenever you kind of look at the 4 teams that were playing this weekend, a lot of times people will just be like, it's just kind of random. You catch lightning in a bottle. Maybe you do catch lightning in a bottle, but I think the team you put together is very intentional. And the Rangers caught lightning in a bottle one year. I mean, quite honestly, when they made the addition of Jacob deGrom, I think the entire roster believed they could win. Now, he gets hurt, but I think they had already made their minds up that they were good enough to win. And they went through that season with a manager that had, intentional plans for each one of those guys. This team, each one of these 4 teams were built intentionally. Do you think John Snyder went through this thing going, man, I don't know, I'm just going to throw some guys out on the field and see if we can put a good bout out there? You think that Mike Vrabel was like, hey, I think that, I need a little extra, and they were like, all right, yeah, sure, whatever you think, man. No, man, they go build these things with purpose, not because they found a good bargain.
Yeah, and the thing about the randomness of it all is then every other team in the NFC has made the conference championship game except for you. So it feels like we would have random dumb lucked ourselves into one of these, right?
Yeah, you think so.
Otherwise, I would agree with that. I'd be like, sure.
I can't decide, Kevin, where to put Jarrett Stidham in the hits and misses from this weekend because, for one, that first couple drives, I was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
They are literally going out there and telling him, let it ride, buddy. And he's like, I'm ready, Cowboys. Like, that dude looked fantastic. And maybe that's because, and I watched a lot of the pregame, and Bill Cowher kept saying, you got to get him comfortable with the first 10 plays. And he kept saying over and over, but it's not your 10 plays. You need to ask him what he's comfortable with because you need success early to get the confidence going for the team. Now, granted, when he scores the touchdown, that definitely did happen for that team. They looked like, you know what, our defense, we're going to show up today and we're going to make something happen. From there on, he found discomfort. New England found ways to make Stidham uncomfortable, and they were very smart in their approach to it, too. But at the moment, dude, I still look at him and I kind of feel like he was a bit of a hit, even though he had big whiff moments that really did mess up things for him, because he threw the interception and then that fumble thing that he tried to push forward, it just didn't work out.
Yeah, and you know what? That felt like a play of physics right there, where theoretically I could see how he thought the ball was going to go forward, but because he was getting pushed backwards at such a rapid rate, there's just no way.
The other thing, too, on that play is that's the difference between your backup quarterback and your starter. The backup quarterback on that specific play was waiting for the moment that he could get the outlet to the running back. Like, you could see, he was like, all right, my first throw is here. Crap. It's not there because the defensive lineman had pushed his tackle back into the play, and now you got the timing of it was all wrong. And he kept looking for an angle to try and make that play. Bo Nix probably tucks that and takes off running, tries to figure something else out, throws it away, whatever. But the timing of it was a quarterback that was like, this is my only option. I have to do this. And we've had that. It's not going to work if that's the only option. You got to come up with a couple of extra solutions. All right, now for hits and misses, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin, would you like the hits or the misses?
I'll take the misses.
All right. Honorable mention, the special teams for the Rams. As we discussed earlier, Kevin, the muffed punt, you could probably make a case that the last time Seattle and the Rams met up, that was a problem for them too, and that's why Seattle had the number 1 seed overall. But in the grand scheme of things, the special teams definitely messed up for the Rams. I also want to add in, where is it? Yep. Let's go ahead and throw Puka Nacua in there. 9 catches, 168 yards, and a touchdown, maybe the coolest touchdown of the entire game. But Kevin, his team lost. So that is a miss, despite his efforts.
That's a tough call right there. That's a tough call right there, but I understand how this segment has now developed, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Number 3 on the misses list for this NFL weekend of fun time action. Tariq Woolen for his taunting call and immediately giving up the booty for that touchdown that was awesome by Puka Nacua. Now, Kevin, the sideline, I'm fascinated with how's the conversation going this week? Because his teammates were upset with him whenever that play happened. First off, you had the penalty that gave them the ball back, and these are the moments that we can't let happen. Like that's a real thing. Secondly, you then got the opportunity to make up for it, and you got beat on this play very bad. They went right at you because they knew you were mentally checked out after that. So they went at you, and you lost it. I wonder what the conversation's like now. Did call afterwards, and they all calm down. We've won. We're good. Do they let it go and move on? Or are they saying, hey, dude, are they having that conversation with them all week of, you can't let that happen again?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're going to say you can't let that happen again.
But if you let it go, then he's just going to be like, hey, they don't care that much. But at the same time, I don't think you can. I think you got to be in his head about that. Number 2, misses of the weekend, going forward on 4th down. I don't have the exact numbers for me, but Kevin, it seems like during the playoffs we saw a far more aggressive group of coaches than we're typically used to seeing, and it does feel like a lot of it bit them in the butt. I'm not going to belittle them for being aggressive and going for it because I like that mentality, and going into the game, I remember it was Kirk Cousins and Long and all those guys were talking before the Denver game, and they were like, look, you get into the red zone, you don't kick field goals. Touchdowns are the things that are going to win. And I think that's what those coaches believed whenever it came to that field goals weren't going to win these games.
Yeah, and look, like I can go back to both of the specific scenarios that I'm thinking of off the top of my head is like, the obvious one where Sean Payton decides to go for it instead of taking what felt like would have been a sure thing field goal at the time to make it 10-0. I'm sure at the time he's like, look, man, this offense for New England hasn't done jack S, and they hadn't done anything in that first half up to that point. And he's probably like, if we could take a 14-0 lead, I'm not saying the game's over, but man, it might kind of feel like it's over the way the New England offense. And I felt bad because I know Sean Payton said afterwards, is like looking at the rest of the game, obviously those 3 points were at a premium. I don't think you could have known that like the fourth quarter would look exactly like that in terms of the weather and everything. But it was the wrong move in hindsight, but at the time, I see what he was trying to do in terms of maybe almost putting the game away. I see what McVay was doing in terms of trying to take the lead, whereas a field goal would have made it 31-30, and that way even if Seattle scores a touchdown, logically you should still be within 8 points if you want to force overtime. But neither one of those coaches were like, hey, let's play to take care of this lead or get the lead. They're like, let's play to go win and go to the Super Bowl. I can respect that.
You know, the point, too, about being up 14-0 going into the half, you do that, they get the ball on the other side. This plays perfectly into what you are as a defense. You're the leading sack team in the league. They're going to have to drop back and start passing more instead of being in a run-first game. You're going to get more opportunities to get interceptions, turn Drake May over, and then you have this game in your hands and you're ready to go. So I see what you're saying there, too, but I think that makes a lot of sense in the way that his mind was working regarding how good his defense was playing. Number one for me in the misses, I'm going to say it's Will Lutz. I know that one got tipped, but the other one earlier in the game and then not having the opportunity, he should have gone and punched Sean Payton in the face and said, let me go out there and kick this. Do not let Stidham screw this up for us. But that's not going to happen because Will Lutz is a good dude.
I didn't even realize it had gotten blocked at first. I thought the crazy weather just took that ball and was like, nope, we're going over here.
In the honorable mentions of the hits, Kevin, Drake May completed 10 passes for 86 yards. What an amazing...
And that's a hit?
That's a hit. Well, it's honorable mention. Honorable mention, of course.
Okay, gotcha.
Because guess what, Kevin? His team won. So congratulations to Drake May.
Good job.
Also, honorable mentions, first-time Super Bowl head coaches since Super Bowl 50. So that's a really fun thing. Both of these guys, it's their first time to be in the Super Bowl. And two coaches that, Kevin, I think around the league, a lot of people, not just media people, but people in the league and so forth, have a ton of respect for in Vrabel and McDonald.
Do you like the fact that they're both named Mike?
Yeah, we get the Mike Super Bowl. It was either Team Mike or Team Sean with these four coaches.
Oh yeah,
when
which
it came
team
down
were
to
you?
It. Yeah, I was Team Mix It Up a little bit.
Okay.
So yeah, actually, I guess I was Team Sean because I wanted McVay and Peyton. I wanted Denver and the Rams, so I guess I was Team Sean in this one. Let's go. Number 3 in the hits of the weekend, Sam Darnold, 346 yards, 3 touchdowns. Shuts me up for the week. Yeah. Well, dude, there's other things going on. And he'll be the first ever USC quarterback to go to the big game. So congratulations to him and his big game opportunities. Number 2 on the list, Kevin Hagelin for hitting the over on 2 plays. That would be Jarrett Stidham with the half touchdown and Denver at the 3.5 sacks. We were having that discussion about how low that number was, and they finished theirs with 5. So good job, Kevin, bringing that to the forefront. And yes, I will put you over Sam Darnold any day. And then number 1 on the list, I will give this to Jackson Smith and Jigba, 153 yards on 10 catches and a touchdown. And then somebody pointed out in a video the Cowboys are finally going to the Super Bowl because he has a star tattoo on his right bicep. So I'll give him a little credit on that one, too. And then, again, his I can't remember what the number was. Like, this is the biggest numbers, catches in a NFC Championship game, something like that. I saw those numbers. But most importantly, man, just the way he handled himself in the interviews post-game just made me go, he's more than just a receiver that's showing up on the stage. This dude is somebody that I think a lot of people can root for. Him and Cooper Kupp had some really good catches in this game that were very essential to that win. Congratulations to the Seahawks and the New England Patriots.
I love it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and was it a bike race ruining kangaroo? We'll discuss in Wanker of the Weekend next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest...
with 3 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. Then there's Shedeur Sanders. He has been named a replacement for Drake May because we've just given up. He started 7 games this year, went 3-4, threw a robust 7 touchdowns to go along with 10 interceptions.
All right, so here's where the the Pro Bowl game changes, Kevin. This is now becoming a who do we need to kind of push forward the popularity of the game.
All right.
And whether you like it or not, Shedeur Sanders, and this is my feeling here, Shedeur Sanders is one of those guys that is popular. And whether he's going to be a great quarterback, hey, time will tell that story. But popularity-wise, for good or bad, he is that. And I think this is their opportunity to say, hey, we can control this. We can control the people that we could potentially bring some interest in by pushing a guy in that we want instead of these other things that happen. Plus, nobody really wants to go to the Pro Bowl anymore, and nobody really. I mean, they don't even play a game, which is sad and also makes sense at the same time. Like, I get it. I don't want George Pickens to get hurt in a game that doesn't matter. I understand that completely. But I guess there's something to, does he represent what a Pro Bowler's all about? That's what the All-Pro is. Like, the All-Pro is definitely the sign of that represents what the NFL this year was all about, in my opinion.
Now, we discussed a lot throughout the weekend throughout the show about how Alec Honnold might well be the hero of the weekend for Skyscraper Live. I'm going to throw out another possibility for the hero of the weekend while also pointing out the wanker of the weekend. Jay Vine from Australia was knocked down by a kangaroo on the final stage yesterday of his race, but was still able to win the Tour Down Under cycle race. How impressed are you that he got knocked down by a kangaroo, got back up on his bike, and still won the race?
I need to go watch this video.
You should, because did you know that 3 other riders were also injured by a kangaroo and they were unable to continue the race?
Do they know going into this thing that kangaroos are a potential hazard? Whenever they're like, you know what, I'm signing up for this Australian cycling thing. Right. I'm sure they know the name. Do they know that that's going to be a potential hazard?
I think I have an answer for you. Once again, the hero we all need, Jay Vine. Quote, everyone asks me what's the most dangerous thing in Australia, and I always tell them it's kangaroos.
Kevin, I think Josh Johnson is a very funny comedian. He's from The Daily Show, and he was doing a show in Australia, and he was like, you guys, why didn't y'all warn me? And everybody's kind of like, what is he talking? Is he talking about the kangaroos? Yeah, and how they might attack you and punch you or something? And he's like, koala bears. We go through life thinking koala bears are the cutest thing in the world. And then I see one in person, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so adorable. And then it looks at me and it goes,
oh my gosh.
He's like, nobody warned me. The whole internet exists, and nobody's playing these sounds that are terrifying. And I was like, that is hilarious. Because koalas, Kevin, we know that they're cute. They're super adorable. But they make weird human noises. The whole kangaroo thing, I guess I got to mark that down on why I'm not going to go bicycle through Australia.
Okay, but you were thinking about it before that?
I was.
Okay.
But now I can't.
All right, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to take that dream away from you. Let's go to the Charlotte Hornets.
Okay.
Now, are the Charlotte Hornets the wanker of the weekend for, well, they won a game. And you might be like, well, that's what they're supposed to do, win the games. And I hear you on that. But the reason why they might be the wanker of the weekend is prior to that game, do you realize that the Charlotte Hornets were 17-28 and had an average margin of victory of 19.3 points, which would be the highest average margin of victory in NBA history?
Wow, that's impressive.
but they were 17-28. So how, and I know they won, so now they're only 10 games under 500. How are you 10 games under 500 while also possessing the greatest margin of victory in the history of basketball?
I guess in like these big wins, it's been that much of a blowout, and then their losses have been that close. So they aren't getting blown out a whole bunch, but they are losing a whole bunch of games just barely. But then whenever they get opportunities to win, they're like, we're really going to show people tonight. That is a weird stat. Like that's an anomaly in statistics, isn't it?
Yes.
Where you would think this has got to be the true thing, but then this stands out. Man, Charlotte, what a rough go they've had, huh?
Not everybody can be the Patriots.
Oh, yeah, for real.
Get right back to the Super Bowl like nothing even happened or whatever.
You're still upset about that, it sounds.
Yeah. I wish that I had an ownership group and a management group that was like, hey, maybe we should try something different if the old thing isn't working. Yes, I am jealous of that.
Call Kevin and get this cap situation squared away.
Yes, absolutely. All right, let's go from that to Rasheed Walker. Does he count as potentially the wanker of the weekend? He was arrested Friday morning at LaGuardia after he tried to check a bag that had a gun in it.
So this is weird that it happened. There's no way that this dude knew that gun was in there, right?
Oh, he did. He told the Port Authority that there was a locked box with a handgun in there.
He thought by putting it in a locked box that would make it okay.
I think you're right.
Okay, well, and that's where the internet
At least that's
exists.
better.
Yeah, look, man, we've discussed this. You can go onto the internet and find out all sorts of information before you make a decision. Don't just assume. Like your cousin Leonard, he's like, hey, don't worry about it, man. It's in a locked box. You're going to be fine. By the way, put the drugs right in the front pouch. They don't check that one. Like you don't just trust somebody. You go call somebody and say, hey, is this going to be okay? Because my thought on this, Kevin, when I initially heard it was, I totally understand the idea of putting it somewhere, forgetting it was there for that moment or whatever, and showing up there. I get it; it can happen, but that's a little bit of just making assumptions on his part that it's just going to be fine because A, who I am, and B, it's a locked box there. Should that be an okay thing? Should that be something though? If there's a locked box, can you check it on, or are we saying no? We can't move with those things.
I mean, I guess they're saying no. To be fair, I have never tried to transport a firearm, so I definitely feel like I would err on every conceivable side of caution for that. All right, is UFC gambling the wanker of the weekend? Also, side question, Corey, I've been thinking, should we change this to wanker and winner of the weekend?
Ooh, I like this. Let's throw some. We can do that.
Okay. I've got some winners ready to go if you want. So the UFC canceled a fight between Alexander Hernandez and Michael Johnson because they were alerted and the contest was flagged for suspicious betting activity. Now, this same thing happened a little while back. I think it was back in November, and the significant betting favorite in that fight lost under very suspicious circumstances, and then he got released. And so Dana White said, it happened again. We got called from the Gaming Integrity Service, and I said, I'm not doing this S again. So we pulled the fight. So, if any sense of impropriety is like, no, we're not doing that. Cancel the fight. We got plenty of fights. Cancel the fight. It's off.
Well, first off, it's kind of fascinating. Michael Johnson is a runner, so
it's a different Michael Johnson.
Being in the MMA and UFC, kind of confusing to me. But I have two schools of thought here. One, are we assuming that this had never happened in the past? that this wasn't a relevant thing in the past. It just was affecting other bookies in other ways. And now here we are with very powerful game systems that can be used, and they're having more influence in the detection of this because of the patterns. How do you handle this from now on? Because how do we know what's real and what's not just because it was bet on a certain way?
That's where the awesomely named Gaming Integrity Commission comes in. That sounds amazing. I would love to be part of that. That sounds that sounds awesome. All right, you stop that. You said you wanted some winners of the weekend.
Let's do it.
All right, so this one is up for some debate. All right, I'm going to take you to the Texas A&M basketball coach, and he's going to give you a breakdown of exactly the kind of defense that you should have. So this is cut number 20. This is what kind of defense he wants from his players.
And what do they say? You want to play mother-in-law defense on them? Constant nagging and harassment. And so you try to do that the whole game, and hopefully it has a cumulative effect on him.
Does the mother-in-law defense have to be applied to Meechie Johnson too?
It's got to be applied to everybody, you know. Hey, the mother-in-laws applied to everybody. Do they apply that constant nagging and harassment at all times? Of course they do. So we got to do the same deal.
Now, Corey, this is a complex one because on the one hand, he could be the winner of the weekend because his team has been winning. On the other hand, how tough is that next family get-together going to be?
That is a very good question. I mean, I think two things. One, either he has such a great relationship with his mother-in-law that he feels comfortable saying something like that. She's not going to take offense because she understands that's a stereotype in the world, all right? That exists. We've made fun of mother-in-law situations since the beginning of time. It's like weather, Kevin. It's been around since man. I'm sure weather was around before man also. The other thing that it could be, he doesn't ever talk to her because they don't get along. So he's not even concerned about the next family get-together because he knows he's not going to see her. I feel like, though, he forgot to mention the father-in-law technique as well. Okay, I have a great relationship with my in-laws. So I don't have what is that stereotypical joke of a relationship with them. But I have a really good one. But the father-in-law technique, wouldn't it be the intimidation factor? Look, if you're going to have the constant nagging and harassment, then you need intimidation to go along with it. That's next level stuff right there.
You're right. I just don't know how you could be like, don't forget I have a shotgun collection. How like that incorporates on the court. I don't know. I'm not saying it can happen. I'm just not totally sure. And by the way, if we're going to throw out another group of winners of the weekend, AJ DeBonsa, who we have talked about all year, the super freshman from BYU, him and Kingston Flemings from Houston, Keaton Wagner from Illinois, they all scored 40-plus points over the weekend, and it was the first time that 3 first-year players on the same day had scored more than 40 points apiece in 30 years in college basketball.
So you want that player is what you're saying?
Yeah. Look, that's why I said, depending on your Mavericks worldview, maybe that loss to the Lakers was not so bad. I understand the appeal, whether it's Boozer, Peterson, DeBonsa. I'm here for all of those discussions. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, did we make it back into the studio? We're going to have PP in the morning at 6:40, Bobby with even more on the Cowboys' new defensive coordinator, and Ask Reddit at 7:40. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
Hi, my name is Jim, and I have low C. There, I said it. I started losing energy and becoming moody. Next, it was my marriage. With my low C, I just couldn't turn up the heat in the bedroom anymore. You see, low C is low comfort, and it's caused by worn-out heating and air conditioning systems. That's when a friend told me about the comfort maintenance program from Reliant Air Conditioning. I had an honest conversation with my service tech, and it turns out all I needed was a Freon supplement and new filters. Now, my C level is back to normal.
In a clinical study, Reliant Air Conditioning restored sea levels back to normal in under 2 hours. Discontinue your low C treatment if your home is so comfortable that in-laws demonstrate tendencies to stay on a permanent basis. Common side effects include extreme comfort, reduced energy loss, and a very satisfied wife. To get your comfort level checked, call Reliant Air Conditioning at 877-YOUR-HERO. That's 877-YOUR-HERO. Or go to ReliantAirConditioning.com. Get your comfort checked and turn the heat back up.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Lakers and the Bulls square off tonight in Chicago, and I think defense will be optional. These are two of the worst defenses in the NBA, and as of Monday afternoon, there's no star players on the injury report. The Bulls have been one of the best-rated offenses in the league in the last 2 weeks, and even though the Lakers have sputtered a bit in the last 5 games, they still grade out as a top 10 offense this year. And I think Luca and Josh Giddey will provide plenty of fireworks. Give me the over in this game. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials.
to be able to bring a Super Bowl home to Seattle after this go-around. But he's really, really good as an evaluator. He knows when to cut his losses. He's really good at recognizing his team, what he needs to move on from, and the whole thing with the head coach. He's just he's a very talented guy when it comes to those moves that he needs to make.
And obviously we've seen some reclamation to a certain extent with quarterbacks like Baker Mayfield, but the job that Sam Darnold's done, and they didn't win in spite of Sam Darnold yesterday. He was phenomenal. Do you think this changes the perception of timelines at all, that teams give quarterbacks or are willing to pick up other quarterbacks who quote unquote failed somewhere else?
Well, the thing about it is, if you're picking up these quarterbacks, you're probably pretty established yourself, so you're not having to worry about that. I mean, these teams that draft a quarterback and then they don't work out, those general managers tend to get fired, and so you have to be able to, be able to evaluate and try and get it right the first time. But John obviously needed quarterback help. He moved on from the coach. They made the evaluation. Sam Darnold was not that hard of an evaluation if you go back and watch all the Minnesota tape.
Yeah.
That was something you could clearly see. Well, okay, we could play to his strengths doing this, or maybe even doing that with the players they have. They've got some really good skill guys. They run the ball well. It's just kind of a very quarterback-friendly attack that they have. But yeah, it's when you're desperate and you don't have a quarterback and you don't have a lot of time, you kind of lose out. And maybe somebody that's a little bit more established and has time and is not going to get fired can pick up the pieces and make it work for him.
Now, Corey, earlier today we were making fun of Mina Kimes a little bit for having sent that tweet out, I don't know how many months ago, about how it was a terrible decision to move on from Geno Smith and they were screwed and all that good stuff. And then we get this text. Do y'all owe Tank Lawrence an apology for laughing at him when he said he was going to Seattle because they had a better shot of winning the Super Bowl? Absolutely. I feel like we've been giving that apology the last 2 weeks, but just in case, no doubt he was right.
Yeah, he became part of something that's one of their biggest strengths, too. And he went up there with the pursuit of knowing what he was, what he still had left in the tank, and knowing that he could contribute to that. And I think he's done a damn fine job of it, and I think all the dudes on that team appreciate the kind of guy they have in that locker room and the kind of guy they have to help stop the run.
Now, I saw this pop up. I believe it was on SportsCenter, and I get a kick out of that. If you go back to the 2018 first round of the NFL draft, 5 quarterbacks taken: Baker Mayfield, Josh Allen, Josh Rosen, Lamar Jackson. We'll get to the other one in a second. 5 first-team All-Pro selections, 3 MVPs, and yet the first quarterback from that class to get to the Super Bowl is one Sam Darnold.
Yeah, and up until the last day, I feel like it was the day of the draft, you kept hearing Sam Darnold was the consensus pick for the Browns. And then in that morning, it was like, hold on, the tides are turning to the favor of Baker Mayfield, and that changed everything for those. But a bunch of them landed in some bad spots. Some of them just didn't turn out at all. And here Sam Darnold gets to represent USC as the first. Dude, wasn't it 15 different quarterbacks were drafted in the first round out of USC? And now they're this is the first one to make it to the Super Bowl. This is amazing.
Now, gentlemen, as we welcome everybody else in, we can talk more about football, or we can talk about Alex Honnold climbing up a building and how I couldn't stop watching, even though I was afraid he might die.
Sounds like I see Wolchuk.
Yeah.
Giving it a talk. Yeah, no, it's pretty impressive, though. And I got onto this thing pretty late. So yeah. I wasn't, it wasn't one of those things I'm going, would somebody really do this? And sure enough, this guy did. And I couldn't see any sleight of hand or trickeration or anything like that. This guy looked like he was climbing the side of a building. And I'm terrified of heights myself. And so it was really hard for me to watch. And the higher up he got, the more I was like, I can't do this anymore. I was terrified for him. I was terrified for all the camera angles, how they were showing things, And so, it's amazing that somebody could put themselves in that kind of space where nothing around them bothers them, where they're just able to, whether it's the wind, whether it's the grip, whatever, the footing. This guy put himself in a whole nother element when it came to completing that task.
And you saw people floor after floor.
Amazing.
With signs and balloons and everything, and he did not seem fazed at all. I still think that was an incredible moment over the weekend. What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Well, it looks like we're going to do our best to kind of get everybody connected. I'm sure we're going to get into that mode of what happened with the championship weekend and dive into the Mavs, the Stars, and then have some fun as we go along, Haggy. How about that for you today?
Love it. Roll home with Brian Broaddus and company.
By myself.
Yeah. Look, we'll be on standby. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Dallas. How we doing?
Doing well, Heggie. Thanks for pitch hitting here for a little bit. I'm sure we'll get everything kind of ironed out and let you go on your day, but really appreciate you being a great teammate.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I kind of wanted to start with a very specific aspect of NFL Championship Sunday, if you don't mind.
Sure.
And we've talked about this. This has been building for years. It's been building throughout the playoffs, going for it on fourth down. And did you have any particular issue at the time for either Sean Payton looking to make it 14-0 and pass it on a field goal, or maybe even Sean McVay going for it on fourth down and not kicking a field goal to bring it within 31-30?
Yeah, the McVay one was interesting just because he probably didn't feel like that he was going to get another opportunity. You know what I'm saying? And yes. It's hard for these coaches who play a very aggressive game. And it's funny because I'm doing the broadcast for the East-West game tomorrow night out at the Star, and Lunda Wells, the Cowboys tight end coach, is the head coach, one of the teams. And I asked Lunda, I said, can I expect you to go for it every single time? And he goes, absolutely. So these guys have these mindsets. I know that's an all-star game, and here's a Championship Sunday that we're talking about. But McVay probably felt like that maybe that was his best opportunity. They really had done a really nice job of driving the ball to that point. And then they got down into that tight red zone, and unfortunately they couldn't punch it in there. But this is kind of the way that these coaches are. They're very aggressive with the way they play. I think there's more times than not that these guys are going to do that. Now, Sean Payton on the other end, I'm trying to think about conditions. I'm trying to think about we need points right now. I'm trying to think about I've got my backup quarterback who's only made 4 starts in his career playing today. And so maybe taking points was the absolute right thing to do. And sometimes you lose track of that. Maybe he felt comfortable like if I go up 14, that might be all that I need. And so, but playing with the backup quarterback the way it was, and then it was just got clearer as the game went on and then the conditions deteriorated. The Broncos offense just was non-existent.
See, I think we might be able to bring in all of the fellas now if y'all want to jump in, but that's what I thought too. I thought he was like, New England's offense is doing nothing. I might be able to make it 14-0 and put the boots to them straight away. Gentlemen, do we gotcha? What are your thoughts?
Can you hear me, Mad Dog?
Woohoo!
Let's go.
I can hear you. Yeah, it's working.
Absolutely. I love you guys. There's enough people on your show already. Have a good one.
Thanks so much to the KNC Masterpiece for holding it down for a few extra minutes. Hope you guys and your families are doing well there in your respective spots around DFW as we continue to try to emerge from this Big Freeze 2026. It is the G-Bag Nation General at your service. There's Broadus. He's in studio, rocking and rolling there with his stack hat on. He's ready to draft him up for you. We have Jacob Ray in for Lucius Alexander today. Wolchuk and Chiafalo at their domiciles. Have a good one, Corey Majors. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Gentlemen, how the heck are we doing today?
We're fantastic.
Yeah, everybody's great, huh?
We're all right.
I did the early talk, and you guys can do the catch-up talking now. Go for it.
The catch-up talking? Yeah, it's good, man. It's so far so good. I am wondering, and Eric might have the same problem throughout this 5-hour broadcast, like how long can I keep the girls at bay? I now have the doors closed, but it might just be a matter of time until they just unleash hell on us at any minute.
Yeah, I've just had an interloper myself there during crosstalk, so I don't know. I guess I need to lock the door, maybe set some booby traps and hope for the best. How about you, Chief? How's it looking over there?
Yeah, we're rocking. I mean, the girls are clearly playing. Hopefully you guys don't hear a bunch of background noise of different random screams and jumps and dropping things, breaking things, spilling things. It's all happening in real time. But I got my little nook. It's the coldest room in the house. But that's honestly perfect. I want to be chilly, So I'm feeling good, boys.
Is that a rainbow that you've got behind you there, Eric? I always knew you were a supporter of the community.
Yeah, we got all sorts of artwork back here. That is your just traditional rainbow, sort of a God-made rainbow that you might see naturally in the sky with no other implications than, wow, God is good, and the sun has risen again.
There he is, Eric Chiafalo, and we want to salute to start the show here the grid. The grid held, man.
It held. Congratulations.
Nice job.
Congratulations, Governor. Congratulations, everybody involved with the grid. It was able to hang on. That was my biggest fear. It's the biggest fear you have, not only for yourself, but as you've got parents that are 86 and 82 years old. You're thinking like, okay, what's about to happen here? Can this thing hold up? But hey, it worked out good for everybody.
There are about 8,700 customers without power as of this morning.
Oh, what I do?
Out of 4.1 mil.
Okay.
Out of 4.1 mil, 8,700. Most of them are in East Texas, which received more ice from the storm than the DFW area. If you had asked me Friday, I would have said, I don't know. I'm not sure. When it happened in 2021, the powers that be said there were COVID issues with having the manpower to go out there and service all the stations. And you don't know at the time, are they just making excuses because they don't care about the little people, or was that a valid excuse? And, whatever the case, maybe they invested in some infrastructure and they got it taken care of. And I mean, that's huge for quality of life in Texas. Does this mean now that, our infrastructure is better and we don't have to worry that the power's going down for multiple days, multiple weeks every time we get a sub 20 degree ice storm? I would say that's a big dub.
Well, how about the 110 degree day or numerous days in the summer? That's the one too that you kind of worry about that thing going south on you. But hey, listen, you put a little pressure on them. They're up there with the having press conferences telling us that everything should be okay, and lo and behold, it worked out. So hey, happy for everybody involved.
Nice job, boys. The trucks and cars turning around on Woodall Rogers Saturday night, that was crazy.
Basketball. They were trying to get out of that basketball game, right?
Yeah, they were trying to leave the basketball game, and things changed significantly. I don't know if I'd ever seen anything like that, like 2 or 3 inches of ice just sitting on top of the highway made it just about impossible to, go uphill, and unless you had like snow and ice tires. You had to be built for going over the Colorado Rocky Mountains or something. With your vehicle in order to get the job done. Did you see the truck going down the side road on Dallas, Texas TV? It was doing like 25 miles an hour. The tires weren't even spinning at all.
Crazy.
He's just coasting. I was like, dude, is this AI?
Yeah, I didn't have the guts to get out there at all. I mean, I was totally stationary. Respect to anyone who was willing to get out there and fight that. Broadus, how was it coming in today? At this point?
Okay, for 3 days, I've been, I was talking about, I've been having to travel to Frisco the last 3 days for the East-West game for my assignment. So I've been out there with Kyle Yeomans. We did 2 shows on Saturday, one that was airing today, and another show that'll be airing tonight. So I've been traveling back and forth. I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's not bad out there. It's not bad. It's not bad. And I was traveling north and south on the tollway, and there's just nobody out there. So what you do is you play it in the middle. If you spin, you try and keep it off the wall. Didn't have any spin, but I will give the folks who work on the roads a lot of credit, because I was working on up and down, going north and south on the tollway. I was going east and west on the 121, 114. I was driving all around town. And literally, there's nobody out there, right? But David Hellman always says, it's Broadus, feats his strength. He likes to see if he could do these things. In a way, it's a challenge, but I will give credit. They had roads cleaned off. I mean, this morning when I was traveling on the tollway, basically heading north on the tollway to Frisco, doing 50, 55 miles an hour on the road.
Oh, wow.
That's how.
So they're totally dry?
They were overnight, they'd scraped them all, and the sand trucks were out on Saturday morning. I had never been on 635 going east and west where nobody was on the road. And I was the only one out there by myself about 9 a.m. on Saturday morning, driving to get to the tollway. And I was going down 75, not a problem. So yeah, as long as you stayed on the main roads, there were no problems at all that I saw. I didn't see anybody spinning or anybody in a ditch or anything like that. But it was pretty barren out there. But there were a few party souls.
You never saw any of these stranded like 18-wheelers?
Never did. Never did. And
the overpasses were totally safe?
What I was doing was I was trying to avoid like everything that could have been an overpass situation. I tried to avoid, and I passed by overpass situations, but the people, the road crews had a lot of that stuff taken care of. It was completely clean in Frisco. I mean, their city got out, did things. We spent a lot of money on the toll road, going up and down the toll road, and that to help us. I might spend $10, $12 a day doing that when I was working at DallasCowboys.com. But they're like, listen, we know you need to pass on this thing. They had that thing cleaned off. They had like I say, the stuff on 121 was all cleaned off. It was. And I only live about 3-4 minutes from the station, so it's easy to get in. But the side roads, everything is starting with the sun coming out. It's actually pretty nice driving around out there.
So you think we're coming in tomorrow?
I'm not ever going to say anything about anybody else. I just live 4 minutes away. Everybody else is a lot further away. I'm just going to tell you that the main roads, I think right now I saw trucks when I was coming back towards this way, south on the tollway. They had the trucks scraping the ice and stuff and snow off to the side. There are a lot more clean roads out there, and I think people have to make judgments whether they want to do that or not.
Yeah, I mean it sounds good to me. I mean, I got a 4-wheel drive pickup, and I guess I've just been looking out in my neighborhood, and it's still like you could play hockey out there right now.
No, there are a lot of side streets and stuff like that you absolutely want to avoid. I just know that if you have to get on main roads, and here I am working on the radio telling people, oh no, get out there and do stuff. And it's all about public safety and stuff. But I'm going to tell you, last night I drove from my studio. I was doing work again at the studio for the East-West game, and I was, so I was driving from up around the old Valley Ranch, heading all the way into Dallas, and on 635, not a problem at all. And this was at 8 o'clock at night, 8:30 at night last night. Not a problem at all.
Now, would you say not a problem if you mind your speed and drive safe, or literally bone dry?
I was driving 40, 45 miles an hour on 635 is what I was doing. They have the road. There's literally, it's clean. I mean, it is clean. So, like, if you had to go up and down the toll road right now, going north and south, it would absolutely not be a problem. I had no problem going east and west on 635. Had no problem at all on 121 out there. A lot of space. If you spin around, you're not going to hit anything. It was. They've created. If there's 4 lanes, they've created 2 good lanes. The other 2 they're working on. So you've got at least 2 good lanes on each side of the road to deal with.
Right on. Well, there's an update from a man that's been out and about.
The whole weekend. I've been doing a lot of driving.
Getting it done.
Yeah.
Was it fun at the East-West Shrine? You going to tell us about that coming up in Krusty's Corner?
Yeah, I am. Like I said, going to get to do the game tomorrow night, but got to run into some of the players out there, watch some of the practice film. It's been a really good time. It's all scouting stuff, and I know the players are really excited to get out there and showcase what they got.
So, we got a full show planned for you today, going all the way till 7 o'clock. And Eric Galco, Director of Football Ops and Player Personnel for the Shrine Bowl, is going to join us at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that
good
conversation.
He's got a good roster. They did a good job of bringing in some quality players for this thing. It'll be very, very competitive. I always kind of feel like, you always talk the Senior Bowl and East-West game, both on a pretty level footing right now with the evaluations when you watch the game, and you'll be able to get something out of it. I think pretty good for the teams.
And it did not seem to be that way. I think Eric's done an excellent job building this roster up.
Has.
Every single year it's gotten better and better. He's getting more and more talented players. So, the Shrine Bowl now I think is a must watch.
What are your guys' first thoughts on this Super Bowl matchup?
Wow. Seattle I think is going to – I don't know if they'll run away with this game, but I think that they absolutely should be favored. I mean, I think that we had talked about this last week, Eric. I know you had mentioned it. Seahawks-Rams kind of felt like the Super Bowl. And when you watch that AFC Championship game, that is kind of how this thing felt. Like, Drake May has not been great this entire postseason. His legs is really what's been the offense for New England. Now, defensively, they've been absolutely fantastic, and I'm excited for that matchup because Seattle has looked like a juggernaut offensively. Sam Darnold's been brilliant. brilliant. Kenneth Walker has been a man on a mission, and then Rockwell's own Jackson Smith and Jigba looking like the best receiver in all of football right now. But that will be the matchup that dictates the game, is Seattle's offense versus that New England defense. I don't know what to expect about New England offensively. I mean, look, the Rams were able to move the football. I think Sean McVay averaged 7.8 yards a play on that incredible defense of Seattle, top scoring defense in the league. But it's just, unless New England figures something out on offense, I think this could be an ugly one, much like we saw last year, and Seattle just kind of beats the crap out of New England.
Man, that would be heartbreaking. That's the worst thing that could possibly happen. You want these games to be close. I mean, New England has had their offense does not look good, and they've battled the weather, of course, yesterday. But also, I mean, and this is just another installment of going up against the best defenses in the league. So, I mean, their offense has looked like an offense that is going up against the Chargers defense, that is going up against the Broncos defense, the Texans defense. Now you get Seattle. I mean, it has been a pretty easy road for New England in terms of opposing quarterbacks and opposing offenses. But the defenses they've gone up against, they are the best in the league. And unfortunately, they haven't looked like a respectable unit versus them. And so, like Wolchuk mentioned, I mean, Drake May and company is going to have to get something figured out, Josh McDaniel, because Seattle's defense is legit. They are totally legit. And I do think New England's defense is. And so that'll probably be the star matchup right there between the Darnold-led offense in Seattle versus the New England defense that's definitely playing some good football. But can Drake May, with the legs, unleash the beast and find ways to punch it in? But that Seattle defense is just crazy. Eminwari is just like, it seems like he makes like every play. Like Eminwari's unbelievable for them. He's as sure a tackler as you'll find. Like 2 yards down the field, bang, and now it's 2nd and 8. Figure it out. Eminwari's there every time.
Yeah,
he was incredible.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if New England are capable of 374 yards passing. It seemed like to me very late in that game, though, Seattle had problems with some of their pressure, that there were guys open, and the Rams do a great job of scheming and getting guys open. I don't think that New England has the skill guys capable of doing that. But I mean, this is a pretty battle-tested team. I know the schedule hasn't been the best, but man, these guys, they go on the road, they play well together, they find ways to win, they find ways to get turnovers, they find ways to make stops. Yeah, it'll be interesting if Seattle, because the more you study the Seahawks, and especially with what the Rams do, and not everybody can do what the Rams did to them, but hell, I would sure try. I would sure try. They had Seattle on their heels late in that game. They did get the stop in the tight red zone, but overall, though, I mean, it has to be a little bit concerning that the way they gave up some yards in that championship game.
All right, boys, good stuff. We are off and running here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we're set for 5 hours of sports with you. We got the G-Bag of the day on the other side, then Wolchuk's Top 10. Where are you taking us, buddy?
We got winter storm here, boys. What are the top 10 worst things about the winter? Are you loving this weather or are you hating it? That's next. But let's chat trades and wealth. That's something I know that we love. Eric and I are clients, and we couldn't be happier with Trajan Wealth. And make sure you have a game plan. Much like Seattle and New England need to get theirs together, you need a game plan for your retirement. Find out how easy it can be by calling Trajan Wealth today for your free consultation. That's right. I said free. FREE. Number to call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. You can check them out online, TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. They've got offices in Frisco. Love my spot there. Go say what's up to my guy, Steve. They're also in Arlington, Fort Worth, McKinney, and in Southlake, Eric.
That is right. That is my spot. Shout out to the Southlake Trajan Wealth location and just to Trajan Wealth in general for getting me taken care of at the highest level. And now I, too, have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement's actually a possibility for me. I would encourage you to go ahead and
Teofimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
All right, welcome back. This segment of the nation brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We have Wolchuk's Top 10 coming up in just a second. Here's Jacob Ray with your G-Bag of the Day champion.
It's that time for the champ, gentlemen, and today's champion is this audio from a middle school basketball game where a full-on brawl broke out. And I saw this video on Twitter, and it was pretty crazy. It ended with a man getting tased.
James, this, go get Justin.
And here we go.
Let's get out of here.
Let's get the ball game.
Hey.
Look here. This ball game's got to get over.
Yeah, let's go. This game's over. Ain't no sense doing this. We'll get somebody hurt bad. This game's over.
Yeah, you can't get this.
This game's over.
And they just tased Ryan. This ball game is over.
That's me.
Yeah, we're going to end our live feed. This game has got to come to an end.
How about that, man? Crazy, huh?
Is that it? All right.
That was it.
There
yeah.
There is our
really
our
good dismount.
Sorry, the feed was coming in and out for me there a little bit, but very entertaining audio. I would have stayed with it myself, boys.
You stayed with the broadcast?
I think at that point you break into play-by-play of the fight like you're Kevin Harlan.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there you go. That's the plan.
Improv.
That's the plan. There you go.
All righty. Well, with that, it's G-Bag today coming up at 5:30. The champ will face challengers. Right now, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here he is, Zach with an H.
Let's do it. All right, we got the top 10 things people hate about the winter. Now, man, I think that it's always kind of fun for us because we don't get this a lot. If it's snow, what we don't like is this ice crap. And I took the girls out yesterday. Eliza wanted to go outside and play in the snow. The issue is you couldn't play in this stuff. It was all just totally frozen over. It's not like you can really dig in and make a fun snowball and we can have a little snowball fight. It's just all ice and snow that's just covered and frozen over now. So the back driveway here, we got, I wish I had some skates, could probably go around and skate around. And we've also got a wall directly right behind the driveway, a brick wall. So that's the big issue here. I know Maya has an order that needs to be picked up at Target by tomorrow. And so she had the itch. She's like, I'm trying to get out of here. I was like, okay, let me see if we can pull out of this. But no, it's one where we're kind of going to slide and probably just boom, hit right into that brick wall. In which case, I've already got some dents on the car. I know Mike Osmond, who's listening, is probably like, dude, just don't risk it for the biscuit here. So yeah, that would just add to how already crappy my vehicle looks now. Didn't want to do it, but I do think we're starting to get a little bit of cabin fever in the Wolchuk household, fellas.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally get that. Well, we're feeling pretty good, I would say. My wife is so anti-cold, she hasn't even suggested the idea of going out and trying to get in the mix here. So every time we've gone outside, it's been for probably a max of 3 minutes. I don't think we've spent any longer than 3 minutes at a time outside because they get all bundled up, they want to go, and then they realize, oh, wow, this isn't all that awesome, and I'm freezing, and so we just go back in. But has anybody done a little ice pea situation? Anybody gone out there and just do a little pea slush?
Heck yeah, I did.
Chuck. Thank you.
Heck yeah, I did.
My wife was like, why do you want to do this so bad? I'm like, you rarely get the opportunity to make a pea slush in Texas.
No, it's funny, and you can see just one nice line where it's clear, and that's where I urinated.
Nice, dude. Yeah, you mark your territory a little bit, and there's like a satisfaction to the warm pea just melting away at the solid ice.
Yes,
right?
It is. So, it's really, I don't know, there's like a soothing element to that when you just watch it happen, and then you're starting to get the steam that's coming off of there.
So obviously, you guys don't get bundled up to go do this. You just go out in your back porch and do it, right? Is that kind of how we're at? Because
just a quick step out.
If you're bundled up, it's impossible. Why do you do this? It's like impossible to get unbundled to do this. Yeah.
Yeah. Put the jacket on, but then everything else was off.
Yeah.
You know that struggle from skiing, Brian.
Yeah, yeah.
Where you find
to me, it's like, I'm worried about like peeing all over myself by doing that. You guys are acting like, I just walk outside in my shorts and do all this stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm going to try that at the next break. I'm working one up pretty good.
Good.
I've been outside 3 times. Like my 4-year-old will not stop asking to play, even though there's no snowballs to be made.
Yeah.
We've broken up ice and like pretended like we're having a snowball fight. But I mean, it's pretty dangerous to walk around out there in our backyard. Like it's just like you're at a skating rink. She's actually been putting on her soccer shoes so she can get a little bit of traction.
Man. Yeah, it's and thank you so much to the Target store director who texted in and said we don't need to worry about this. We can get an extension. I'm sure my wife's going to be pumped about that. She loves your establishment there at Target. All right, fellas, get ready. Football guy of the day on the line right here, right now. All right, and if you saw this, pretend you didn't and just give me an answer. Jackson Smith Njigba, Rockwall zone, 5th player with 10 receptions, 150 receiving yards. And a TD in the conference championship game. Can you name the other 4?
Larry Fitzgerald.
Incorrect.
Wow, that's hard.
Jerry Rice. To guess.
Yeah, Jerry Rice would be one.
Jerry Rice is not one.
Terrell Owens.
Not T.O. There is one Dallas Cowboy, and then the other 3 are all within the last 25 years.
It's probably Michael Irvin against the Green Bay Packers at some point in time.
Yep. It's Michael Irvin actually in the one that they lost, I believe. The San Francisco 49er one in 94. The other 3, one you guys should guess for sure because he was arguably the best receiver in the league at this time. The other 2 are a little bit obscure.
So
Antonio Brown.
Not Antonio Brown. It's an NFC team.
NFC team?
Is it Randy
NFC
Moss?
Team, and they just hired a new head coach this offseason. Not Randy Moss.
I thought Randy Moss might have lit Atlanta up for that one game.
Yeah, but nope, not Randy.
Could it be like Steve Smith or Mushin Muhammad?
Nope. I love those guesses.
Is this the Atlanta Falcons? Somebody from the Falcons?
It is.
Is it Andre Rison?
Julio Jones.
Okay,
Julio Jones in 2012. The
against
other
the Packers?
2 I don't.
Was that against the Packers?
2012 was that San Francisco in a losing effort? I think when San Francisco went on.
Oh, you
to
don't
play
have
Baltimore.
it in front of you. Okay, my bad. Sorry about that.
2012 was Julio. The other 2 I don't think you guys are going to guess. If
Wait a minute. Give me the years. Give me the year. Give me the years.
2009 and 2000.
Oh, 2000. And you're saying it could be AFC or NFC team? Could it be both?
One's AFC, one's NFC.
Marvin Harrison?
You got the team right.
Cold. So it's
Dallas Clark.
Nope. It's a wide receiver.
Brandon
Reggie
Stokely.
Wayne.
Reggie
Think
Wayne?
French.
Think French?
Oui.
Oh my gosh. They had a Frenchman catching balls from Peyton?
His name was very French.
Oh, jeez. Why can't I remember these names? Very
You want it? You want it?
Go ahead.
Pierre Garçon.
Oh, dang it.
Pierre Garçon and the Giants, Ike Hilliard in 2000 when they were able to beat the Minnesota Vikings. I think they also had like 3 different players catch a touchdown in that game.
I think that was a slaughter game, too. I think that was one of those
so gross.
49-0 games. I think that.
Yeah, when we had good Kerry Collins versus Trent Dilfer against each other in that Super Bowl. Wild. Shout out to Will Chambers. He was on Pierre Garçon and, of course, Julio Jones as well. All right, here's what people hate about the winter. The days are too short. Why? Because you only get barely 10 hours of daylight in the average winter day. Of course, we know that from doing the night show or the afternoon show and the night show. All of a sudden, it's like 5 o'clock. You look out there. Oh, it's dark outside. That's something people don't like. You also have, in a time like this, you got to scrape off the ice from the windshield. Now, I got to say, as a kid, when I was in high school and went outside and tried to do this, I did use boiling water. Now,
bad idea.
I was told this, and I have never done that since. Now I've just used regular water if I wanted to do it. But I luckily did not have it crack, but I was told that could happen if you put the boiling water. If anybody's listening, you didn't know this, or maybe you did, and you're like, how did you not know that? You're an idiot. Look, we always have to find out these things eventually. I learned it, and luckily it wasn't the hard way. Nothing cracked, and nothing was broken. All right, we have the bills. The cost of your gas bill is probably going to go up, right? You're using the heater, all of that. That could end up being a lot more expensive. You've also got, and I'm dealing with this right now, the dry skin and chapped lips.
Oh, killing me.
Hurts. Oh, it's awful.
It gets my legs. It gets my lower legs. I end up scratching them.
Yeah.
Scratches all over my legs, open wounds.
So you don't have the Cam Newton legs where they're like shiny and glistening?
How does that happen?
No,
you never
there's a
wore
reason I never
shorts
wore
in your
shorts.
life. Yeah. Why? How do you get that with no shorts? How does that happen to you?
Well, I mean, I don't wear shorts because I don't want my legs exposed.
But how do you get sores and dry skin when they're not exposed?
It's just the air.
Yeah.
You know, the air will penetrate. You know, I don't have skin tight pants on.
Just good penetration there. The car just taking forever to warm up. Now we do have this. It's a little bit better now because you can just be wherever, maybe at work, and you can go ahead and manually with your phone just start the car. But otherwise, man, if you're old school, you got an older vehicle, you're gonna be sitting in that thing forever, and you're gonna be freezing. For me, it's the wheel. The wheel is just so damn cold. I don't have the heated wheel. So that's something that I need to get if I ever get a new car.
That was one of the biggest things I learned. I've never had a car that was really up to date with all sorts of fancy add-ons and things. But whenever I worked at the car dealership and it would be freezing cold days and you'd have to move the lot around or whatever, man, what a game changer to have the heated steering wheel. Oh my gosh. And around here, you probably only need it a handful of times a year. But on those days, dude, freaking fantastic. Now, the other thing I didn't know, sold many cars, didn't I, Broadus? And trucks.
You did.
I did not know that we were making the ability now. You can turn your car on from your phone.
Yeah, that's what
this is actually, that's a thing now. I thought it was you had to click the button a couple of times on your key, the remote starter. I didn't know your phone could do that for you. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like Maya's got this new Volkswagen, and she just opens up an app now, and you can just start the Volkswagen with her actual car app.
Wow, dude.
I know. The Germans, man, they're doing this.
Yeah.
The runny noses and the sniffles, that just starts going around in the winter months and the cold water, the cold, why did I say water? The cold. And then grumpiness. Now, they showed Seattle yesterday, Dawson, and it looked gorgeous. And Kevin Burkhardt's like, oh my gosh, it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. You got to get out here. And I was thinking about you, and I'm like, okay, how often is it actually gorgeous and amazing? Because I think Seattle, I think cold, gray clouds, rain, and miserable people, almost like England.
Can I answer?
Yeah, I would say in this time of year, you're getting 3 or 4 days like that a month. So maybe once a week or so. And when that happens, it's amazing. When that sun comes out, it charges you. Like, oh my goodness, that we got to go take advantage of this in some way or another. And then once you get to the summer, it kind of sucks because June can be still overcast and like 65. So we always said from about July 4th to September 1st is when you want to visit, either Seattle or the Oregon area.
I think I've been out there maybe 10 times, and it's never rained once that I've been out there.
That is so lucky.
And playing
that is
games.
Amazing.
I mean, we played when I was at Texas A&M, we played a college game against the Huskies out there. Beautiful day. And I think when Green Bay and other trips I had to make, it was never a miserable day. Like it was always
not even a little rain.
Not even a little rain. I was always prepared for that. Oh, it's going to be awful conditions. It was never bad. And so I kind of, my perception of Seattle is always like, it is a beautiful city. Man, it's a cool city to walk around in. Now the hills are a little rough sometimes, but man, I'll tell you what, it is a downtown walking around, and when the weather's nice, like it was when we were there, been there for preseason games. It was really nice. So my perception of Seattle is a lot different. Now you talk to my buddy John Snyder, he'll tell you it's a lot different. He'll tell you, it's a little chilly out here at times, but he goes, it's home now. He goes, I've been out here so long, it's now home. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because he shared a similar story that you've told us, because there's a video now that's resurfaced of him at the Combine, and they're asking him about Elliott Wolf, who he's now playing.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I used to babysit that kid.
I did, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Ron, my very first year in Green Bay in 1992, Elliott and his brother, like Ron and Edie, his wife, they went to the Super Bowl. I think it was in Minneapolis. And Ron said, "Hey, you mind taking care of the kid? We can't get anybody to take care of the kids." So I went on duty, I stayed over at the house and was responsible for showing the movie Aladdin, getting sippy cups and juice boxes and all that stuff. So yeah, now the guy's running an NFL team. So it's cool. It's cool to see the guys you work with, have success this way.
Yeah, it's awesome. It is. And you certainly had, you were a winner no matter what, because you had somebody representing every single team this past weekend. Last thing here, things that people hate about the winter, the traffic jams, people not knowing how to drive in this weather. And clearly, we are not built for this here in the great state of Texas. Shout out to Coach Bronk, who's listening in Austin, said, I'd love to know what each of y'all have your heaters set to during times like this. I think we're right around 68 to 70 at night. Otherwise, during the day here, I think we're at 68. Certain rooms in our house get way warmer than others. The front of the house is freezing, but in the room I'm in right now, if we had this thing up at 72, I'd be boiling. I'd have to do this thing shirtless like Bobby, and nobody wants to see that.
Yeah, I always wanted at 72 as a point of contention in my house. She was of the opinion that we should try to go to 74 or 75 to make sure the pipes don't freeze, and just in case the power did go out, it would buy us some extra time before it got too cold. And I was smart. Saying it's probably going to cost a lot to keep it that warm at a time like this. I don't know if we have a fluctuating plan or whatever, but. Yeah, I like it at 72 myself, no matter what time of year it is. Okay, thank you, Wolchuk. We got a news bag coming up, Chief.
Yeah, the most athletic achievement of the weekend next here in the nation, but Fort Worth, I'm right here with you right now in the 817, and all I want to do is bring you some great news. And that news is the fact that the all-new Alliance Hyundai, it is here, ladies and gentlemen. It is conveniently located at I-35 and Golden Triangle. I am right around the corner from this place. It is fantastic. And I was in the car business for a couple of years. Let me tell you, man, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time Tolo. Him and his team are delivering a dealership experience that is truly second to none. Trust me, you will feel the difference, a one-of-one car buying experience at Alliance Hyundai.
about the Cowboys offseason. So we're heading to San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans. Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Alrighty, thank you, Jacob Ray, in for Lucius Alexander today. Send that man some love on social. Let him know that he is missed. Maybe he'll be back tomorrow. We shall see as we see what the Big Freeze 2026 has in store. For more on those stories, here's Eric Chiafalo with the news bag.
I just sent feet pics to all of my teammates. I'll tell you why right after this.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Within a 60-minute time span over the weekend, the single most athletic thing that any one of us have seen in probably a long time took place on Netflix, while the most unathletic thing took place in my own very house. As I was getting prepped to watch Alex Honnold dominate his free solo of the Taiwan skyscraper, 101 stories that took him just over 90 minutes to do, again, free solo style, with all of the world watching him. I was slipping on the way back from taking out the trash and breaking my big toe in my garage.
Oh my God.
So those are the two things. As I'm like, honey, we got to hurry up. Like, she's like giving me chores to do. I'm like, this is not the time. The free solo is about to start. and so I got a little pep in my step. Big no-no. Don't wear slippers, okay? Don't wear your little house shoes that are all nice and fun that you got for Christmas from your mom. Don't wear those when you are taking out the trash, because they go slick bottom on you. And I made it through the treacherous ice. Okay, I got through what I thought was the hard part. And then I let my brain slip. There's Dawson putting my beautiful purple big toe, my left big toe, up on the fan cam here. Wanted you guys to get a little look-see-poo at that. Wolchuk is very anti-feet.
I'm anti-foot.
Despite what you think his internet history would reveal, a lot of crazy things, but no feet. Okay, no feet. And I took the trash out. My wife was on me. I'm like, all right, let me get this trash out. No problem. Bang, here we go. I'm wearing my slippers. I get to the garage, and the garage floor is a different kind of slippery. Yeah. And I make it all the way through to like almost where I'm walking back into the house, but there is a cement little lip, like a little step right there, and that is where I slipped, and I caught myself, thank God. Unfortunately, my left foot went flying out, and it just smashed right into the cement lip. It was like the worst toe stub of all time. And then within minutes, I'm realizing, wait, this is different than your run-of-the-mill toe stub that does suck. This is a full-on, I can't put pressure on it. I can't move it. And then within minutes, it swells up like a balloon. And then each day now, it's just gotten more and more purple, okay? More and more purple by the day. And now I'm just like, crap, we're gonna be jaywalking in San Francisco in less than a week from now. This is just not the time for it. Like, my athleticism really usually reveals itself at the Super Bowl, and now I don't know, I might be a little bit more tamer version of myself. So big disappointment. Again, like, I'm doing this while Alex Honnold is about to climb free solo style freaking 101 stories. Like, that's the difference in just your run-of-the-mill loser human like me to one of the most dedicated athletes of our time.
So have you received medical attention for this?
Zero, other than just ChatGPT and Google. And
so they say that there's no cast or anything you put on it, a boot?
I think they're like, if I went to the doctor, I would like to think they would give me something as just like thanks for being here kind of thing. Like, let's wrap it.
Thanks for being here.
At least some hydrocodone.
Yeah, maybe something a little bit more enticing from a pill standpoint. But no, I mean, with the weather situation, I'm too scared. And it just seems like, hey, you broke your toe. You got to ice it. You got to elevate it.
Yeah.
And, you can't kick ass roundhouse kicks like I usually do.
Yeah, do you feel a little embarrassed at the fact that a 62-year-old man falls down like every month and doesn't get hurt other than scrape on his knee? And the fact that you're like a 32-year-old guy and you're breaking your damn toe?
Broadus, it is not lost on me that I was putting you in an airbag suit on Friday before we left the show in an effort to save you physically, and I needed it more than I ever have.
That's karma. That's karma.
It is.
That's karma, B. That's karma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, this could be a positive, though. Maybe we just go full on, you're crippled now. We need to go ahead and we need to get you the wheelchair assistance so we can board. And
if we were on Southwest, we could take full advantage of that for sure.
And then, maybe we even do this at Radio Row. We just kind of wheel your hobbled ass around.
You and Jim McMahon.
Maybe we could get some interviews out of this thing.
I think, honestly, that would be like guilt tripping. I don't think TJ Hushmanzada and LeVar Arrington would be cussing me out if I came knocking on their back while I was sitting in a wheelchair. This might actually help from a wireless standpoint, like just a little bit of sympathy factor. Maybe there is something I could pull off here.
Now, you're still a rude mother effer, but I like this. We can make this into a positive.
Maybe Brian could ask you if you could borrow Jim McMahon's for a while.
Yeah. Who is it? Jim Marshall? Who else did we were dealing with out there? And all these guys.
It was one of the purple people eaters.
Jim Marshall, or it wasn't Alan Page. I think it was Jim Marshall. I think
it was Alan Page.
Was it Alan Page?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was Page.
Okay.
I don't think we were lucky enough to get Jim.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear their names through all the drool that was coming out of their mouths, so I'm not really sure.
What is up with you? You got with the broken
That was
toe.
terrifying.
Gosh.
Man falling in his garage.
Talking about karma, and look at you now with the drool comment.
Yeah.
All this to say, tip of the cap to what I believe to be the greatest athletic achievement I've seen with my own eyes. This guy free soloing 101 stories. Everybody's watching, all the pressure in the world. You got freaking L. Duncan in your ear telling you how you're about to die every 5 seconds. And this dude just powered through. Okay. So tip of the cap to Alex Honnold. And if you know how to treat a broken toe, holler at your boy.
Man, that's something else. So you went and powered through. You laid down on the couch and still enjoyed all that content with a freshly broken toe.
Yeah, as he's yelling at the kids to bring him stuff.
Absolutely.
Let's ice it.
Come on, girls.
Okay, we got it.
We'll hustle.
Where's the ground beef?
From the Shrine Bowl, it's Eric Galco, Director of Football Ops and Player Personnel for that Shrine game. Brian's going to be on the play-by-play tomorrow night. He's been scouting them up all weekend long, and Galco joins us next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about another nation all
of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we're about to talk some NFL draft with Eric Galko, Director of Football Ops and Player Personnel for the Shrine Bowl. Brian Broaddus was working it over the weekend, watching practices and getting a good lay of the land. So we're looking forward to that conversation about these draft prospects with Galko coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Hopefully everybody is staying warm out there, and you're finding us here either over the radio or with the Odyssey app. That Odyssey app is just it's amazing. You know, it's got instant rewind functionality. It's got all the segments broken up like it's a podcast for you. So highly encourage you to jump on in there to that Odyssey app whenever you're out and about, or even at home. You know, a lot of times people don't have a traditional radio at the house anymore, so you're looking for a way with a connected device to continue to TOLO. You guys know how awesome that Odyssey app is. I use it all the time. You know, I just think YouTube and Twitch is doing too much. It chews up my data plan, you know, and if you don't, if you don't, you know, have it up on your smart TV or something like that, if you just got it in your pocket, it's going to be a lot better for your Wi-Fi and your data plan to just go with the Odyssey app. You guys know what I'm talking about.
100%. 100%. Odyssey app all day. I click on that. Like you said, the way they break down the segments, I know, like, okay, I want to hear this segment right now. Bang, click right in it, and we're off and running, dude. So shout out to them because they spent a lot of time perfecting that thing.
Yeah, you know, I usually get up at about 7:30 or 8 o'clock, and by that point, I've missed quite a bit of the Sean and RJ show. So, you know, whether it's a Cowboys coach or just fun hijinks, I like to go back there and check that out, and we encourage you to do the same. The Super Bowl matchup is set. Jacob, you might want to send me a text or something when we get Galko on here, so I'll know to, you know, transition over to that. This is a rematch: Patriots, Seahawks, Drake May and Sam Darnold. And one of the topics out there, Hagee did a nice job setting this up, talking with Broaddus earlier. Should this make teams more careful about moving on from so-called busts at the quarterback position? And it's tough to predict when a guy is going to emerge like this 5 or 6 years into his career. And obviously, you don't want to be sitting around waiting for a bum to develop. You know, I don't know what your other option would be, because if you bring in a veteran after a couple of years, that rookie's he and his agent are going to want to get. You know, they're going to want to go find somewhere they can play. So, but for me, the biggest takeaway is just that organizations win championships, and if you're unfortunate enough to get drafted by the Browns or the Jets or the Panthers, you know, chances are you're not going to be magical enough to elevate everything in that football program, but you end up in a place like Minnesota last year. You can have a good regular season and lose in the playoffs like they always do. You go to a great organization like the Seahawks, they might put enough good around you that you can find yourself in the Super Bowl. That's what I think about this story.
Yeah, I don't know that, you know, Darnold's career changes in New York, right? I mean, I think this is one of those things where, and I believe it was Joe Douglas might have said the same thing. Like, we just didn't, you know, we didn't rebuild fast enough for him. And it is one of those where it's just so tough in the win now results-based business that the league is. You don't have time to be given 3 to 5 years to sit there and work through some of the time that these quarterbacks might need, because as a head coach, as a general manager, you're not for sure going to maintain a job. So it's tough, because some of these guys, we've seen it now, whether it's Baker, whether it's Geno Smith, whether it's Darnold, there'll be more that end up finding a way to resurrect their careers later on. And maybe it really is the situation matters. I think going and sitting in San Francisco was a benefit for Sam Darnold. Carolina, he had a great start to that year. If you remember, they were 3-0 when they came to play the Cowboys. Sam Darnold was actually leading the NFL in rushing touchdowns, and then everything fell apart. Last year with Minnesota, Kevin O'Connell is looked at, and I dubbed him like, is he the quarterback guru right now? And, you know, I thought that was a very quarterback-friendly scheme. But when it mattered against Detroit at the end of the season and then in the playoffs, he played terribly. This year, he was brilliant. And he was fantastic yesterday, and he had to be, because Matthew Stafford was also awesome. And Sam Darnold answered every single series that Stafford was out there trying to bring him back. I do think the fumbled punt was the moment that really that really shifted things. But for Darnold, I mean, this was a roster, even with Geno, that they went to the wild card round. But his ability to elevate his play is clearly why they're here. Because defensively, they're great. They're super well coached. They've got a good rushing attack. Greg Zabel was an excellent selection in the first round that's helped fortify that offensive line. But Sam Darnold had to be brilliant yesterday for them to overcome what was a really good Rams team, and he was.
It also goes to show you, though, that maybe what you thought about these guys initially coming out of college, you were right. They just went to the wrong program. The fact that there's poor coaching, poor general manager, poor roster, all these things, they just never, ever, these guys get an opportunity to go to a place that has a quarterback coach, somebody that's working with them. They have an offensive coordinator, a play caller. Maybe they have an offensive line coach, or they could tailor the game because of the skill players that they have. But there's a lot of times that you're thinking, man, I know there's a lot of people that were killing Caleb Williams about that. And then all of a sudden, look what happens. He goes from Matt Eberflus and that whole disaster there in Chicago to actually getting a coach with capable coaches, with knowing how to use skill players to make him even look like what you thought. He was making throws this year that we saw at USC that we didn't see his rookie year. So I think a lot of these quarterbacks, you might have be evaluating them right or correctly. The coaching and the talent around them is so poor, they have to go somewhere else before you're like, oh, okay, I see. This is the guy we saw at USC.
Yeah, I like Darnold at USC, and I don't know how you felt about him, but, I thought this is a big guy with a good arm, good accuracy, and he's an athlete, and then he gets to the NFL, and it's like his decision-making wasn't ready. I think there's something to be said for some guys. It also just takes a significant amount of time to continuously add those skills, and if you have the right makeup. But, I mean, the intangibles have been there as well. I was surprised at how bad Darnold was, and even last year at the end for Minnesota, it was like, yep, there's the old Darnold. He can't handle the pressure of situations. But then I think that might go to how good the defense was, that it takes pressure off of you if you can't thread the needle on a long third down. You're fine. Let's just live to fight another day, because here in about 4 or 5 minutes, I'm probably going to be trotting out the field after this defense goes and gets me a 3 and out. So a lot goes into it.
Has he won 28 games the last 2 years as a starter? Am I right? I mean, did he have 14 wins at Minnesota and 14 wins this year? Yeah, that tells you something about. And Dawson, I'm not disagreeing with you, because there's times where he looked really poor at doing his job, and it looked like the pressure was too much. But man, you get with the right people. You get somebody that can build somebody's confidence, somebody that can call plays, somebody that knows how to get others involved. His skill guys are really good. His running game, his offensive line. Man, they are catering to the strengths that this guy can play with. Maybe it did take him to getting his nose bloodied last year a little in Minnesota in the playoffs to kind of get him to this point.
Would you guys, if he was going to be a free agent, do you think he's worth that $55 million contract? Is he about? I mean, if he wins the Super Bowl, he's going to get super paid, isn't he? Maybe this could even be the first contract to exceed Dak's.
Yeah, and it's going to be fascinating with Seattle then. How does that impact the rest of the roster? Because we went down and we talked about Carl Scott maybe being an option as Cowboys defensive coordinator, who's their secondary coach. They've got a bunch of impending free agents. Their running back, Kenny Walker, defensively, Kobe Bryant, Reek Woolen. Now, Reek Woolen had that moment yesterday, that penalty. I mean, that could have come back to bite them, but has been a pretty good corner from them. So they've got free agents, and now you add Darnold, who you thought maybe you're not having to break the bank for a quarterback like him. He goes and wins a Super Bowl, and most likely that usually comes with being a Super Bowl MVP accolade as well, because that's a quarterback award the majority of the time, unless there's something amazing that happens with a receiver or a defensive player. But man, yeah, he's going to be looking at probably around that $50 million a year mark.
Is this kind of like with Joe Flacco when he won it with the Ravens so many years ago? That he was betting on himself, and all of a sudden it turns into a huge payday.
Yep.
Yeah, but he signed the 3-year deal with them.
Yeah.
I mean, they got
ahead of it a little bit. Yeah, they got ahead of it.
Yes. So unless he's really demanding of an extension, I don't imagine he would get one this offseason. And good for the Seahawks is they have like some of the most cap space in the league. I mean, it's crazy when you look at these good teams that still have a bunch of cap space. They're one of them. So they should be able to retain whichever guys they want. But yeah, it's one of those weird deals where you don't want to overextend on a quarterback like that. But if you're a franchise that's willing to maneuver the salary cap in ways that some of these teams are, then you could go ahead and you could manage it. But I mean, right now you're paying him $33.5 million per year. That's like the average of what he's getting. Like how much more do you want to go up from that, especially if you are going to end up re-signing a bunch of these guys that are free agents right now? Like everything just becomes like that so much more expensive, and now things get a little bit tighter. But if you're willing to be aggressive and mortgage the future a little bit, and you got a good thing going, why wouldn't you if you're Seattle?
Well, and they put an out in that contract to where it was basically a 1-year deal. So from their side of it, they were also like, ooh, I don't know if this is really going to work out. They had themselves covered.
They did, man. And, just outworking the league, I think, in so many ways. And when you hit on a quarterback like that, whether it's Baker Mayfield in Tampa or now Sam Darnold in Seattle, that's, $27 million per year less than what the Cowboys gave Dak Prescott. And I'm not saying like it was a mistake to retain Dak. The season that he had was incredible, but that is a massive overpay as we come up on 2 years since he signed it. Nobody is still within $5 million of it. That's 15 to 20% more. They just got their asses handed to them by that agent.
Yep, they sure did. They sure did, and they've got I think it was Tom Condon. That's right. That's the agent. So, look, the Cowboys have certainly struggled when it comes to some of these contract negotiations. We've gotten on them for waiting and delaying, and now they're paying a premium. And then the players that they do get ahead on, even if they're not top of the market, whether it's the Blands, the Fergusons, Diggs, for example, Steele, sometimes those haven't ended up working out, whether it's due to injuries or poor play on the field. So they really they're not winning on either side of the spectrum when it comes to this.
Congrats are in order for some DFW guys: Jackson Smith and Jigba from Rockwall, Christian Gonzalez, the Colony, Milton Williams from Crowley, Craig Woodson, South Grand Prairie, Brian Murphy at DeSoto, Reek Wolin from Fort Worth, Arlington Heights. Number of DFW players, as per usual, heading to the Super Bowl. DeMarcus Lawrence going viral for shots fired at Micah Parsons. You can call me a clown. It doesn't change the fact if you spent more time winning than tweeting, I wouldn't have left. So I guess Tank kind of gets the last laugh on that rivalry, but called a shot. Incredible text thread from Des Bryant over the weekend showing what Tank showed him over the summer. I'm going to the Super Bowl. And, I don't know how he was so sure, but it was probably after seeing the defensive personnel in off-season workouts and then having a chance to talk with that coach.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Everything about what you just said, though. I mean, you go in, and I think Tank is very perceptive in the way that he reads the room, in the way he reads the locker room, the coaching staff, and all that. He has familiarity with that coach, his defensive line coach. So that probably was something that he felt like, hey, I'm in a really good spot with this guy, and we've got the pieces to do it. So a tip of the cap for him for getting that done.
That is Tank, though. He's like a speaking into existence kind of guy. If you remember at the Star, he said when that Super Bowl was in Vegas, like, we'll see you in Vegas in his last year with the Cowboys. Like, he is one of those guys that's just going to say that at the beginning of the year, whether he actually believes it or not. He probably does, though. I mean, I'm sure that he did believe it when he said it.
Yeah, well, congrats to him either way. I know he still calls North Texas his home, so maybe one way or another, a Super Bowl is coming back to DFW this winter. All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation. We got the C-Note here, Cowboys news of the evening. We'll get Galco rescheduled, talk some Shrine Bowl with him, and we're back here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Hey everybody, it's Corey Majors. Tolos, when it comes to retirement, timing your Social Security can make a huge difference in how much you actually get. My good friend David Dustin, founder of MoneyWorks Group, helps people all over North Texas navigate the system so they don't leave money on the table. Right now, David's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you make more informed decisions. Visit moneyworksgroup.com for your copy or call 972-736-7373. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with confidence and guarantees.
With Green Mountain Energy, making a positive impact for the planet is as easy as flipping your light switch. Call 1-866-GREEN-TX to power your home with renewable electricity. That's 1-866-GREEN-TX. Green Mountain Energy, PUCT 10009.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CASH to borrow up to $10,000.
Hey, Dallas. The Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics. They're right here in Dallas.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club, fixing up the ranch, or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics Dallas now and schedule your consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Dallas? Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits. Giafalo here with the ultimate pro tip for painting your house. Tolo, CertaPro Painters, and CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And when you choose CertaPro Painters like I did, you're not just hiring a service. You're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. CertaPro Painters recently painted my home. True professionals exceeding my expectations, and you can trust them to get the job done right because they take pride in what they do. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
It's Hurtado, the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers, your go-to for the best Q around. Locations in Arlington, Fort Worth, Mansfield, and Dallas. 2 locations inside the globe, and now the Fort Worth location is serving and catering breakfast daily from 7 to 10:30 a.m. Pick up Brandon Hurtado's new book, Barbacoa, your go-to for everything Tex-Mex barbecue, now available at Buc-ee's and Amazon for all your catering needs or private events. Visit HurtadoBBQ.com. That's HurtadoBBQ.com. Tell them Sean for the Fan sent you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Lowe's knows how to turn big plans into real results. Whether it's new appliances or...
your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time for some C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. Why are New England and Seattle back in this thing while the Cowboys are struggling to even get out of the division round for 3 decades running? That's the question for you. The Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line is open at 877-881-1053. Leave your name and city you're texting from. Maybe we'll make you famous here in the nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, how frustrating is this, man? The team's worse than the Cowboys in 2024. Shoot back to the top. Seattle was 60-1 to reach the Super Bowl at the start of the season. They were 4th worst odds. I think it's one of the 4 longest shots you've had of the century to get in there. So, organizations win championships. That's kind of what I was poking around on there with the Sam Darnold thing, and you have to credit their personnel department a lot. John Schneider, check this out, the first GM in NFL history to reach multiple Super Bowl teams with the same franchise while having a completely different coaching staff and roster. Nobody was the same. He's the first guy to ever do that. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that has a real understanding of what he needs for his team, what he needs at coaches, how to kind of put things together. He's not afraid to move on from people. He's okay with the criticism that he gets. He does like to draft running backs at an alarming rate, which is something that is always been his downfall. But no, that's what John does. He understands how this league works and what needs to be done in order to get your team in position to play in these games. So. I like to say way back in the day when, in the early 90s, when he was just coming out of St. Thomas College there in Minneapolis, that you could say, oh, wow, this was going to be maybe a potentially multiple Super Bowl winner as a general manager. I can't say I'd say that, but I did see a guy that wasn't afraid to have an opinion, wasn't afraid to fight for his guys, and was just a great teammate to be around because he was always thinking how to make things better for the team. And, clearly he's done that in all his years in Seattle.
Yeah, the drafting element of it, right? I mean,
he sucks at it sometimes, though. He sucks at drafting.
I mean, look, everybody's going to have misses.
Oh, no, he'll mess
the
it up
first
a
and
bit.
second round for the last 5 years has been really good.
Oh, yeah.
And the running backs, you're right, but hey, Zach Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker are a big reason why they're here. And
Absolutely.
then you lose Zach Charbonnet, you still have Kenneth Walker to maintain your rushing success. So, I don't think that's something that's been a huge negative for them. And they did it where it wasn't just the draft, but DeMarcus Lawrence, you hit on that free agent. Cooper Kupp, you hit on that free agent, right? So it goes back to all the various elements we've talked about with team building.
Their coach.
And absolutely. And they go
coach.
Pete Carroll to Mike McDonald, and that's after Mike Holmgren. I mean, they've done an excellent job there when it comes to identifying the right coaches and ballsy moves when it comes to Geno Smith. All right, Geno's not doing that. Let's go ahead and let's make it happen with Sam Darnold. And like I mentioned earlier, they put in the buffer in the contract where if it didn't work out, they were kind of covered there. Now you're in a situation where I would imagine Sam Darnold and his agent are going to try and go back to the drawing board and throw that contract out. But if they don't, then you're sitting pretty with a Super Bowl champion quarterback that's not costing you market value. So they're in a really good position with a lot of young, awesome talent there in Seattle.
Yeah. I mean, they team build in so many amazing ways. I mean, Schneider, obviously, you when you win a Super Bowl, it buys you so much time, but they've been committed to him. They're just, even from an ownership standpoint, like they're not going to let one bad draft or two down sort of years just move off a GM. How often does that happen? I mean, it happens at a ridiculous rate where GMs, head coaches, quarterbacks, you're moving off them even when they're still really good at what they do. Schneider's fantastic. He does it through the draft, but also through the trades. Ernest Jones at the trade deadline last year, he's their linebacker who's a stud. And then Rashid Shaheed also at the deadline. They weren't scared to trade DK Metcalf, right? They're not scared to move on from Geno Smith, like you mentioned.
Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson. Absolutely.
I mean, their timing of getting rid of guys is really, Earl Thomas was a player that I think a lot of people looked at and was like, he can still play. Well, he was never quite the same when Seattle said, hey, we're moving on here. Russell Wilson, the exact same way. Denver's looking at him like we got ourselves a franchise quarterback. Schneider's laughing and thinking this dude can't play anymore. So they've done a good job. Like we used to praise New England for kind of once they moved on from a player, there's a red flag. Everyone should kind of be thinking, what's up here? Where's the bag of hair? Why are they moving on from said player? Seattle's kind of looking at that reputation right now and building that as well.
They're doing a hell of a job, and there are quite a few differences between the two teams, but a couple of things they have in common. Number one, defensive head coach, and I don't think, I guess this will be the second defensive coach over the last 7 or 8 years to win the Super Bowl, with the other one being Bill Belichick. But I think the way that that's important for the Cowboys is neither one of these teams have decided that one side of the ball can just not be invested in. And the Cowboys have clearly done that. They've missed, and then they haven't thrown money at it to bring in enough good players. They've let quality players go on the defensive side of the ball. It's almost like the Joneses look at it like, well, we'll try to have a good defense if we get lucky, but we're not really going to be proactive in making sure that comes to life. And I think that takes me to the other thing that both of these teams have in common, and it's owners who are willing to just stay the bleep out of the way so football people can do their jobs. Amen. And that's what you see time and time again. I mean, Robert Kraft, are you kidding me? Like, he's back here again, and there's plenty of good luck that comes with it. Anytime you're in a Super Bowl, and when you look at the Patriots specifically, like, there's plenty of good luck involved, but there's also just putting football people in places to make the football decisions, and that's not something we'll ever get. So for New England specifically, they matched the 99 Rams as a 4-win team to go to the Super Bowl the next year. Clearly, the right head coach matters. But, they invested across the board, bringing in guys, and Josh McDaniels coming back, a proven Super Bowl level coordinator. Even though he's not running the in vogue offense, he definitely, has the resume and a track record to evolve. And then Drake May is just a cheat code of a quarterback. I said on Friday, I tried to bring up a game plan where he rushed for 125 yards, and he could have. What did he end up getting? 80 or so? And a 65. Lot of those massive runs for first downs. But another key hire for the Patriots that I read about today, John Stryker. You guys hip to this dude? He has garnered the nickname Stretch. He was given the title of Vice President of Football Operations and Strategy. And here's what happened. He spent time under Vrabel in Tennessee in a lot of roles, but last year he worked with Sean McVay as the team's game management coordinator. Stryker has brought experience and stability to a Patriots roster that desperately needed it. So he's advising things on the roster from at least 1 year of a Rams background, and then managing game day as he did with the Rams last year. And he's watching and updating in real time what the team should be trying to mitigate that the opponent is trying to do, and giving strategic suggestions to the head coach, game management coordinator with the Rams last year. And, I think he might be like their modern day version of that old Rain Man they had up in the booth, Ernie Adams, that was helping Bill Belichick. And I believe Shoddy has a dude like this, right? I forget his name, but he's got like a right-hand man. What's that?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. But, I think this Stryker dude is about to become a significant part of the Patriots story. Maybe we'll get a chance to read more about his journey and what makes him. Did we lose him?
We might have.
Uh-oh.
I thought maybe it was just my my ears. Maybe they were low, but no, we can't hear Gavin. We lost Gavin there for a second, I think. Maybe
what I did.
He's back. He's back. He hit the mic.
Back.
He might have hit the mic.
I got the dang mic that you hit the thing and it mutes.
Yep. Nope. I've been there many a times. Trust me. Brian knows that whenever we record Love of the Star, Eric and I will be known to do that from time to time. You just hit that thing and all of a sudden it mutes it.
I was anticipating that was going to happen at least once or twice during today's show, but I'll try to keep my hands off the damn microphone. Okay, Clayton Adams was requested to interview with the Eagles. They were even going to give him play calling. Is it true that he said, I don't even want to go there? Cowboys, please turn this down. That's what I read on Twitter. I'm waiting for a verification of this story, but I just love that the Eagles are taking L's as the Cowboys are taking their coaches. Nobody wants this job. Eagles OC might be less desired than Cleveland Browns head coach right now, boys.
It's hilarious. Like, those are the two jobs everyone is saying, hey, I'm good here. I'm pulling out of the running. You just had so many names, like Bears offensive coordinator Declan Doyle. He was the latest one to say, I'm good. He's withdrawing his name from consideration for the Eagles. They're now having to look at maybe trying to poach your guy at LSU, Brian. They're going after Charlie Weiss Jr. possibly to interview him.
He said he doesn't want it either.
It's amazing. Yeah. Everyone that they're asking is like, no, I'm good. Jalen Hurts sounds like a total diva, and I don't want to be anywhere near that A.J. Brown decision.
Yeah, the quarterback's done as a top-tier player. The head coach is on the hot seat. The running back is washed. The O-line is heading towards no longer being top 5 for sure, maybe washed. And then their salary cap situation is worse in the NFL. I have a feeling there's more to this story, and I can't wait to unpack it here as this offseason continues. But I mean, I think if you go work in Philly right now, you're signing up to be part of their collapse that they sort of voluntarily went into as a way of, trying to make sure they could win another Super Bowl. And, it really paid off for them in a big way. I think if I'm an Eagles fan, I'm very happy with this magical carpet ride that we've been on for the last 8 years. I mean, even as a Rangers fan or as a Mavericks fan, like 2011 and 2023 will continue to nourish you and give you satisfaction. But I wonder, like, internally inside the NFL, if the word is out that Philadelphia is just a sinking ship, and if you do take that job, that you're just going to be turning on over and having to move your family again here in the next 12 months or so. All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and when we come back, it's going to be time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us today?
Yeah, I'm going to give you some guys that East-West game you need to look at, and could this mock draft wipe you out? We'll do that.
can feel the buzz, can't you? Oh, it feels good, doesn't it? And it's all about the Cowboys offseason. So we're heading to San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans. Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Jacob Ray, and for Lucius Alexander. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much for playing that, Jacob. Really appreciate that. Thanks to Greystone also for being a part of this as well. I teased a couple different things. I really do appreciate what Eric and those guys have done for me at the East-West Shrine game. It was the first bowl game the first All-Star game I ever covered 34 years ago. So I really out in Palo Alto, California. And to this day, I remember Gil Brandt shaming a member of the Stanford Cardinal football team out of his tracksuit. Beautiful red tracksuit with the S and the
that's right, yeah.
The tree, and Gil was standing there on the sidelines. Old Hall of Famer Gil Brandt, Dallas Cowboys, and Gil kept saying, he wasn't even watching the practice. He's like, "Where'd you get that suit? Where'd you get the tracksuit?" Guy kept saying, "Oh, well, I got it. It's part of our program." Going on, and Gil would not leave the guy alone. Well, next day, guess who had the tracksuit on? Gil Brandt. No, Gil. He was out there scouting him up in the Stanford Cardinal sweatsuit. So old Gil, he had a way of talking people right out of their clothes, I guess. But that guy took care of it.
Nothing cooler than a matching sweatsuit.
Nah, Gil's motto: if it's free, I'll take 3. If I have to pay, no way. Now, he was the original scout motto guy when it came to that. Gil one time, I remember he told Bill Hitt at the Cowboys, little scout that worked for him, he told Bill, "Come on, get on the plane. We're going to go to Tulsa, scout some players." And old Gil brought all his laundry with him, like his dry cleaning. And he dropped it off before they went to the school there in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And Gil did his day of scouting and picked it up and got his laundry. And he did that so he can expense it.
That's genius.
Yeah. So he, instead of doing it himself, he just said, "Well, I'll just go do it. And I'll go scout on the road, bring all my dry cleaning with me, and I'll get the team to pay for it." They say that Gil Brandt never cashed a paycheck, that he lived off his expenses for the Cowboys, is what he did.
It's a job well done. I don't think Odyssey would go for that, boys.
No, they really.
I don't think so.
No, they really wouldn't. They really wouldn't be too happy about that. But yeah, that's my first memory of the East-West Shrine game was Gil Brandt. But I admired.
Did he also pull off the booze one where he'd take the extra booze?
Yeah,
from the season?
They had a thing called the 5 o'clock club out there in Thousand Oaks, and the 5 o'clock club was, they had Tex Schramm would at 5 o'clock have cocktails with all the reporters. So they had a truck that took all the booze from Dallas out to California, and Gil would have he had a house up in Wyoming, and Gil had the truck stop in Wyoming on the way and drop off half the booze, and then the rest would make it to California. So yeah, he had it worked out to where he had all that, like they unloaded half of it at his house, his summer house out there, and then the rest went out to California. But Hey, Gil could get away with those things. That's a great Gil Brandt.
He earned it.
Legend.
Yeah, legend. I wish I was that smart to do everything.
Except his running back rankings, that all-time running back rankings list. Come on.
He struggled a little bit there.
That's a bad one.
All right. Again, thanks to everybody out there at the East-West Shrine game for what they've done for me. I really do appreciate that. The players I'm going to look at, I'm broadcast tomorrow night with Brian Estridge, the voice of the TCU. So we're going to be doing the game tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. So I'm going to get out here a little early tomorrow for you guys and go work on that. But the players that have kind of caught my eye, and I've been able to see the practices, the workouts, and stuff like that. There's some guys you need to keep an eye on, and this is going to be an interesting game because I'm kind of concerned about the offensive lines on both sides and like 5 guys working together. Because this crew they've got a pretty good pass rush crew here. And Malachi Lawrence is one of these guys from Central Florida that I really, really like the way that he's shown up in these practices. Another one was Marvin Jones Jr. from Oklahoma is another guy that's played really, really well. They've got this defensive tackle named Darrell Jackson from Florida State that's a problem inside. So I'm interested to see how these offensive lines are able to match up against these pass rush groups. So these quarterbacks could be in for a long night. The offense could struggle a little bit because you just don't have the continuity on the offensive line. They're doing some 2-on-2 stuff, some 1-on-1 stuff. 1-on-1 stuff is, when you do those drills, it's really geared towards the defensive players. But when they start doing the 2-on-2 stuff, these guys, both teams' defensive lines were getting the best of these offensive lines. So always struggles to try and find offensive linemen. I think the best offensive lineman is a young man named Emil Wagner from Notre Dame. He's a tackle. The problem with Emil is he's 6'5", he's 302 pounds. I mean, he is a slight built guy, but super, super athletic. But they're going to have their hands full with this group, and also too another guy. They have a center named Jager Burton from Kentucky that we need to keep an eye on. I know Zach on all of us when we start scouting more of these offensive linemen and looking at centers. I think Burton from Kentucky is a guy that'll be probably pretty good on their list. But overall, it's a really good roster in what he's assembled, and it should be a pretty good game. Like I say, though, I am a little worried about like you're going to see probably a lot of pass rush in this game, and hopefully the 2 offensive lines can hold up their end of the bargain for sure. All right. I had a mock draft here that I want to talk about. This is from Daniel Jeremiah. You guys seen this?
Here we go. Yeah.
Okay. This is interesting. This might be a worst case scenario draft.
I was going to ask you guys this because as soon as I saw it, I'm saying, we're in some trouble here. If Daniel Jeremiah knows what he's talking about here. So let me just run through.
He did a hell of a job finding the 11 players that should go ahead of the Cowboys, in my opinion.
I think Daniel Jeremiah was so. He's really in tune to what's going on. You know, if you know his background, he's a former NFL scout. He's with the Eagles. He's with the Ravens. He's such a likable guy that everybody tells him stuff. And so when he puts together a mock draft, he usually gives it some thought about what he's hearing. And we've got the East-West this week, and then this week we got the Senior Bowl coming up. So we'll hear a lot more things going on. But here's the way the mock draft goes. He's got Mendoza going to the Raiders, Arvell Reese going to the Jets. That's kind of where Arvell Reese has been going for a lot of these mocks. He's been the second guy. Arizona Cardinals take an offensive lineman. They take Spencer Fano from Utah. Tennessee takes another offensive lineman, Francis Mauanoa. They take him from Miami. The Giants take, here's kind of a surprise. They take Masour Delane, the corner from LSU. And he said the Giants could add another receiver later in the draft. It's a deep class at the position, but Delane would immediately be their most talented cornerback. So Delane, who's a guy that everybody's kind of mocked to Dallas at 12, ends up going to the Giants at 5. Cleveland takes David Bailey. Here's another guy, Texas Tech. that maybe the Cowboys were kind of looking at 12. The Commanders now take Sonny Styles. This seems to be the very popular pick that mockers are putting with the Cowboys is Sonny Styles, the linebacker from Ohio State. The Saints take Jeremiah Love, the runner from Notre Dame. Kansas City takes Reuben Bain, the edge from Miami as well. That's kind of where maybe some thoughts about Downs. Maybe Downs going to the Commanders at 7, maybe going to the Chiefs at 9 was where he's at. Here we go. And then at Cincinnati at 10, take Jermon McCoy, the corner from Tennessee. Remember, he's coming off the knee surgery. It's been a year now. He should be able to work out and do everything for everybody. At 11, the Dolphins take Caleb Downs.
No.
So now you feel like that maybe we've got a shot. And then Miami, and they say Downs has the versatility to play multiple spots, much like his teammate in this scenario, Mika Fitzpatrick. Downs' football intelligence and leadership are off the charts. Miami has to improve the defense that was ranked 24th in scoring. So that leaves you with the Cowboys. He takes Colton Hood, the cornerback from Tennessee. Zach, I'll go to you. Thoughts about that potentially happen in that way?
Yeah, I mean, this would be a gut punch, especially with Downs making it all the way to 11, and then he ends up going to you right before that pick. I'd be just campaigning and praying and hoping and doing whatever the heck you can do that he could get to 12. He doesn't here. So now this is an instant. Is there anybody someone wants to move up for? Can I'll even sacrifice. I'll take less than what I have to. I need to slide back. I need to pick up a 3, whatever it is. If somebody just wants to move up, maybe there's another corner you like. If I've got to stay there and take Colton Hood, I'd be okay with it. I think he's a tremendous athlete. He's a physical player. He is a little bit of a freelance kind of guy. Man coverage he can definitely do. He can play a little wild. That's just the issue there. But, hey, when it comes to DBs, if Christian Parker says, hey, I like this guy, he's earned the benefit of the doubt, especially if he did have, say, in Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, which I don't know that I think those two were far better players than what Colton Hood is personally right now. But I do like the tape from Colton Hood. I just look at him as more of a back of the first round type of player than at 12, a little rich. But hey, in this situation, all my first round grades for the most part are kind of off the board, unless you wanted to go with one of the other corners, Cisse or Terrell.
Dawson, any thought on that real quick?
You know, I just thought Colton Hood was kind of a reach at 20. I think he's too physical for the NFL, and that's how he's succeeding so much in college. I think he's got bust potential. I don't think he has elite ball skills. He's not an elite tackler. He is a good athlete, but I would be incredibly disappointed. I'm looking at Mesidor and Howell and Terrell over him at 12. So I'm with Wolchuk. I'm desperately picking up that phone and dialing for a trade back.
Okay, at 17, let's just skip down. You lose Mesidor to the Lions. Then Emmanuel McNeil Warren, the safety from Toledo, who might be a guy that ends up in the first round, a free safety for the Minnesota Vikings at 18. Carolina,
I noticed that.
Carolina takes Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver from Arizona State. I think he's George Pickens like there. Here's Dallas. It's Keldrick Falk is the pick at 20.
Again.
With the Cowboys there. You don't have anybody. You have Terrell goes to Philadelphia, Dawson behind at 23. You mentioned that one. And then also C.J. Allen, he's later. He goes to Buffalo at 26. That was a thought for some people right there. And so it looks like, and then Brandon Cisse goes to Seattle at 32. So those guys were available. Were you guys any thoughts about taking with the situation with Falk being there?
What's crazy is Jeremiah nailed it. He said Falk's a tough evaluation. He's got great size and is a smooth athlete, but I'd like to see him play with more urgency. The upside is tremendous. I just don't think the Cowboys can risk taking a player like that in the first round. You need answers immediately, and I just think Falk's way too risky of a player to take at 20. So, if the draft went like this, it'd be tough to stomach.
Wooly, same way.
Yeah, I don't mind Folk at 20, but this would be not the ideal scenario. I honestly, in hindsight, if I knew how the board falls, I'm reaching on Mesidor and I'm taking the corner Cisse there at 20.
I like what you're doing there. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you, buddy. While we're on this, you had Caleb Dowds going to Miami.
Yeah.
I've been meaning to ask you, Chief, do you think there's any way they let Minkah Fitzpatrick go, or is he for sure back?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure just with the new regime and like what their plan is going to be, but I feel confident that they're going to be interested in just sort of eating this year as a total tear down rebuild. You have the cap hit for Tua, so I could absolutely see him being on the table and being a piece that somebody could trade for.
I love it. We got 2 down and 3 to go. A football fix coming up next, Wolchuk.
The future of Stafford, fourth down regrets, the unlikeliest Super Bowl ever. That's next.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot ya, here we go. It's hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We got Eric Galco from the Shrine Bowl coming up here in about 15, 20 minutes. Here's Wolchuk with your daily football fix.
All right, let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
No.
Left side! Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
I gotta get my fix, man.
Oh, Kevontae Turpin, congratulations, as we have another Pro Bowler, third straight Pro Bowl for Kevontae Turpin, as he is going to replace Raheed Shaheed, who is going to the Super Bowl with the Seattle Seahawks, and nobody circles the wagons like the Seattle Seahawks,
the
baby.
Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, Buffalo
Let's
Bills,
go.
Seahawks, yeah.
7 Super Bowls now, or excuse me, Pro Bowlers. Super Bowls? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, 7-win team.
7 Pro Bowlers for your Dallas Cowboys now.
Hey.
You've got Dak, Pickens, Williams, Aubrey, Smith, and then you've got Ferguson and now Turpin, who have been added as reserves.
Hey, Zach, for you guys last week, did I talk when they were bringing up about Marcus Dixon? Did I bring up my scouting report?
You did.
Did I?
You did.
I did.
We talked about that. We did. We talked about that on Friday. But if you want to reset it, Marcus Dixon, D-line coach, let's do it.
I just wanted to make sure that I told everybody about the scouting report I got from. But I think we're good. If I didn't want to repeat it if we had to. But go ahead.
No, I believe you hit it in the 6 o'clock hour on Friday. But there might have been some people that didn't hear it. I think Sean recapped it again this morning.
Okay. Oh, Sean did. All right. Okay. But this
might have.
Yeah. Okay. But real quick, good guy, smart guy, easygoing personality, knows how to have a good room, has good touch with his players, can build connections. Again, this is Marcus Dixon, who they're interviewing for the defensive line coach. Not a yellow screamer guy. He's one of these guys that is a better run fit coach than a pass rush coach. Slightly above average as an evaluator, some people told me about this guy, but he will really work at it. Good recruiter with the undrafted guys, just needs to be pointed in the right direction. So it sounds like to me that maybe there's some people trying to get out of Minnesota because of the situation with Brian Flores, that he isn't the greatest guy to work with. So back to you, Zach.
That's the issue with Flores, is he is an outstanding coach, but he is very demanding. And when you've kind of heard, the whispers around the league, he's not for everybody. And that might be why he didn't land some of these head coaching jobs. And it's also why you might have some turnover on the staff there. But either way, it does not change the fact that he is a phenomenal defensive coordinator. It just does, his style is one that some people might not be able to handle for multiple years.
He's a Belichick guy, right?
Yes, he is.
I think he rubs people similarly how Belichick did.
Yep.
And without the Super Bowls to keep his momentum rolling,
right?
It's like, nah, don't really want to work with him.
Well, congratulations to Mike Vrabel. What a turnaround there in New England. But we now have the unlikeliest Super Bowl matchup in the history of the sport. 80-1 odds New England had preseason. 60-1 odds is what Seattle had. So 4,800-1 is what you could have gotten on your odds to pick Patriots Seahawks as your Super Bowl matchup. The only other one that was even close to the unlikeliest matchup was Titans and Rams, and that was mainly because the Rams came out of nowhere. They were 150-1 odds in 1999 to make that Super Bowl. Then you had the amazing Kurt Warner story. But, man, this is one of those where preseason, when we're looking at, this team has no chance, they have no shot.
I'm picking the last teams every time. Get ready.
Holy crap.
Arizona.
Patriots and Seahawks just laughed in all of our faces.
Yeah. This is like, can we get like Jets Cardinals in the Super Bowl next year?
That's what I'm saying. I'm going something crazy next year on the prediction for sure.
Yeah. I think you can rule out the Jets and the Browns.
Yeah.
But, anybody else, I don't think you should rule out these organizations that, have been showing up. Like San Francisco lost a lot in the offseason and then had so many injuries. But, it's sad because it's sort of verifying what the Cowboys are. And they're not at the far low end of this spectrum, but they're definitely nowhere near, where these organizations are.
It is wild. There was that stat floating around, though, in the AFC. Like, their representatives, it's New England, it's Kansas City, and then you've got a Cincinnati in there. Otherwise, it's like parity-driven league, except in the AFC. Your AFC champion for the last 20 years is basically New England or Kansas City. It's wild.
Right. Yeah, when you have two GOATs at quarterback, that'll get it done for you. And then now this random year, we'll see what May turns into, but it is wild the way the AFC has just been. It's been so dominant with those two teams.
Yeah, like Collinsworth is going to be on the call for the Super Bowl. This is his 6th one. 5 of them have had New England in the Super Bowl. So it's absolutely nuts. And I think the one that didn't was the Cincinnati LA Super Bowl from a few years ago. But the 4th down decision making, both losing coaches, their fan bases are like, oh, what's going on here? Sean Payton, immediately when they went for it on 4th down, I was thinking to myself, take the points. You've got a New England offense that is struggling to move the ball. You're at home, and you've got a badass defense. I like the aggressive nature in the regular season. I think there's something to be said in the postseason where the margin for error is even now smaller, right? And in playoff football, to me, you're never really going to look back and regret taking the points. Here was Sean Payton post-game as he rethinks and recollects on that decision.
Yeah, I just felt like, man, we had momentum to get up 14. I felt like we had a good call. And where were we at yard line-wise there? Yeah, I think the feeling was, man, let's be aggressive. To get up 14. I was just watching the way our defense was playing, and the turnover on our end resulting in a touchdown, and outside of that, man, I thought we did a good job in containing them. There'll be a number of things when we watch the tape I'll look at and
I kind of agree with him. I agree. I agree with this one. I do. And I know,
yes, aggressive analytics brought us in the building.
Defend your guy for being wrong here, Brian.
I am going to tell you this. I understand where he's at. I understand. He thinks he goes up 14-0 in this game, and with the conditions maybe deteriorating and getting worse in his defense, 14-0 might have been able to win that football game for him. I mean, that's kind of, I understand what he's thinking right there. I really, really do. His defense is that good, but if he, and just kicking field goals at the very end was a nightmare. I mean,
exactly.
Will Lutz is one of these guys. I mean, he brought him from New Orleans. He loves Will. Will's made a lot of game-winning field goals for him and stuff. I get it. Going up 10, but going up 14, that might have, maybe in his mind, he felt that might be checkmate for the way his team was going to play. And, for the most part, they did. They really got after it. That 16 play drive for 3 points. I mean, you'll never have a drive better than that. But I could understand. I can understand why he did. I can understand why both coaches did what they did, because the Rams also were driving the football, and really Seattle wasn't doing anything to stop them. They got down tight red zone and they got the stops, but you don't know if you're going to get the ball back. The
McVay one, I kind of understood more. I think everything that Sean Payton said in that answer qualifies for being up 10-0. To me, They scored 10 points, New England did, and that was with gifting them the ball at your own 20-yard line on the fumble.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Go up 10-0.
Yeah.
And especially
but I get it at the time. I get it at the time. I'm not saying he's right. I'm just saying I understand what he was thinking. He was thinking, we score 14 points, we might win this game today.
He wants to.
Yeah, I don't get why it is a bad decision. Is it just because it was Stidham? I mean, it's 4th and 1. Every other fourth down decision this year, you'd be an idiot if you didn't go for it in that situation.
The bad decision is you've got to also know what the weather might be, right? Like that's part of your job as a head coach. We praise these coaches for. He knew in the fourth quarter he knew I needed to be facing one way where the wind's at my back, so he knew the situation that the weather was probably going to deteriorate, making it even harder to kick field goals as the game goes on. You take the points when you can get the points there.
Yeah, that is an interesting deal. And to that point, I thought the bigger mistake was kicking the field goal 4th and 5.
Yeah.
Instead of going for it there.
Am I still on? I am still on, right?
No, you're good.
Okay,
Yeah,
my power just flickered or something. I guess I'm good, but I thought there's no way they're going to make this 45 or 46 yarder. Maybe it had gone in if the guy didn't get a piece of it. But to me, that was the bigger mistake by Peyton. I mean, if you think going up 10-0 in a game where the snow's coming in the second half is massive, I mean, it's a 4th and 1 to potentially, take that thing into the end zone and go up 14. That might be the end of the game. So
yeah, that's what I thought.
It was close. It was at least close enough that Sean Payton doesn't deserve to get beat up for it.
No, I'm just sure, if he could go back and do that, I'm sure he's kicking the field goal. I get, hey, we're going for the jugular, being aggressive.
Awful. The guy was awful. Stidham was awful in that game.
To me,
they were going to lose.
These arguments are more reason to take the points to me. Yeah. I don't know if I'm getting in that position again.
Yeah, but you also, maybe you're in a situation where if you do, somehow he makes a play. Listen, the throws that he made, he just, you were dead. You were dead with him at quarterback. They could talk about all the confidence in the world. They were dead on offense with that guy at quarterback. So I understand taking the points, but maybe he's thinking if I just get 14, maybe I don't have to worry about my offense the rest of the way.
Well, you do have Rams fans that are like, calling for McVay to get fired after he decides to go for it on 4th down. That's foolish.
You're not going to get the ball back. You're not going to get the ball back the way.
it was outstanding red zone defense, outstanding coverage. There was nowhere to go with the football. But the question afterwards is now Matthew Stafford's future. He's got 1 year left on his deal. He's going to be 38 years old. And immediately somebody asked Sean McVay that question.
Matthew Stafford to be back next season.
Yeah, if he still wants to play, what the hell kind of question is that? The answer, you have to ask him. We've been totally present. I know that if he wants to, he's still playing at a pretty damn good clip. He's the MVP of the league. And if he's not, I got respect for everybody else, but this guy played at a level that's just different. I appreciate you guys this year. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's an emotional, fiery McVay.
It was incredible how emotional the Rams were last night. Like the look on Devontae Adams' face, he was completely devastated. It looked like he'd been crying over a loss in the family or something. So I think that's a testament to how much they want and kind of what separates that culture from others. But yeah, with Matthew Stafford, I don't know how you walk away from money and a great team. As long as your back's feeling fine, it's a no-brainer. I'm coming back, and I'm looking for more. He might be playing his best football of his career right now. Why would you walk away?
Yeah, no reason for him to walk away. He is still playing at a very, very high level, and I bet you when we catch him in Oxnard next year, him throwing the ball around, we'll see the same thing we probably saw this year.
There's your fix.
He'll look really good.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Chief. All righty, and thanks to Jacob Ray's filling in for Lucius Alexander today as we push through this big freeze Monday in the nation. Eric Galco, Director of Football Ops and Player Personnel for the Shrine Bowl, is next year on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app,
online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
All right, welcome back, Nation. It's time to talk with Eric Galko, Director of Football Ops, Player Personnel for the Shrine Bowl. That game is tomorrow night. Broaddus has to be with us tomorrow for about half the show or so, and then he's going to head up there and be on the call. So we're looking forward to that and hearing more about these prospects. Segment of the Nation's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And a good afternoon, Eric. How you doing?
We're doing great. We're a day before game day here at the Shrine Bowl. We had a great week of practice here in Dallas, so we're excited.
I love it. So you guys didn't have any problems getting the players in and keeping everybody comfortable through the weekend?
No problems at all. I'm a Northeast guy myself, so it was not going to affect us at all. So we had a great, safe week of practice, and every NFL team was in attendance. Over 700 NFL teams or NFL scouts were credentialed to be here. Over 26 GMs credentialed to be here, and had a great week of practice here building up to the game.
Hey, Eric,
bringing the broadcast pipes here to the show. Sorry, Brian. I just had to point out the fact that we're blessed by the voice of scouting God here.
Yeah, I know. I'm about to say I need to borrow that. Eric, first off, hey, thank you so much to you and the staff for all the hospitality that you guys extended us. I know on the media side and stuff, broadcasting over there has been an absolute blast. So appreciate everything you guys have done.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys very much, and it's been, we got a great group of guys here as well. We've got our future record number of draft picks the Shrine Bowl's ever had this year in this year's 2026 Shrine Bowl class. So a lot of great players, a lot of great people as well, too, and appreciate you guys covering it.
Yeah, well, you guys did a hell of a job of putting together this roster, by the way. I've really enjoyed watching the matchups across the board and stuff, and I love the fact that the NFL coaches are involved coaching these guys up. Talk a little bit about the guys. I know if I said, well, hey, give me some guys to look for, you would give me the whole rosters of everybody. But I want to say this, though. Was there, when you were looking at it, and how are you trying to get the balance of it, of getting the teams the way they are? Because, you know, your edge rushers with your offensive linemen, with your skill guys, everything, you've got these two teams pretty balanced out the way they look.
You know, it's pretty fun to kind of build these rosters, and one of the focuses is having, 125 plus the best players in the country here at the Shrine Bowl, and it's always fun because every year, kind of the Shrine Bowl roster as a group reflects the strengths and maybe the areas of opportunity at certain positions across the draft class. So this year's draft class, across the entire class, defensive line's a huge strength, tight end's a huge strength, and I think quarterback is an opportunity for a lot of players in this class. And we saw our tight ends like Jack Gendries and Eli Raridan really emerge this year, two guys that hopefully baseball fans will get to know a little bit between now and NFL draft, because they'll both be top 100 picks and impact players for their teams at tight end. And then Darrell Jackson at Florida State, Malachi Lawrence of UCF, two guys that maybe rose their draft value to possibly first-round picks after a great week of practice as well, too. So, balancing the teams evenly, it's next to impossible beforehand, and also the fun part, because you never know who's going to really emerge here at the Shrine Bowl. We do our best to evaluate these guys come in and get the best guys here, and sometimes the guys that emerge and are the best guys in their position group are guys we didn't expect either. So one of the fun parts of this job is letting these guys get here, get settled, and get to work.
I'll tell you what, yeah, Jackson, you could take 5 of those offensive linemen in the one-on-one drills, and I don't know if 5 guys could block him, the young man out of Florida State. What an impressive athlete. And you mentioned about Malachi, the way he's rushing. I tell you what, the drills were outstanding, and I was just curious, though, about the players yourself. When how do you go about the process of getting these guys? I mean, the evaluations of them. Like you say, you're looking to build rosters, but it's clearly a year-long thing. But how do you go about it, making sure you've got the absolute best guys?
Yeah, it's a balance of evaluation, and then want to make sure these guys want to come to the Shrine Bowl as their all-star game of choice. And the evaluation process is a multi-year thing. I got a chance to watch Mark Gronowski 3 years ago at South Dakota State when we had his teammate Mason McCormick in the Shrine Bowl. Was watching him all year long, and this quarterback was pretty good. Right, I saw Kate Klubnik over his entire college career. I got to know a lot of these players, not only quarterbacks, but a lot of guys across this roster personally, as well as watch them on film the last couple of years too. So for us, just like NFL teams, it's you need to use the data available, and sometimes that data is multi-years, whether it's Mark Gronowski's 48 career starts or Mark Gronowski's decision to transfer to Iowa. You're getting more information on these guys, how they think, how they process before they get here to the NFL draft process. And we take a lot of pride in having good good players on the field, but also high character guys off the field, because we know that that's what this event is all about, is helping these great players and great people be successful, but also represent Shriners Children's very well. And then having these guys come here, choose the Shrine Bowl. There's many all-star games out there. I think the Shrine Bowl is the best. I think other people in the industry will start to agree a little bit now that the Shrine Bowl is the best all-star game, but talking to these guys about what we do for players and the involvement of the NFL Player Association and the Shriners Children's Hospital, of course, having the Dallas Cowboys facility as our facility of choice for these players as well all week long. It's a pretty easy sell on my part to have guys like Daryl Jackson, Malachi Lawrence, and Kate Klubnik, and many, many, many more choose the Shrine Bowl as their all-star game of choice. So,
well, I'll tell you what, you feed them well, because I know doing broadcasting, I thought about sneaking into the buffet line a couple of times there. I saw what you guys were feeding the players, so keep up the good work in that regard.
Eric Galko with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, you've made this a must-watch event. I mean, I think year over year, the amount of talent's impressive. I mean, last year alone, Craig Woodson was part of this game. He's now going to play in the Super Bowl, DB out of Cal with New England. C.J. West jumped on. I fell in love with Teddy Buchanan, the linebacker out of Cal last year, watching the practices. So I know that you're high on all these players that you're inviting here, but during the one-on-one drills, are there any names that you think, hey, we should really be paying attention to as we get ready for the game tomorrow night? Who's really impressed over the course of these few days?
You know, it's hard to pick a favorite of these guys. I think it's always interesting and fun, and for NFL teams, really important for these smaller school players who are coming up a level, every single rep in practice, right? We got to see guys like Caleb Proctor of Southeast Louisiana, a defensive tackle who reminds me of a guy we had a couple of years ago, Kobe Turner, who's a huge impact player for the Los Angeles Rams. And hey, Southeast Louisiana, who's he going against? He went against LSU this year, had 2.5 sacks, so he proved he can do it in that game. But here at the Shrine Bowl, he's going against Georgia helmets and Alabama helmets and USC helmets all week long, and still impressing there as well too. So he's one that jumps out as a small guy to watch. Michael Wortham of Montana, a receiver as well too, who played with Efton Chisholm at Eastern Washington before transferring to Montana. Another guy from the Shrine Bowl that had a breakout Shrine Bowl and ended up being a high PSA and making the Patriots roster. Michael Wortham had a great week of practice as well too. So I think for me the fun part is having these guys that are under the radar, maybe not first wave NFL combine invites, these smaller school players, and having these guys emerge. So the guys like Kate Klubnik and Skylar Bell, who receiver from UConn, who should have won the Blitnikoff, was here as well too. Those guys are well known, and they really earned their chance to be here. And of course had a great week of practice. But having those small school guys like Wortham and Proctor makes this event really special and gives these guys a chance to not only be draft picks, but be guys that NFL teams are dying to get on draft weekend.
Has there become somewhat of a friendly competition between the Shrine Bowl and the Senior Bowl as you guys are kind of jockeying for players to come out and play?
Yeah, there's definitely been a competition and something that, when I kind of became a part of the Shrine Bowl a couple of years ago, it was important for this event and the mission and the purpose of this event too, to be a premier event and what that brings as awareness. So us having first, second, third round picks consistently when that wasn't always the case at the Shrine Bowl is a testament to our scouting staff and the great work that we're able to provide these players. I think the Dallas Cowboys facility in Frisco, Texas is a darn good place to play an all-star game indoors, no matter what the weather is outside. We're 75 degrees indoors in Jerry's facility, and I think a lot of players see the value of that as well too. So it's definitely been competitive, and we're happy to be competitive, and I think giving players a choice what they choose is great, and our uptick in draft picks is direct correlation of these guys choosing their all-star game. So make no mistake, many, many players chose the Shrine Bowl as their all-star game of choice, and we appreciate them for doing that.
Eric Galko, Shrine Bowl, with us here on The Fan. If the Cowboys are looking for a linebacker day 3 who can be a coverage player, who can shed blocks and be an excellent communicator without having a day 2 pick for the Cowboys this year, who are we looking at there in day 3 selections to keep an eye out for?
We've got a lot of great linebackers in this group. One more well-known, a guy named Lander Barton of Utah. Played a little tight end for Utah this year as well. I think had 1 or 2 receiving touchdowns this year at tight end for Utah. Really versatile player. But I'll give you kind of an off-the-radar name that not only is definitely being drafted, but has surged even higher than I could have expected after another fantastic week at the Shrine Bowl. A guy named Jackson Kuwach, linebacker, Miami, Ohio. He only was a 1.5-year starter at Miami, Ohio. 6'3", 230. He's hit almost 22 miles an hour at the GPS at college as well as here at the Shrine Bowl. A really special, unique talent. And despite being a G5 player at the MAC, maybe a guy in a game you've heard of before, like he is kind of an NFL team's really sneaky guy to be, hey, how does this guy go 4th round? Hey, why is this guy starting on Sundays week 1 in the NFL? He's been that special this week in practice too. So A lot of great linebackers here. Landon Barton may be well known, but I might go Jackson Kuwatch, the guy you can get on day 3 of the draft and be, wow, we got a diamond in the rough here.
I love it. I'm sold, Eric. That's where I was born, actually. My dad was going to Miami of Ohio. Little Wally Zerbiak, Sean McVay.
Beautiful. Perfect. It's meant to be. Perfect Dallas Cowboy.
Yes, sir. That's my guy. I'm going to go research him, and I'll watch him tomorrow night. Eric Galko, Shrine Bowl, thank you so much for your time. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Salute. All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. And coming up next, we got a little bit of a mixed bag. Wolchuk, where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's do it. We got some
high-toe lows as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans, Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Alrighty, thank you. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. That is Jacob Ray in for Lucius Alexander today. It's time for a mixed bag. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, let's do it. Mike Vrabel can become the first to win a Super Bowl as a player and a coach for the same team. He also is on the verge of having to pay off this very statement. We take you to Bussin' with the Boys just a few years ago. Mike Vrabel had this to say.
Would you cut your off for a Super Bowl?
Oh, been married 20 years. Yeah, probably.
You've got 3.
As a player. I guess we'll be married for 20 years one day.
Would you? If you
won't need it.
If you came home holding a bag of ice, and Jen was like, "Oh, honey, what'd you do?"
She'd be like, I thought you already got fixed.
I made the ultimate sacrifice. I had to cut my off, honey. We're gonna win a Super Bowl. She'd be like, all right. Or would she be upset?
She'd probably be on board. She would be like, do you want me to do it? You want to do it now?
Yep, that was back in 2019 when he was still coaching the Tennessee Titans. And now he's in the Super Bowl, and he's taking on the Seattle Seahawks. And if indeed he does this, I think the piece is coming off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's a man of his word. He's not a Mad Dog Russo kind of guy. I do think the titles mean that much to him, so they'll probably have a big moment. This will be another opportunity to talk to your teammates about being a foxhole guy and what being a champion's all about. So I have no doubt he's going to do this, and he's just going to be all berries moving forward.
Amazing. It's just it's fantastic, and hey.
How does Eric say that with a straight face? I mean, like I'm watching his face. He's completely like he's straight-faced journalist. Eric, I think if you didn't have the broken toe, I think we'd get you out there for media night and let you ask the question.
Oh, that's a great point. Well, okay, so here's the deal. This is like the first year. I think you're going to be there for media time. Yeah. Yeah, because it's always that Monday, and we usually don't get out there until that Monday, but we are going to get out there a day earlier than the rest of the shows. So we got to try and find a way to weasel our way in there for media night, and then, yeah, we will ask all the hard-hitting, important questions.
That'd be fun. It'd be fun to get out there. I wonder if they still do it at the stadium. That might be a ways away from where we are. So we got to figure out our logistics, but that'd be dope to be able to experience that for the first time.
They got a bus, right? Cool. They got buses that go to the place, right? Drop you.
Yeah, they should bus us.
Hopefully. I mean, we're done at 5 there. So, I mean, are they still going to start?
If Andy Reid and I, we'd be the last 2 on the bus. I told you that story that time that the commissioner's party. Me and Andy were the last 2. Yep. We were the last 2 for the Packers to leave for the. We were enjoying all the food. I mean, we couldn't stop eating.
But
you should.
Food. Yeah, I'm sure the food's incredible. I'm sure it's delightful. Jonathan Gannon.
Sorry to cut you off, Chuck. I got an important pressing matter here to ask.
Here we go.
Virtually nobody's listening probably on a day like this. But by the way, shout out if you are. Put your thumbs up in chat or something, or text us. You know, if you're in a situation like Vrabes after 20 years where you're basically saying the wife would sign off on removing my piece there to make her burden of marriage less. Is that where we venture into justifiable infidelity land? Like, where do you guys come out on that one? Yeah, if he was being serious right there, serious right there.
Is that a personal question?
Yeah, I mean, I want your thoughts on this, guys. I'm asking for a friend. This is important. Yeah, if you're going to draw the line in the sand on now we are no longer one as a married couple, and now you're going to start taking things away from what you vowed to do. then yeah, we're going to have some serious conversations about it. Got to be a negotiation. Yeah, it got to be a negotiation, and it's a shame that eventually, oftentimes, it does come down to that. But there's got to be a way here. Okay, there's got to be a way. Especially from a lady's standpoint, like just lay the heck down. Like from a guy's standpoint, like I actually have to have something happen. I actually have to be turned on, don't I? Like something has to happen to me, lady. Yeah. I'm your husband. Just lay there for about a minute. We'll be done here, okay? And then I'll put your show on, and I'll pop you some popcorn, okay? I'll invest a minute into the popcorn. You invest a minute into me.
She's used to him being gone. I love it. I knew I wouldn't regret. Yeah,
what's up?
She's used to him being gone all the time anyway. It's like it's not there anyway, right? I mean, he's saying it in a way like I'm never around. I'm not really.
Yeah, it's definitely a joke on his part. I'm not a husband.
Right. I'm not a husband. I'm a football coach. I'm never around. That's what.
Yeah, and look, ladies definitely need a little something to happen there as well. But there are just devices for that. There's
they get used to not being around.
We can use.
Yeah, they get used to that not being around bit.
It's a little bit different for us.
Yeah.
Not to change the subject again, but had a popcorn horror story. I got a mini bag of microwavable popcorn over the weekend. I was used to 3 minutes for the full size one.
No.
I hit the 3. I walked away.
No.
I smelled smoke.
That's a fire.
I go back in there, got it out. House was stinking and all that. Yeah. Today, microwave's broken.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Oh. I don't know how, but like the I can hear the wheel inside turning, and it's like I'm like, so I just bought this microwave 2 weeks ago because our old one that we'd had for like 10 years broke. So now I got to go buy another microwave. Good thing they're only like
Is there something in the track? Is there something in the track of the wheel?
I took it out and cleaned it. I looked all around. I think the motor underneath the bottom.
You burned it out?
Level. Blue.
Or whatever. Yeah, I guess it got too hot in there or something.
That's a tough one.
That's the worst microwave incident I've ever had.
You guys ever done Jiffy Pop in your life? Where you have it, it's in the container, and you ever done that? That could be a fire hazard.
No, I don't know what the hell that is, Brian.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
What was Jiffy Pop?
Jiffy Pop?
You've never done Jiffy Pop before? Either one of you?
Like Jif the peanut butter. I don't know what Jiffy Pop is.
Oh, man. Dawson, tell them the story. What Jiffy Pop?
Okay, so it's like an aluminum skillet that's got the kernels already in there, and it's got like this aluminum foil bonnet over it.
Okay,
Put it on top of the stove, and it all pops.
And when
the thing grows,
you shake it.
You shake it.
Yeah.
I think I remember seeing that in the movies in the 80s.
Yeah, it was a great way of making popcorn. Then they screwed it up when they had to put it in the microwave, and you don't know if it's 2 minutes, 15 seconds, or 3 minutes. You don't know. You just don't know.
They don't standardize it.
You have no thought of if this is going to turn out right or not, because
you have no clue.
Nobody's projected it like Jiffy Pop. When you saw that thing puff up like that, you knew it was done. You knew it was over. Hey, take it off the fire.
I would have loved John Madden to narrate the Jiffy Pop, because I don't think, in listening to the games yesterday, I will say Brady, I think, has come a long way. I thought Brady had a pretty good call. Romo still selling out, but nobody did it quite like John did. And this popped on the timeline again, went viral. Shout out to John Madden.
Hey, you noticed Troy Aikman's trying to grow a beard, and he just can't do it. I mean, the blonde-haired guys, a lot of them have trouble, but I can't even. I'm looking as close as I can, and I can't see any beard. But that's a 4-day beard, isn't it?
It's a passive attempt.
It's very, very passive.
Here's Terry Allen. Out to about the 20. There it is.
Now here it is, but see, he got a little in here. And a little up there. But he doesn't have anything here at all. Watch, when you take it off, he doesn't have anything going up in there.
Well, you got to give him time. He just had his 29th birthday.
I know, but I don't think he's doing a very good. I'd quit.
Oh, John Madden, if he was still doing it today, the amount of viral gold he would be giving us, as he was the man, the best tandem ever, Pat Summerall and John Madden, as he's breaking down Aikman's inability to grow a beard. And he just might not have gotten the gift. I don't think we've ever seen Aikman with a beard. He just might not have that gene.
No,
it happens.
Yeah, it does happen. Yeah. He's right about the blonde-haired person. It's kind of a tough deal, right?
It's tough. It's just peach fuzzy. It really is.
It looks. What happens is as a fair haired skin, kind of gingery, blondish. I don't know, but if you are hit with low coverage or low follicles on your face, you can't make up for it by just letting it grow. Like if you got the dark hair, it packs in there and it's going to naturally. It's more. It punishes your overall look a little bit more if you're blonde.
Yeah, it does. I mean, look at this, huh? This beard.
Yeah, it's glorious.
It's just, oh, God, it's sexy. It's sexy, boys. That's what I'm talking about. I'm a sexy bitch.
Yeah, he's at home drinking again. Here we go.
Let's go. The Tito's is flowing, suckers.
I knew this was going to happen at some point in this show.
I'm not coming in tomorrow either, losers.
That's why
Jonathan Gannon reportedly set to become the Packers defensive coordinator. Are we going to regret this decision? I say F no. But regardless, he's now going to be Micah Parsons, DC, and Jonathan Gannon and LaFleur are now going to be together.
I want to go to our Pittsburgh Steelers correspondent, Gavin Dawson, and let us talk about the Mike McCarthy hire.
I don't think he wants to talk about it. If you've noticed, we're now like 3 hours into the show.
He has not said a word about this.
He's got that job. Yeah, I don't think he wants to talk about it. I think it's one of these
things. It's like, well, Big Mike, he's not very good with the personnel. Big Mike, kind of lazy. Big Mike.
Man, I was shocked.
You were.
I came in Friday when I saw you, Brian, and I said, man, my source in Pittsburgh, and I'm not an insider at all. I'm not a reporter, but I do know a guy. And he was like, yeah, I think Mike's a finalist here. And I was like, what is going on? And so to get that news on Saturday, that was quite surprising. And Pittsburgh is burning. I mean, I'm not a Steelers fan or anything, but I do a podcast with my buddy Newbear up there, and the Steelers fans are probably 90% outraged right now and swearing off the organization.
That's amazing. Nathan,
do you guys feel like you could still win with McCarthy? You just got to get enough good players. He's not the worst coach to get.
No, it's crazy how much we do. We all love to crack jokes and dump on Mike, but the dude did win 3 12-win seasons in a row here, which had not been done since Jimmy. I mean, the guy wins, but it is kind of how is he winning? You don't hear a lot of great things from people and the work ethic and things, but maybe. Him and Aaron Rodgers, it's going to be a brilliant story.
I did have a guy tells me, and he goes, I've worked in this league 19 years. I've never been around a head coach as lazy as this man.
It's amazing.
It happens a lot. I mean, I've been at 2 places Mike's been at, and both of them are like, man, I don't know. I don't know about this.
But they're saying Shula and Shieldhouse just tanked their interviews like they were horrible. And Michael interview his balls off.
Because he's from Pittsburgh. He started talking about all the the places around
Permanis and
Three Rivers Stadium. He was breathing heavily while he was doing it.
Do you think he was eating one of those cheeseburgers with French fries on it?
And he was offering everything.
It's Permani Bros. It's the sandwiches with the fries.
It's just like anything. Do you think he answered every question that they asked him in the interview? Of
course,
it's just like anything.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He said he watched every single offensive play that the Steelers ran this past year. They got in their PJs.
He's grateful he got the job. He knows Aaron Rodgers. He didn't have to lie about that.
It's amazing. Yeah, and Aaron wants to come back and play for him. He's like, let's do this thing. Shieldhouse, though, apparently is supposedly, according to Schrager, I don't know if Schrager's trying to get this guy the job, but his feed is just all about Nate Shieldhouse today.
Yeah.
Still in the meeting with the Browns. He might be the only guy left to get that job right now because everyone else said I'm good.
Is he still in the meeting because he's taking the essay? Is he like?
Yeah, it could be. He might be in the multiple choice part. I don't know.
Is he got the Big Chief tablet out with the Husky pencil and he's writing it down like how he'd coach him up? That's what I want to see.
It is. And Rivers said, I'm good on the Buffalo gig. He withdrew his name, which was
what?
Crazy. Yeah, he said, I'm good here. I don't think I'm going to do this.
What was he trying to do then? What was he trying to do then? Is he trying to get somebody high school, give him a raise? I
don't know.
I interviewed with the Bills. You guys need to pay me
a little more. Yeah, just the experience of interviewing.
But, man, after this season, we needed reminders that there are some organizations that process decisions significantly worse than the Cowboys. And I think, the Browns, the Steelers. The Steelers are a once proud organization, I think, worse off than the Cowboys. Eagles OC, worse off than the Cowboys. Thank you, Wolchuk. There's a mixed bag. We got football's finest coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Drake May's big moment, and it wasn't Sean Payton with the worst coaching decision of the weekend next in the nation.
All right, let's chat Prize Picks. Goodness gracious. I know our guy Jacob running the board in for Lucius. He texted me this earlier. I said, man, I've been here before. But took a big L on Prize Picks yesterday. He just needed one more passing attempt for Matthew Stafford. And that's how crazy it was. If only Puka Nacua had been out of bounds, then you've got the Hail Mary and cha-ching. He's winning big on Prize Picks. But the glory of it is, Jacob, we got another night tonight, and we got sports on the tube. And Prize Picks, it's super simple to cash in. You just pick 2 to 6 players. You're going to
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Time now for some football's finest with Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. What a championship weekend it was. Let's get into it right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Well, the one pulling a rabbit out of his head yesterday was Drake May at the end of that football game. And he revealed afterwards that the game-sealing first down that he got with his legs was he was the only one in the building that knew that he was going to pull that ball and take it naked around the left side of the offense. And he was just fast enough to go ahead and reach the first down marker. What a moment for him. And how ballsy is that? I mean, Broadus, in your time, how ballsy is that for one player in the huddle to sort of go rogue? He was like, I was going to tell my teammates. I wasn't sure. And I was like, forget it. Not even going to tell them. Everybody thinks we're handing the ball off to the right, but I'm going to take that ball and go naked for the first freaking down.
Yeah, difficult decision to make, but you got the action. Everybody came off the ball and tried to get a run block, that they looked like they wanted to run outside zone on the play. But when he pulled it, it got everybody crashing down inside because of the fake. The line came off. Everything was perfect about it. Man, it was a ballsy call in the way of pulling it because you're dealing with snow, you're dealing with a grass field. You trip in that situation, you fall in that situation, you lose your balance, whatever, and it's a negative play. Wow, there's going to be a lot of questions that have to be answered there. But he got exactly what he wanted out of the play because he got the action of the line coming off the ball, the fake to the back, and it was such a good play that it drew everybody inside and gave him a chance to get to the corner.
Especially naked. I mean, ballsy as hell to do it in that weather.
Yeah, and I think in the weather, grass field, you could have very easily spun out of there and slipped, fall, lose your balance. Goodness. Grass. Yeah, man, that was one of those ones that Mike Vrabel would have stood up there at the end if it wouldn't have worked. And when he goes, the player clearly did what he thought he needed to do, that kind of thing. But boy, that's a he got what he wanted out of it though. The run action was able to draw everybody to where it needed to go.
Yeah. I mean, he played it beautifully, and he goes ahead and gets the job done. The Patriots offense is going to have to get some things figured out here because throughout the postseason, it's definitely been a struggle bus. I mean, the postseason offense from an EPA standpoint for the Patriots is equivalent to the Jets offense this year.
It's terrible. Yeah, I mean, and honestly, he probably did the right thing because he knew, having played in these games, the most effective part of their offense is him running. So if you wanted to play, he probably needed to call his own number and go and get it with his legs.
Yeah, that was jarring, and we know there was a bunch of fourth down calls and go for it or 2-point conversion stuff that we'll get to in the Rams and Seahawks game, but I think the craziest coaching decision of all yesterday was in that weather, in those elements. Josh McDaniel, creature of habit, play call Patriots, with snow and ice forming on his dome, still rocked for 4 quarters of the visor. I mean, I couldn't believe it. Every time they panned over to him, I'm like, his head is literally, it is just catching. It is an ice catcher right now. And at no point did he pivot to a full covered hat. At no point did he go with the obvious beanie. So that's an obvious beanie situation. Or throw the hood on over a little bit. No, didn't go with any of it. Josh McDaniel, would Shoddy do that? Is that a?
Let me tell you this.
Shoddy would go beanie.
From the experience, when you're in snow, you don't want to wear the beanie. Because what happens, the snow collects on the beanie because your head is already hot from the sweat. Your head gets hot, and so your stocking hat gets even wetter. So what happens?
Wow.
The snow gets on it; it starts to get wet, and now your head's really cold. From
obvious beanie situation.
Now, if it's dry conditions, beanie's the way to go. But once it starts snowing, you just want to maybe go with the hat. And I think he is a one ear guy. So if you have both your ears covered with your headset and a hat, that's ultimately the way to go, because your ears are covered, you got the hat, and you're keeping the snow away from you. But when you have that beanie on, it gets wet from the snow packing on it. So it makes it even
Brian,
cold.
don't you think you could rotate those out, though? Like have 3 or 4 beanies ready to go, or go single beanie with some sort of a rain hood over?
Oh, we've seen Belichick go with the hoodie, the beanie over the hoodie over the beanie. We've seen that one before. But yeah, no, I coaches get to a point too where you get superstitious. Like you have a bad half. I've seen coaches change gear in the middle of the half at like halftime, because they're like, man, this sweatshirt ain't working today, and they'll go to another one, or if you're in rain, coaches will change clothes in the middle of the game, or at halftime because of the rain. You change your coaching shirt or something like that because you're getting wet. But the beanie and snow is a tough one, because the snow's sticking on it and it gets wet because of the heat from your head.
All right. Well, that was more of a pro tip than I was anticipating. I still don't think the visor's necessarily the right move there, unless it's out of superstition and that's going to go ahead and lead you to victory. Sure. If that's the case, then tip of the visor cap to you, sir. You got it done. Hashtag did your part.
Go watch Gruden. Go watch Gruden in the Tuck game, and that snow was intense. Gruden went visor the whole game in that one too. With the,
Did he really?
You see his hair.
That's awesome.
The snow was just sticking to his hair and stuff like that. He went and that was an intense snow game.
McDaniels had him feeling nicey.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's probably.
Did our coach have his jacket unzipped? He's usually one of these hoodie, and then he's got the jacket over the top, but he leaves it unzipped. He didn't like.
Oh, McDaniel, he did not zip the jacket. He does not do that. You're right.
It's weird that he does that, because he'll wear the hoodie. All those New England's, like the Joe Judge, all those guys that worked in New England go with. Mike Tomlin will do it too. He'll go with the unzipped jacket while he's standing on the sideline. So Big Mike, he'll have that thing zipped up to his neck. Don't worry about that.
Looking like the Michelin.
And there'll be part of the neck overhanging the jacket, kind of like my neck right now.
Do you think the tuck game is Blake Elliott's all-time favorite?
But he's not much of a tuck guy, right? He
liked that Elway helicopter.
Yeah.
He said it was both. Like on any given day, if Blake Elliott's in a locker room, you could see the chopper or you could see the tuck, and he'll prance around.
Yeah. See, here's the 214. They're going, hey, Broadus, how about Gary Patterson sweating? That is a bad one. My guy sweats so bad during the game. Like he'll change clothes at halftime. And say there's in the 956, they're saying Vrabel was the exact opposite. He started the game with no gloves, no hat, then went to the beanie, then went to the gloves, and then went to the hoodie, beanie, gloves. So he was trying his best. He was struggling during the game. You got to be ready for these things as a coach.
Impromptu, brought us reading the text, 877-881-1053. Play nice or he will X you out and bye mother bleeper you in a heartbeat.
Bye.
Now, I do think that there's a lot of moments that we are criticizing here, and I think Sean McVay deserves it. And it's less about the fourth down going for it when you're down 4 late in that game, and I think it's more about the idea of the previous touchdown they scored. They should have gone for 2 there, and that's a beef I have with even Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt during the broadcast. Like they didn't even bring that up. Something that Greg Olson is amazing at, which is talking you through the strategy in real time and giving his thoughts on, like, if you're a coach on the sideline, kind of what you're thinking about right now. But Brady and Burkhardt never brought it up. And McVay obviously didn't do it, but you score the touchdown and you have 26, so you're down 5 after the touchdown. The extra point puts you within 4. You still need a touchdown, which forces you to go for the 4th down later because the field goal is not going to tie the game. So I think that was a huge mistake there for McVay. And then the broadcaster's not even bringing it up during the game. It's like they should have gone for 2. And if you get it, you cut the lead to 3. And now later in the game, you could have tied it up with a field goal and forced Seattle to go actually get points.
You know what? Let me say this. We have these officials that sit in the booth and kind of tell them when calls are, what calls need to be made. TV needs to have a game managing expert in the box to kind of talk about situations right here. Like maybe there's guys or gals that are really, really good at this, and TV needs to pick up on this and be able to say, let's go to our game analysis expert and see right here you need to think about 2 because da-da-da-da-da and spell it out. I think people would learn a lot more. I think coaches struggle with this the most. I mean, Parcells used to have a guy named Ray Hanley. Ray Hanley was the running back coach, and Ray was the first one I remember, even before our guy in New England. Ray knew if you had so much time on the clock, how to completely bleed the clock without giving the ball back. He knew those kinds of things. But now the way the game has changed with the 2-point plays and all the go-for-its and stuff, I think these networks need to have a game management person in the box that maybe can walk you through. Wait a minute, they need to think about 2 right here because, and give you that reason. Just what you talked about, Eric.
Yeah. I mean, that might be a good idea. You would think somebody like Tom Brady in the booth, though, would have the requisite experience to just sort of second nature.
They don't. They just don't. They don't think about. I mean, a lot of things that were, like you said, New England with Bill Belichick, and Brady's had to live these experiences, with how they operated, and you would think that he would know that, but you would be surprised. You would be surprised how many guys don't understand that, don't understand the use of timeouts. I mean, I was listening late driving home from the studio last night, and I was listening to Kurt Warner talk about the last drive the Rams had. And he was like, well, using timeouts. He was trying to explain. Him and Ross Tucker got into an argument about why would you use all your timeouts? And it's one of those things that, some of these coaches get it absolutely right, and other ones have absolutely no clue what's happening.
Yeah, there was no reason to not go for 2 there for McVay, especially since regardless, you were going to need a touchdown if you didn't get it. So for him in that scenario, and then how different is that 14-play drive that they went on when now you're forced to have to go for it on 4th down, essentially, because you got to have a touchdown.
You got to have a touchdown. Yeah.
2 minutes left. There you kick a field goal. It's a tie game, and the likelihood is Seattle probably gets in game-winning field goal opportunity off before the end of half, the way that they were moving the football. But still, you're calling it totally different.
Okay, let's go around the room here quickly of the 2 winning teams right now. Okay, the 2 teams that won yesterday. You get to pick one individual that you think is the most relieved and the happiest that his team won. Pick one individual. I have the right answer. We'll see if anybody can come up with it. We start with the general, Gavin Dawson.
I got to pick one individual from each team that's relieved his team won.
Just one person out of either team.
The one person out of either team that's relieved his team won. I'm stumped here.
Yeah, who are you thinking about? Are you thinking about these kickers, Eric? Is that what
in the corner from Seattle?
Yeah,
Wolchuk felt me. Wolchuk could feel it.
Okay,
Tariq freaking Woolen. With maybe the worst unsportsmanlike conduct situation that you could possibly have.
Horrible.
It is now an immediate punt for the Rams. Oh, wait, never mind. Now, you can criticize the league for this, and I'd be totally on board with it. Like, at no point should you be – that is way too pivotal of a penalty right there. He's talking smack. Let him do it. But then immediately he gets burnt by Puka on the next play for the touchdown. You extend the drive with your own stupidity. Then you give up the touchdown. Had the Rams won that game, Tariq Woolen would be the public enemy number one for every bettor of Seattle and every Seahawks fan. So good for him and them that they won. He led the league in unsportsmanlike penalties this year.
Well, they showed him like walking over to the Seattle sidelines, or the Rams sidelines a bunch. They showed.
I think they warned him.
Yeah, they were trying to tell him.
They warned him already.
Yeah, they were trying to tell him, and he kept taunting and kept going, and they let him have some say. And he finally said, "Enough, bro, enough."
But it makes it even more inexcusable. And you got to think about that in free agency if you want to sign that guy. I mean, he's a local player, DFW kid, went to UTSA. But, man, he had a great play earlier to break up a pass. Then you get the penalty that gives them the added down, and then now you get burnt toast by Puka. It was a terrible sequence.
You have to, have some understanding and sympathy because it's a game that's played with such violence and passion, and you want those guys right on the edge. But this is what makes the guys special that can go to that edge and then not step over. It's one of, and we're dealing with, I think most teams deal with some element of just completely brain dead when it comes to these high pressure moments and letting your emotions, it's a crash out. There's no other way to put it. And if I'm the Seahawks, I'm looking to move on from him as soon as possible because of, and I think all coaches should absolutely move on just to send a message to everybody else. Like, if you can't monitor yourself, this is what Shoddy was working on last year at training camp. Like, if we're getting close to a fight, I've told you, if you can't stop, we're going to run. And you're going to be mother bleeped all over this practice field with TV cameras rolling. So yeah, that right there is I guess another reason that I like at least the direction Shoddy's trying to take this club when it comes to discipline.
Amen. And it looks like we have the Cowboys requesting to interview Steelers outside linebackers coach Denzel Martin for the same role on their staff. TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, Nick Herbig.
Yeah.
Let's bring them, boys.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you, Chief. There's football finest in the books. We have the G-Bag of the day coming up on the other side, and then we'll get into some LA Live and stuff coming up next as we continue in the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. Okay, I want to...
that well.
I don't hear any of them.
I don't hear any of them.
Oh, then maybe we've all just lost.
Oh, here we are. They're back. I hear the woolly boy.
Okay.
He's back. Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got me?
Dawson.
Yeah, I got you. I can hear you.
We got everybody. All right, you guys are back on the air. Go for it.
All righty. Yeah, the Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. We got the G Bag of the Day coming up here at 5:30, and then we'll have some fun, patch it together. LA Live. Lucius is out today battling the Big Freeze 2026, so send that man some love on social. Let him know that he's missed. All righty. Let me, here in the couple of minutes we have, get your thoughts on what you think about the premise here of Tim Cowlishaw, Morning News. What two new Super Bowl quarterbacks not named Dak Prescott mean for the Cowboys' future. And he opens with this: 12 of the 14 playoff quarterbacks younger than Dak, the two that are older, have won Super Bowls. And he says, make of that what you will. He talks about the stats being meaningless as he passes all the Cowboys' regular season records because of the era, and, kind of low-hanging fruit there. But, I don't think you need to take anything away from Dak. But Cowlishaw's building his case here, the 2-5 playoff record, how much of a stain that is on his career. And then he's already past the point where historically it's even doable, that no quarterback has ever played 10 seasons with one team without reaching the AFC or NFC title game, and then reached a Super Bowl later on in his career with that team. Maybe that's cherry picking a little bit, or maybe you think there's something to that. And he talks about how Stafford has found the late career surge in postseason success. And, that to me is where the column really crystallizes, that he had to change teams. I don't think Dak's lack of playoff success really has anything to do with his own talent in the big picture. Micro, you could zoom down on a couple of games and say, wow, Dak really could have played better there. He could have played better there. But that applies to everybody. How many Super Bowls have been won by quarterbacks that won a game really because of their defense early in the run or in the Super Bowl itself? So I would say Stafford won because he left. If Dak wants to win, he's going to have to go like tank. I think this is really more an organizational failure of what happened with Tony Romo and Dak Prescott than a real indictment of the player himself. But I do think Tim has a point that if it hasn't happened yet for Dak and the Cowboys, chances are it's just not going to.
Yeah, it's absolutely an organizational issue. There's no question. We also do have that Clarence Hill has reported Cowboys are moving on from they've relieved passing game coordinator Andre Curtis, secondary coach David Overstreet, and linebacker coach Dave Borgonzi. So Christian Parker will completely be remaking his defensive staff. Eric already gave us one of the names that they're looking at as the linebackers coach replacement. And they've also requested to interview Michael Dixon for the defensive line coach job. And they're also trying to poach somebody else off the Eagles staff. But yeah, for Dak, it's like the two Niners games to me come to mind. You lose, 24-17 and then 19-12, and your defense did a good enough job to possibly, put you in a position, definitely the 19-12 one, to win that game. I need my quarterback. I need you to do what you saw Sam Darnold do yesterday. You need to make it more plays to be able to get yourself over that hump. Outside of that, it's clearly an organizational issue. It's been one thing where the offense is great, the defense isn't good enough, or vice versa. And this is now going over, multiple decades with multiple different coaches, multiple different players, and multiple different quarterbacks. And so it's clearly a way that they build the roster, the way that they build philosophically. I don't know that they've ever had a specific criteria or what they want to do. What's the plan? I think now you're finally starting to see some of that. Steven mentioning the identity, right? So when it comes to what does Shaq want to do, hopefully they get more of a plan in place to know, okay, this is how we're trying to build this roster. But you've got to use all assets of it. We've talked about this every single year when they're in this position. We just mentioned it with Seattle. not only have they drafted really well, they made trades to go get Ernest Jones, as you mentioned, this year to go get Rashid Shaheed, who has a relationship with Clint Kubiak from New Orleans, their offensive coordinator. They signed Cooper Kupp. They signed DeMarcus Lawrence. You can't just expect we're going to draft and develop, and that's the way we're going to do this thing, or we're going to make trades that are just for bargain bin players where everything meets our criteria, where we're giving up a day 3 pick and the contract's not much to go get Brandon Cooks. You've got to take bigger swings than this. And the fact that they have such an unwillingness to change their way and approach of this, that's where Cowboy fans now are left at, well, what the hell? Is this ever going to change? Are we ever going to be playing in a game on Conference Championship Sunday? It's not necessarily Dak's fault. It starts at the top, and hopefully maybe we can just pray that they're seeing a little bit of a difference and we can see a light at the end of the tunnel.
Do you guys believe that if Dak left for a team like Stafford or Darnold did, that his playoff record would get significantly better for the rest of his career?
Yes. Yeah. You go to the Rams. I mean, you're gonna be with McVay and that offense and that organization who is constantly, like we have Puka Nacua, we're good at wide receiver. No, we'll get you Devontae Adams as well. Seattle, you laid it out there beautifully. Like there are plenty of instances where somebody as good as Dak had a lot of greatness around him, and was able to win a heck of a lot more games because of it. So there's no doubt that if he was in a better organization, his playoff record would look better. You've seen DeMarcus Ware goes and win a Super Bowl. DeMarcus Lawrence is now having the opportunity to do the same thing. Like there's plenty of guys who go to other situations leaving Dallas, and it's like, oh yeah, this is a much more football environment here with an organization that prioritizes winning over everything else. And so of course I won a little bit more in the playoffs than I did with the Cowboys.
I didn't realize that Ernest Jones was a trade as well. And then trading up for Emin Worry, it's like being able to identify the players and then make aggressive moves to get them. I think those are two pretty big separators. All right, we'll have LA Live here in a few minutes. Let's go back into the Pimp Cup where Jacob Ray filling in for Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Yes, sir. G-Bag of the Day time. We do it every day at 5:30 right here on The Fan. And let's get it rocking and rolling here with the champ. We've got a middle school boys basketball county finals. And this game ended in a brawl that resulted in a fan and or parent being tased.
James, this go get Justin.
And here we go.
Let's get out of here.
Let's get the ball game.
Hey.
Look here. This ball game's got to get over.
Let's go. This game's over. Ain't no sense doing this. We'll get somebody hurt bad. This game's over.
Yeah, you can't get this.
This game's over.
And they just tased dry. This ball game is over. We're going to end our live feed. This game has got to come to an end.
Down it goes.
The best Eastern Kentucky accents money can buy, I feel like. And I would appreciate a little bit more play-by-play on that tasing.
Yeah.
I think they were shocked. I think they were shocked literally shocked. Yeah. I think they were shocked at what was happening. Like, that's probably the last thing they thought they would see. That kind of thing happening right in front of them like that.
For sure. But I do think Dawson was right earlier. Like, this is a moment to sink into it, take advantage of it, keep that play-by-play rolling, and channel that Kevin Harlan that you have, and really go viral.
Who's landing great haymakers? Are there any body slams? Has anybody
take off your bra and be a man?
Yeah. Anybody getting pushed into the table like Steve Nash and Bob Orry? I wouldn't mind the picture being painted, and then to cut away. Like you got the live feed happen, and I'm sure there's parents who are concerned for their kids, or maybe law enforcement interest that could help apprehend the guilty party there. I just thought it was, irresponsible from an entertainment standpoint, from a law enforcement standpoint, and from broadcasters. I appreciate their accents. And hey, look here, it never gets old. It was almost kind of like Fred Davis if he was from Kentucky and had become a basketball play-by-play guy instead of an excellent talk show host. By the way, Fred and Blake coming up 7 to 11. Here's Jacob Ray with the Challengers.
All right, next I take you to a weather booth, and shout out to Eric Chiafalo for sending me this one. A nice, innocent weather girl. She reached out to some fans, some local fans, and she asked for them to send them her measurements, and she was referring to snow measurements, but she did not specify.
How much we've seen so far. Now, some of this is radar estimates, and then just your reports that you've been sending in. Keep those coming. I made the mistake on Facebook. I asked for your measurements. I meant your snow measurements. Thank you for everybody sending in your measurements, but I do prefer how much snow you have on the ground. 3 to 6 inches through the metro to the south.
Yeah.
34-inch double D, Sheree.
Those were female measurements coming in?
All kinds of measurements, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yep. I would imagine. I can't even fathom what her DMs looked like when she asked for measurements. And the fellas took that and ran with it for sure.
Oh yeah, mission accepted.
Feel horrible for her dad.
Yeah. Somebody's daughter up there.
Yeah.
Got to be more specific doing the news, you know what I'm saying?
I should send her a picture of my purple toe.
I'm sure she'd love that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that what you call it?
Jacob?
The toe would be more flattering.
Jacob, save us.
Well, speaking of toes, I bring you to a nail salon next where a lady went in for a pedicure, but she didn't shower beforehand, and boy, did the nail tech give her what for.
People don't shower too much during the winter time. Am I right?
Yes.
So be honest. It's been a few days, right?
Yes.
See? Girl, you don't have to lie to me. I do nail for a long time. I sit in front of people doing pedicure. I can tell the difference between feet smell and Hello Kitty smell. Your Hello Kitty smell ew. You know, ew. So let me help you out, okay?
Wow.
Yeah, go. Girl, I lost my concentration right now. Hold on. I got you. I got you, girl. Here. Clean myself up real quick.
That might help.
Yeah. One's not enough. One not enough.
Oh, dear. Well, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. You know, it's winter time. I don't blame you.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna, it happened, but it's cold. I know, it's cold. And sometimes...
I'm old. And I get tired.
I know.
Showers are hard.
It's sting a little bit, but I just don't like the smell because sometimes at home I eat enough fish. I don't want to eat fish at the nail salon.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Are we sure that he was talking about the foot?
No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't.
That's why he was saying the Hello Kitty smell.
Hello Kitty smell.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's a lot of honesty.
Yeah.
He was definitely not working for a tip there.
Well, he cleaned it. Oh, man.
Well, he gave her some wipes or something like that, I guess.
He said one is not enough.
Beach
that
towel and
is
some
incredible.
alcohol or something. I don't know.
He said he lost his concentration.
Yeah. I'm going to need to stop here. Wow.
I thought he was reaching for like a case of Summer's Eve.
Yeah. I thought he was going to put put one of the air fresheners like the tree, just wrap it around his face and wear it under his nose.
Not Hello Kitties. Wow. That's wild.
That is. It's a lot of honesty.
Good
to be smelling it through clothes.
Like, I'm sorry.
That's more than just a no shower. Okay, that's a trip to the doctor.
And she said she gets tired. She was blaming being tired.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. It's a lot of effort to get in the shower and just clean yourself.
It's tired
or
from
the tub.
Mm.
Yeah,
could be an infection.
Little sourdough.
Yeah.
She might have had a few gentleman callers in those 48 hours as well.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
Sometimes you're,
That's
wow.
That's crazy.
The text is coming. The text is coming in. They've seen this clip, and they say that he doubled up on his masks.
Wow.
Been a few years since I put one of these on, but I'm glad I still have them handy.
God.
I want to go with some Vapo rub on the upper lip as well.
That is awful.
Yeah, bro. All the stops. You got to pull out all the stops.
Oy, oy, oy.
Mr. Ray,
all right, Brian,
challengers?
Gavin's going to love this one. This one comes to us from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We've got an AI Mike McCarthy press conference.
Oh, here we go.
Yes.
The Steelers replaced Mike Tomlin with the fatter white version of Mike Tomlin. My play call sheet is just an Applebee's menu, and my headset is connected to the nearest Cracker Barrel. Pittsburgh fans are already sick of my and I haven't even started. Going from Mike Tomlin to me is like pissing your pants and changing your socks. Mike Tomlin is like a Mazda and I'm a Kia. The only reason I got hired is because I put ketchup on my potatoes. The expectation here is to win a lot of games, and by a lot of games, I mean just nine games. I look forward to bringing what I learned from Dallas here to Pittsburgh, which is kicking field goals when you're down 12 in the fourth quarter. Pairing me and Aaron Rodgers together is a devastating combo. If was 2012 and Aaron wasn't microdosing mushrooms before every game. I'm excited to be here for the Steelers, but mostly for the cheesesteaks.
Yes.
Had a baby Big Mike.
Wow. Is that sounded like the same outfit that did the Jerry Jones
The Jerry
one.
Jones. It sounded very Jerry Jones-like there, yeah.
I fired Mike McCarthy because he looks like an effing pork chop. Maybe the greatest line in the history of AI sports. But AI Mike McCarthy, that is some outstanding stuff. Do I need to talk less about the Steelers? People are going to think I'm like from Pittsburgh. I just think there's parallels to talk about that are interesting, especially during these coaching searches and stuff. I think everybody knows time. Everybody knows you bleed blue and silver.
Yeah.
Well, right on. If I talk about it too much, let me know.
Yeah, we will. We'll cut you off. I mean, I don't like the Steelers, so I'll let you know if it's like getting a little overwhelming.
Yeah, there's history there, dude. Like I told you, I accidentally wore a Cowboys jacket because I don't own any Steelers gear. I wore a Cowboys jacket on a Steelers podcast.
I'd say that's some audience awareness on your behalf there.
They were ripping.
Yeah. You lost fans for sure. I'm sure that did not go well.
All right, is it AI Mike McCarthy? That's at Not The Real DP, I think. Is that the name of that Twitter account?
Seems right, credit. Yeah.
They are genius. Nail salon lady asking for a pedicure. She had a Hello Kitty situation. Weather lady asking for measurements, or our East Kentucky County championship game there with the brawl breaking out and the gentleman getting tased. I'm going to go with AI Mike McCarthy. Gentleman Chief, how about you?
Yeah. Give me the Hello Kitty.
Jacob Ray?
Just because it painted such a bad picture, I got to go Hello Kitty.
That was pretty good commentary there. Okay, Wolchuk.
Yeah, the nail salon. That was awful.
Right.
I'm going to go with McCarthy.
By a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's the gentleman working at the nail salon handling a pedicure request from a gal who hadn't showered in a couple of days. If you missed that, it's explosive audio. Maybe you want to use this opportunity right now to break out that Odyssey app with instant rewind functionality, go back about 4 or 5 minutes and relive that gold. All righty, it's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup where Jacob Ray is going to set us up for some LA Live.
All right, you squares. Fire up this funk and let's tell the talk. It'll make you dance on
everybody get on. Each weekday at 5:30, Gavin, Lucius, and the guys bring you the G-Bag of the Day.
Thank you, Jacob. Yeah, Lucius, he'll be back soon, maybe tomorrow, maybe Wednesday. We'll have to see how the Big Freeze handles him in his commute tomorrow. Hopefully he's not sick. Hopefully he's not under the weather. Hopefully this is just travel-related. But please send LA some love on social. Let him know that he is missed and you're looking for his glorious return to LA Live. As far as LA Live content, gentlemen, here's what I got for you. what's the craziest thing you saw on social or maybe in person during the big freeze at 877? Yeah.
They're 2 dogs getting it on.
In person or on social?
Both.
Really? What happened?
Man, I just walked outside, backyard, and
were you thinking
never
about
know
it
what you
too?
can see.
Were you thinking about it as well?
Brian, don't ask me something you don't want to know the answer to.
Yep.
Was it that bulldog and that Shih Tzu that can't stay away from each other?
You know the ones, Eric. They're right across the street, and it's just I don't know what's going on. They keep getting out on the loose, and even in the bad weather here. I mean, I'm just going out to try and relieve myself. Next thing I know, that Shih Tzu's just going crazy.
Golly, you're just trying to take a leak, and then you got a face full of Shih Tzu.
It's man. There's nothing you can do about it.
Even at home, I hate you.
A+.
At home,
you understood the assignment, Eric. Thank you very much.
I hate you so much right now. I do.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
There's an old joke like how Native Americans name their children, and one of the butt of the joke is, "Why do you ask? 2 dogs bleeping?"
Yeah.
So are these your dogs?
No, I didn't see this at all. It just kind of came to mind, and I wanted to throw it out there and see where we could go with the conversation.
That's pretty outrageous. And now, is there any truth to the rumor that the Shih Tzu prefers the
He's
back
drinking
door?
again.
No, you're right.
He's drinking. This is what happens late in the day. My man's at home. He starts drinking, and he's like, "Oh, I don't think I can make it in." He can't make it in because he can't drive drunk. That's his problem there.
Yeah, they call me Will Chambers for a reason, baby.
You notice, it's like he's doing an act in Vegas. If you notice, the mic's in his hand, and he's kind of looks like Sammy Davis Jr. swinging the mic around, singing songs and stuff like that.
I don't have a stand for the mic, unfortunately. I'd love to get one, but this is kind of fun. I'm like freelancing this thing, free solo style.
Until it comes unplugged and we can't hear you talking and all that.
It's true, yeah.
There was man, that was terrific. There was a guy in Sunnyvale, though, that was ice skating with his hockey stick on a half-frozen pond. Like, half of the pond was still water.
Yeah.
And there was a corner of the pond. I might be overdoing it by saying half. There was a part of the pond that apparently had, I don't know, an inch thick ice, maybe at most.
Wouldn't you worry about falling through? Yeah. Wouldn't you worry about falling through doing something like that?
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude. I think, you saw a lot of like the crazy traffic stuff and trucks going haywire. I saw a police car that was like stuck like in a yard somewhere. Looked weird, like he was doing a stakeout. Then it got icy and he couldn't get himself out of it. But I thought the coolest one was in Central Park where freaking Shaun White, an all-time snowboarder, is out there just killing it in Central Park, like creating his own little snow park of snowboarding. And you had a bunch of people watching him, and I think most of them didn't even realize it was him until the end because he had all his gear on and you couldn't tell, but this dude's doing amazing tricks and jumping over people and all this stuff. And then at the end, it's like, oh my gosh, that was freaking Shaun White.
That is pretty awesome.
Wow.
Would have loved to get an opportunity to watch him in all of his glory. Yeah, that's a viral hit right there.
Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, there's a crowd of people around. He's in Central Park, and he's doing all sorts of tricks and stuff with the snowboard, and everybody's kind of gathering around. And then the big reveal is, oh my gosh, that's Shaun White.
It's an Olympian.
He's like jumping over people.
They couldn't tell with the hair flying out the back of the helmet or anything like that.
Well, I think he cut his hair. I don't think he
trimmed it up.
Flying tomato.
Oh, so
he's
no longer
helmet and goggles on.
All right,
hard to tell.
He usually wears some really cool outfits too. So you're probably like, hey man, that looks kind of like Shaun White doing those things.
I saw in Philadelphia this guy was driving around the Capitol building or whatever in some side by side blaring some patriotic music or something. He went viral. But in Texas in Deep Ellum, the fun police were out literally. They impounded 11 those little buggies or side by sides, the Razor dune buggies or whatever, and they arrested a guy who had he was in a Jeep Wrangler doing donuts in a Deep Ellum intersection, had his kid in the back, arrested him for child endangerment. I thought that was a little heavy-handed, boys.
A little heavy-handed.
Yeah, I saw that too, man. I mean, there was some police departments that were basically tweeting out like, "Hey, if you're in a parking lot now, I think this was at an intersection somewhere, so in theory, a little bit more of a danger zone than just like an empty parking lot." But there was one tweet that went viral from some police department that was like, "Hey, listen, if you're doing donuts in a parking lot, then like whatever happens, like we're not going to mess with you. If you hurt yourself doing that, then that's kind of on you." But this one more in an intersection, I thought that was a little crazy though. You know, it's like nobody's out on the road, but I guess you could run into different things. I don't know. It's hazardous. You just felt like, hey, Dad, that was cool. Go home now, please.
let's not do that again.
Let's not escalate things to big time punishment.
My favorite.
I guess this guy had a gun too, so maybe it got complicated. Maybe they had to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Illegal.
If you had the gun,
illegal possession.
Yeah.
Of a firearm. I don't know. I thought it was fairly legal to have a gun in a car. Like, I think that is a Texas state law, like safe transport or something like that, or some sort of law that you can have a gun in your car whenever you want.
I'll tell you, the favorite thing I saw was people that knocked the snow off the roof of their house. Have you seen that one where they have this device that can like move the snow, then all of a sudden it kind of creates this avalanche, and every single person that did it got caught. The guy that didn't get back fast enough as the avalanche. I thought it was hilarious. I mean, like literally, it was like 2 feet of snow on the top of these homes, and the guy's like pulling, and all of a sudden he's thinking, okay, I got it. I'm going to be clear. And then the whole roof just, and then you see the camera is in the snow, under the snow, and everybody's kind of scrambling. But every single person that did it was